Yo, check, check. What's up, guys? Okay, let's see. Alrighty, so I just started the game for the first time. Never played it before. What is this? What is this? I'm gonna Google this. Oh, this is preset on my motherboard GPU, and I gotta put it to my Radeon GPU. Is that how it works? this now? It now started the game in very small screen, and I couldn't change the resolution. What? Hmm. It is now starting in a small screen again, but you can see it this time. What the fuck? What is happening? Okay. Let's just let's just play it like this and we will see what happens. Everything is on ultra. Okay, we're gonna play it with a joystick. So I think we play story first. By 1899, the age of outlaws and gunslingers. That was too fast for me. I couldn't read the first thing in the beginning. America was becoming a land of laws. I would be the craziest outlaw ever, and then I would be dead by 25 or so. Very likely.
Abigail says he's dying, Dutch. We'll have to stop someplace.
Okay, Arthur's out looking. I sent him up ahead.
If we don't stop soon, we'll all be dying. This weather, it's May. I'm just hoping the law got as lost as we did.
There! Arthur! Any luck?
I found a place where we can get some shelter. Let Davy rest while he... You know. An old mining town. Abandoned. It ain't far. Come on. Come on! Yeah!
Wow, look at the graphics. A little blurry, but it's also sharp at the same time. So I adjusted something in the FSR. Probably gonna have to revisit. I put the cap on 60 FPS.
Miss Gaskell, get that fire lit, quick. Miss Jones, bring in whatever blankets we have. Mr. Pearson, see what we've got in terms of food.
Davy's dead.
There was nothing more you could have done.
What are we gonna do? We need supplies.
Well, first of all, you're gonna stay here, and you were gonna get yourself warm. Now, I sent John and Micah scouting out ahead. Arthur and I, we're gonna ride out, see if we can find one of them. And this, just for a short bit. And I don't see what other choice we have. Listen. Listen to me, all of you, for a moment. Now, we've had, well, a bad couple of days. I loved Davy, Jenny, Sean, Mac. They may be okay. We don't know. But we lost some folks. Now, if I could throw myself in the ground, in their stead, I'd do it, gladly. But we're gonna ride out, and we're gonna find some food. Everybody, we're safe now. There ain't nobody following us through a storm like this one. And by the time they get here, well, we're gonna be long gone. We've been through worse than this before. Mr. Pearson, Miss Grimshaw, I need you to turn this place into a camp. We may be here for a few days. Now, all of you, get yourselves warm. Stay strong. Stay with me. We ain't done yet. Come on, Arthur.
All right. We've got
He got
some work
shot.
to do.
We ain't run into them yet, so they both must have headed down the hill. Sure. Hey, I ain't had time to ask. What really went down back there on that boat? We missed you. That's what happened. Come on. Oh. Hey, you need horses? Oh, yeah. Hey, Mr. Smith, get yourself indoors. You need to rest that hand. I'll live. Get indoors, son. Bye. We need your
Oh
strong.
shit.
Okay.
Cool, we have the GTA map. I haven't played a Rockstar game in decades. By the way, we're gonna play... Damn, it's gonna take a while to get this one done though. I really wanna play GTA 5 before GTA 6 comes out. Okay, we gotta learn the controls and everything. Tap A to ride faster. Oh my god, look at the shadows.
Easy. Bridge coming up. Take it easy. Can't believe we lost Davy, too. He's the last one, Arthur. No more. We need to get those people warm and fed. At least we don't need to worry about Pinkertons tailing us in this. A couple more days, we'll be on the other side. You need to help me pick the others back up. You're the only one I can rely on to stay strong right now. We got fire and shelter. That's a start.
What about the money? Was it a trap?
And what about the money? Please tell me you at least got the money before it all went to hell on that boat. Wait, is that someone coming towards us? You up ahead. Who's there?
I know nothing about the game or its
Mike.
story. I know that we are called Arthur. I don't think we are
Gentlemen.
here yet.
Found anything?
I think so. Found a little homestead down that way.
Okay. Anyone home?
Sure. Place is blazing with light and noise. Sounded like a party.
Let's go see.
Follow me. How's Davy doing?
He didn't make it. Nor did little Jenny.
That's too bad. Davy was a real fighter. Both of them calendar boys is, or was.
Yeah.
Jenny was
And
a
Mac, Sean,
We don't
boy.
know.
quite a business.
what a nice name for a boy, Jenny.
I'm glad you're all right, Micah.
Always.
Ask him if he's seen John. Hey, have you seen John, Micah?
Didn't see much of anything once this storm came in.
He hasn't seen him. He'll be fine. Things always turn out right for that boy. I hope Mac and Sean are still out there somewhere, too. Move up, Arthur. I'll cover the rear.
Wait, is this Arthur? Is this us? Okay. Who do I want to talk to? This guy? Oh, this is Dutch.
Passing you. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
You sure about this, Micah?
Mr. Morgan, I never thought I would be so pleased to see your face. Been kind of lonely out here. Where's everyone else?
Old mining camp, back up the hill.
Huddled around a fire, waiting for Daddy to put food on the table. Said it before, we got too many mouths to feed.
Well, we got a few less now, so you should be happy.
That ain't fair, Arthur. I earn my share. You think it's unreasonable to expect others to do the same?
So, this house. You speak to the people there already?
No. Like Dutch told us. Look, but don't talk to no one. Just following orders. You know me. I'm a good boy.
Right. How much further?
Not far.
What does that mean?
Not far.
Thanks.
Okay. Let's keep it down now, gentlemen. It's just up ahead.
Snuff and stash those lanterns, boys. Best you two lie low on this. Okay. Let's head down there.
Double tap and I go faster. Then I can leave the button.
Let's hitch up here. Let me handle this. We don't want to spook these fine people.
Sounds like quite the party.
Follow Dutch. We're gonna follow him.
You two, get yourself out of sight. One lonely man is a lot less intimidating than three nasty-looking degenerates. Arthur, in that cattle shed on the left. Micah, get down behind that wagon in front. Arthur, take cover in that shed over there.
In the shed. So this is a
What are you
stall,
doing? I said get out of sight.
and this is a shed. No, this is a toilet. What is a shed?
Arthur, get in position. Come on.
This is a car. Let me figure out what the fuck shed is. Is this over there shed? Or is it this small thing over here? This is a post again. Go to the shed. What is the shed? Return to the shed. Oh, I thought my English is
Over
okay.
in the cattle shed.
In the cattle shed. So double press A while walking also works to walk faster. Cattle shed must be this here, because I think this is a stall. But it has the same purpose, right? Must be this. Can I jump over this? Nope. Yeah, graphics look pretty cool. Now we duck.
Hello? Shut up, Billy. Excuse me. Hello? Oh, well, hello, friend.
They're gonna shoot him.
I am very sorry to disturb you. My friends and I, well, we got into some trouble up the way, lost in the storm. Ah, gentlemen,
We can't help you, mister.
I got folks
Arthur,
dying on the trail.
Arthur, we got a problem. There's a corpse right here.
Now, I just
Arthur,
need some
there's a
cans
body
of food
in the
or
wagon.
something.
I hear you. Just
Protect Dutch.
keep your eyes on Dutch.
Please.
I think you should go now, buddy.
Use R to select a weapon. What is R? Oh, right stick. And release LB to equip. They're gonna
Now,
shoot him.
friend, I ain't asking for much. Please, I am kind of desperate.
Hey, I don't believe it. Come here, partner. Come here. It's goddamn Dutch Vanderlyn, you morons! Colm is gonna shit his pants. Put your hands up.
What?
There's another one shooting from the window.
Ready for you.
How am I reloading? Where do I see my ammo? Oh my god! Oh, this guy was taking a poop. Where did he run to? I didn't see him.
He won't last out there by himself. That's my boy, Arthur. Good shooting. Goddamn O'Driscoll boy's here. Why?
I don't know. Maybe same
Okay, all of us survived. Nice.
Micah, go bring the horses closer to the house. Arthur, let's go search the cabin.
Damn, the Wild West is ruthless, dude.
Smells like a party in here. Turn the place upside down. Grab as many supplies as you can. We need the essentials. Food, medicine, whiskey.
Whiskey.
O'Driscoll's. I don't believe it. It's a strange one, all right.
Beefy.
Maybe they're hiding up here, too. There's a big price on Colm O'Driscoll's head. Nearly as big as the one on yours. Wanting Colm dead is about the only thing me and Uncle Sam agree on. I'm starving. You should eat something now.
Your health core drains over time and is now empty. While empty, you will experience negative effects. Hold to open your satchel. Eat a provision. Sure.
Place is dry and warm. We could maybe move the women and Jack down here. Maybe. We'll see how they are when we get back. I don't really want us to split up.
This is very mechanical. What about this? Beans, let's go. Right, let's take all of this. Canned beans and peaches.
Keep searching while I pack these on the horses.
Oh, so I can move faster while pressing A. Good. Loud.
Grab anything you think we can use, then meet me out here.
Join Dutch outside. I'm closing it because maybe there's something else I don't see while it's open. That is it right up here. So if I duck, can I duck? I can. I can probably open this. Yeah.
What are you doing in there, Arthur?
Chill, bro. I don't know where left and right is. Looking for some goddamn whiskey. Yeah, I'm gonna make a thumbnail of myself having like a western hat. Oh, so I can talk to him like this?
Still looking, Dutch.
Oat cakes. Okay. Is that all? Is there like a difficulty that you can apply? Because I want this shit on easy, I'm too scared.
Poor bastard was married too.
Okay, I think we're good. I wanna see if we can do anything in the FSR. Like this maybe. Is there a difference? A little bit. Maybe it's just copium. It's cool.
Come on, Arthur! Get a move on! Micah, Arthur, keep looking.
Yeah, there is
for
a
stuff.
difference for sure.
Arthur, go see if there's anything in that barn. Micah, you search.
It's too much. So it was on like 40, I wanted it on like 50, 60, something like that, maybe.
It's a cabin. See what we missed.
Sure.
So what was the default? Oh, that's way too less. We're gonna have to play around with this. Okay, it's cool. Investigate the barn. Do I know what a barn is? This looks like a barn. Oh my god.
Bastard shot my cousin! Well, he started it. I'm gonna break your neck!
Attack.
What's going on?
This guy just jumped me!
Oh, did he now?
Sneaky little bastard.
Oh my
Should
god.
I kill him?
No. Not yet. Find out what they're doing here and where Colm is.
Oh, this son of a bitch will talk.
Question.
Where's Colm O'Driscoll?
With the others. At an old mining camp southwest of here. Near the lake.
What are you bastards doing? Why are you up here?
We're fixing to rob some train. Gonna blow the tracks. I don't know more than that, I swear.
Beat him.
Well, I would say it looks like you have this, Arthur. Do what you want with him. I don't care. But bring that horse when you're done. Oh.
I don't know anything else. Please.
Spare.
Please, spare me. I promise. You won't see me again, partner. Please. You'll never see me again.
So everything that we do has an impact on the story. If we let him go, maybe he's gonna come back later. But I actually wanna let him go, so we see him later. Let's see what he does.
Please.
Should we beat him a little bit more?
I won't breathe a word to nobody.
Get the hell out of here. Go.
Pick up your gun. How did I do that? Oh, let me think. It's on the ground. Pick up your head.
Easy. You're okay. Easy. It's okay. You're all right, boy.
I was bonding.
You let him go, huh? Saw the little bastard scurrying off. Yeah. Figured he won't get far in this anyway. That looks like a decent horse. You should keep him. Tie him up over there, Arthur.
Over here.
Get away from me!
Micah, what the hell do you think you're doing?
Hold still, damn it! Wild thing, ain't ya?
Leave her alone.
I wasn't doing nothing.
Where was she
One of them
now?
O'Driscolls.
No, she ain't, Micah. Look at her. Miss. Are you... Oh, you fool! Micah! Miss, now, it is gonna be okay. We mean you no harm. Miss. Come on. It'll be okay. We need to get out of here, and quick. Come on now.
Oh, where she's naked in the snow.
You okay, miss?
They came 3 days ago. And my husband, they...
Okay. Miss, you are safe now. And you can't stay here. You come with us. Arthur. Miss, it's okay. We're bad men. We ain't them. It's okay. Get on. We'll keep you safe until you figure out what you want to do. What's your name, miss?
Where was she hiding?
Adler.
Adler.
Sadie Adler. Mrs. He was my husband.
So this is the corpse, okay.
Hey! Somebody's coming! Looks like it's Dutch. Hey, everybody, Dutch is back!
How'd you get on?
Micah found a homestead, but he weren't the first. Colm O'Driscoll and his scum, they beat us to it. We found some of them there, but there is more about, apparently. Scouting the train. Thank you.
That's the last thing we need right now, Dutch.
Well, it is what it is. But we found some supplies, some blankets, a little bit of food, and this poor soul, Mrs. Adler, Miss Tilly, Miss Karen, would you warm her up? Give her a drink or something? And Mrs. Adler, it's gonna be okay. You're safe now. They turned her into a widow. Animals. I need some rest. I haven't slept in 3 days.
You're over here. Miss O'Shea will show you the way. Mr. Morgan, we put you in a room over here.
Thank you, Miss Grimshaw.
Mr. Bell, you're with the fellas over there.
What? How come Arthur gets a room and I get a bunk bed next to Bill Williamson and a bunch of darkies?
Get yourself to bed.
Okay, so we got a room. Flashbang.
He ain't been seen in days. Weather ain't let up.
He's strong, and he's smart.
Strong, at least. Hello, Arthur.
Abigail?
Arthur, how you doing?
Just fine, Abigail. And you?
I need you to... I'm sorry to ask, but...
It's little John. He's got himself caught into a scrape again.
He ain't been seen in two days.
Your John will be fine. I mean, he may be as dumb as rocks and as dull as rusted iron, but that ain't changing because he got caught in some snowstorm.
Please go take a look. Javier?
Yes.
Javier, will you ride out with Arthur to take a look for John? You're the two best fit men we've got.
Now?
We're pretty worried about him.
I know. If the situation were reversed, he'd look for me.
Thank you.
This way. Last I know, John was headed up the river.
For all we know, he kept riding north and never looked back.
He wouldn't leave. Not like that.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Smoke. Come on, let's take a look.
Let's hope it ain't more of O'Driscoll's boys.
Well, seems somebody left. Recently. And that way.
Sure, well, come on then.
There's some tracks leading to the river. Yeah. Woo!
Here we can pick up.
Let's cross. See, they continue up that way.
You think it's John?
You tell me. These are horse tracks for sure, but could be anyone. Let's just see where they lead.
Boss head.
So, you were there, Javier.
I'm gonna become
What
snowblind.
really happened on that boat?
We had the money, it seemed fine. Then suddenly they were everywhere.
Bounty hunters?
No, Pinkertons. It was crazy. Raining bullets. Watch out for this crevice. Dutch killed a girl in a bad way. But it was a bad situation.
That ain't like him, though.
The tracks lead this way, Arthur.
Wait, so this is both bird eye.
Where you going?
This is bird's eye, okay.
Ha! We continue along the cliff wall here. Davey got shot. Mac and John, both shot too. Sean, we don't even know. I'm surprised we escaped at all. By the time you boys showed up from the other side of town, we were only just holding on.
Activate cinematic
Bad
camera.
business, all right. Damn
Oh.
snow's coming in hot again.
We'll lose these tracks if we don't move fast.
Cool.
What are you doing? There's no Driscolls around.
It said press.
Careful, it's getting narrow here.
Cool, the cinematic stuff is really sick.
Horses are getting tired.
Yeah, a lot of fresh snow here.
I don't know about this, Javier. I mean, we can't follow nothing.
Let's push on a little bit. Maybe we'll pick up the trail again.
Almost there, boy. Come on.
Hey, look! Over there! You see that? Despacio. John was riding that horse when we left Blackwater.
Oh no.
Let's see if he can hear us.
I can hear him.
Come on! Up there! Ha! It's coming from up ahead somewhere. I don't think we can go much further on the horses. We'll have to walk from here. I'd grab that shotgun from your horse. Who knows what's up ahead?
Weapons stored on my horse.
You getting that gun then?
So the gameplay is very slow, very mechanical.
Grab your shotgun. Come on.
My shotgun. Oh,
Down this way.
I see the ammo. 2 shots, 32 rounds.
It's slippery. Be careful. The end of that, we're high up here.
You're telling me.
Yeah, good thing we went looking for him, huh?
Drops down here. Watch yourself. Careful here.
What is he doing so far from his horse?
Watch your head here.
Wait. How do I crouch? Oh, I have to press the stick.
Okay. Good now.
Watch your step. This is real slippery.
Stay close to the wall.
Stamina core is empty.
Up here. Come on. Come on.
Wait. Restores health and stamina core. That eye core, interesting. I want something for only stamina, is that possible? Slightly restores health and moderately restores stamina. So this is what we need. Canned peaches. Eat.
That sounds closer now. Come on. We're coming, John!
Let's see, how do I climb this? Okay, here we go. I was gonna say, like, climbing like this, your hands must be already freezing.
Let's keep moving then. Come on. John, can you hear me? John, where are you?
Marston, you hear me?
John!
John!
I'm here! Down on the ledge! That's John! We're coming! Down here! He's down here! Over here!
All right! Hot down, Marston! That's quite a scratch you got there.
Never thought I'd say this, but it's good to see you, Arthur Morgan.
You don't look so good.
I don't feel too good neither. I'm freezing.
Don't die just yet, cowboy.
Come on, compadre. Well, we can't go back the way we came. Let's try this way.
Ain't you a sorry sight?
Can't argue with you there.
See? I told Dutch you weren't the right man for this.
I'm sure you did.
You all right?
I think so.
Come on. Hopefully this will lead us out.
What happened to him? He got attacked by a wolf.
Look up there.
Perfect. You head for the horses. I'll keep John's friends off until you're clear.
Okay, here we go, John. We'll leave them to Arthur.
Press X to keep attention. Do I shoot him?
Keep away from us.
I'm losing HP like this. I think I shoot him. Oh, go. He didn't say shoot him, so that's why I was like wondering.
Okay, let's get going before any more of these bastards show up. Come on, let's get the hell out of here. Come on then, let's get back to the others. Yeah,
I don't feel too good.
you'll be fine. It's just like a dog bite.
You knew a fella? Got bit by a dog. Died an hour later.
Everything kills you in the West, dude.
Not yet.
There is no medicine.
More coming down the hill.
Now it says kill the wolf.
Lárgate de aquí. Get out!
We got more wolves on the left. Alejate de mí.
Get out of here! Morgan!
You see any more, Arthur?
Oh, the
Don't
reload.
think so.
Jesus!
You still with us,
Oh, here we
Marston?
go.
Just about.
You're gonna be okay. We have some shelter now.
Thanks for coming for me.
Of course. That bullet in Blackwater, now this. You had a hell of a time.
And Arthur always says, I'm lucky.
None of us are lucky right now. We should ride in the water for a bit. Try to lose the scent. Don't want to leave a trail right back to camp.
You know, we're gonna need to come up with a better story for that scar.
So, freezing, bleeding, starving, damn near getting eaten to death ain't good enough for you?
Here, let's cross to the left.
Yeah, come on. Let's push hard and get back.
See those buildings up ahead, John? That's where we camped. Nearly there.
It was quite close.
Come on! Someone help John down off this horse.
Can we get some help here? Can we get some help? We need some help here.
Come on, help him down.
You're alive! You're alive!
Here we go. There we go. Ay, careful, idiotas! It's his leg.
Come on, let's get you warm. Thank you both. This is a new low, even by your standards.
Thank you, Arthur. Thank you.
Got any other lost maidens need saving?
Not today.
Have you and Dutch talked about how we're gonna get out of this?
I was just discussing with Herr Strauss when the weather breaks. I suppose we'll have to keep heading east.
East? Into all that civilization?
I know. The west is where our problems are worse. Come on, Herr Strauss, let's get warm.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
We have been running for weeks. We found shelter and been resting here in some old abandoned mining town while we wait the thaw. Hardly the spring I had been hoping for.
So what now, Dutch?
We get
Hold
strong,
something for
we get
details.
warm, and we wait. When the storm breaks, we move. But we're safe here. Warm enough.
I guess.
So we've done this. But it's a log, that's what happened.
Doubtful.
Not doubtful, just worried.
What do you think, Arthur?
Well, I wasn't on that boat, so hard to say. But I trust your judgment, Dutch. Always have.
Thank you, son. We have been shot at before, Hosea. I don't feel that this is honestly anything new.
I hope not.
We had a bit of bad luck, but then the storm covered our tracks, so now we wait a bit, and we go back to Blackwater, and we get our money, or we get some more money, and we keep heading west.
But we're heading east.
So it said sit.
For now.
These guys are on the thing.
For now,
Oh, here we go.
we got this. We're safe. Stay strong, Hosea. What about you, Arthur? You doubt me too? Never. Good. Because you know me, son. I'm just getting started. Once we get some money, well, they better send some good men after us, because they ain't never gonna find us. But we need money. Of course, Dutch. Thank you, son, for your strength. It means a lot to me.
Okay. Cannot carry more. More oat cake. Opened items provide half the benefit of new items. Okay. Wait. So there is a open drawer, nightstand, and what else? Okay, never mind. The smoking in here.
Sorry.
How do we talk to people? Compass. I want to talk to her. What is she doing? It's like a mirror. So how do I talk? Check the minimap. Minimap says there's something here. Is that true? So, isn't this supposed to be by... What is a black thing? Never mind. I guess we'll just check out what else is going on here. Okay, so this is my horsey. Horse cargo. Wait, is this in my horse? And I can only access it at my horse? Is that it? Wait. So I actually want my drone here. Let's see. Something with a train. Okay, let's move to the yellow spots on the minimap.
Hey.
Morning, Arthur.
How are you holding up?
Not too bad, considering.
That's it. Try to stay positive.
Okay, Arthur.
So that's how you talk to... Okay.
Oh, excuse me.
Up with you boys because I thought you liked action. Couple of days on the lam, and you lot have all turned yellow. Apart from you, of course.
Shut up, Micah.
I ain't never seen so many long faces. I guess folks miss them. I fell, but when I fall, I don't want no fuss.
When you fall, there'll be a party.
Party? Probably. That funny, huh? Sure. I don't feel like being laughed at by the likes of you two.
Stop it! Now! You fools punching each other when Como Driscoll's needing punching hard.
You want to sit around waiting for him to come find us? All of you, we got work to do. Come on.
Are you sure about this, Dutch?
Yes.
Folks been through a lot recently. We hardly back on our feet yet.
And the last thing we need is to get bushwhacked by Colm O'Driscoll. Let's go.
I know you hate him, Dutch.
He's here for us.
I doubt that.
No, you're just doubting me.
I would never doubt you, Dutch. You always said revenge is a luxury we can't afford.
This is the right call, Arthur. Take this. And this is about more than revenge for business long ago. They were talking about trains and detonators here. Colm always had good information. Come on.
And you think now is the right time to hit a train?
Now you might fancy living on deer piss and rabbit shit. I'm getting too old for that life. Mr. Matthews, Mr. Smith, Mr. Pearson, would you please look after the place? There are O'Driscolls about. Yeah!
Okay. So we're going out for revenge,
right,
yeah?
Arthur?
Yeah. He said follow the main trail southwest. They're camped near some lake.
Okay, let's go find these bastards before they find us and rob this score of their planet.
Monka music.
What's that?
The trap.
Tracks. Horses, quite a few of them. As far as I can tell, the only fools out here are us and them. They must be this way.
You good, Dutch?
Of course. Listen, I know you don't think much of my ideas recently, but this is the right move.
Okay. You know I got your back.
I learned a long time ago that you hit Colm O'Driscoll. Wait for him, and people you love will die.
This feud between you and him needs to be put to rest, one way or another.
It will be.
Some things I can forgive, others I can forget. What he did to Hannibal, I can't do neither.
You killed his brother, Dutch.
Yes, I did. And I hope the bastards will be reunited soon enough. That's how this'll end.
Damn right, boss.
See that
Damn,
smoke?
I see smoke.
Let's cut up here and take a look. They said it was near the lake, so we must be close.
Over there.
Hold up here.
Whoa!
All right, gentlemen. This is it.
In cinematic
Are we
cam.
goddamn ready.
Ready, Dutch.
Good. Now, Mr. Morgan and I, we're gonna head up here a little, see if we can't get a sense of the layout of the camp. Mr. Williamson, Mr. Bell, you two take up a hidden position just outside the camp. Mr. Summers, Mr. Escuela, you two hold position here.
Wait, how many people are there? What
Let's
is
go.
happening? Oh! Alright, that's actually... Yeah, I thought it's only like 4 people. Go to the cliff edge. I suppose that's the yellow mark.
There they are. That's definitely them.
Home?
I think so.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
shit.
him.
Who's he talking to? He don't seem very happy.
No.
They leaving?
Seem to be. Should we go get them?
No. Cone can wait. Best to get some of them out of there. And much less fun to rob him and his score if he never finds out about it. All right, let's go pay our old friends a visit. Don't forget to grab that rifle from your horse. You two, get up there and keep us covered.
Sure thing.
And my horse was this one. Horse weapons.
Are you
Horse
hearing me?
cargo.
You're going to need that rifle.
Study lead.
Quick, grab that repeater and let's get moving.
Select a long arm slot. Oh, I see.
Good. Come on, let's go.
My stamina is okay.
Around the far side and go down that way, same as Micah and Bill. Like you said, revenge is a luxury we can't afford.
Yeah, just wasn't sure you agreed with me.
Arthur, have you completely lost faith in me? Our needs right now are supplies, equipment, and a way out of here. Everything else, including Combe, can wait.
Okay.
There's enough of those bastards down there to deal with as it is. Now, come on.
Cinematics. Oh yeah. Maybe not.
It's steep here. Careful.
I have a little town going down there.
Maybe I should take the lead on this. They're going to be gunning for you.
They ain't got me yet.
No, but the way our luck's been running...
Hush. Let's just get down there first. Down through these trees, quick.
Hey, anybody see Liam? I think he went hunting with the others. Son of a bitch is meant to be on guard duty.
This all looks real nice.
Stay low.
Like this.
Come on, follow me.
So the gray dots are targets.
Okay, let's get in cover.
That fella smacked you up something stupid, huh?
So,
So these are our guys.
what are we doing, Dutch? I can take this if you want.
Just
So gray is ours.
you want to take the lead? Go. We have to move.
Center gang, take the lead.
So why'd they let you go?
Okay,
I wouldn't have done.
I'll go first.
Didn't have much choice. Was
What am I doing?
teeth off the floor.
Lighting them up?
You didn't tell him nothing.
who's gonna get some first.
Freezing. At least the snow eased off a bit.
O'Driscolls! You're dead, you sons of bitches!
Walkway there.
Was mit my... Your health is low.
I'm moving up! Put some fire behind me!
Low down bastards! A lot of you!
God damn! Is that all you got?
Trying to figure out the UI. My monitor's so big I have to look like left and right. You can fire weapons quickly from the hip when not aiming. So if I chill, my HP gets regened. Oh, I can drop the... No, drop the entry.
There's one up on the water tower!
Shit, my HP. Oh, yep. Okay, cool, we're dead. Okay.
So, what are we doing, Dutch? I can take this if you want.
Just make the call. You want to take the lead? Go.
Walked away.
Okay. I'll go first.
Yeah. Saw him with my own 2 eyes.
Okay, how do I aim?
O'Driscoll! You're dead, you sons of bitches! Ah! Pushing forward!
What was this slow-mo kill?
Let's go! Look out! On top of the water tower, you see him?
Dutch's boys.
Okay, now my HP is messed up. Really restores HP. Restores health core. So okay, the game stops when we heal. That's good to know. I don't want to waste this, but I do want to pick something now, but not this one probably, right? Health cube. Actually, maybe I do, because I know where there is another one. Okay, whoa. You did wrong time. Oh, there's one guy at the water tower, I see him now. How do I... So I wanna be peeking out from here. Come on, shoot. They did not shoot. 7 shot. Oh shit. Get out of my shop.
Look out! We got more in those cabins to the right.
Okay. It looks like I'm picking up ammo automatically.
Take out those bastards in the cabin.
It was a full fake fight for those results.
Shoot! Shoot! Why am I not shooting?
Hope the Undertaker's got your size.
Push up on 'em. Oh, damn it! They're still hiding in those cabins.
You're messing with the wrong people, son of a bitch.
Yeah, look at all this stuff we're picking up. I don't see any more. Okay.
Search the bodies. Strip everything we can from them. You recognize
So the bodies are the
Of
crosses?
course not. Colm doesn't give a damn about his men. All he cares about is numbers. If you can shoot a gun, ride a horse, and kill without
Got some money.
you're in. Think
Oh, so the
how
cross is
long some of you've
black?
been with me.
And once I loot him, the
Colm
cross
doesn't even
becomes
know
like
half the names of these
grayed out. That is great.
Keep looking. We need everything we can get off of these bastards.
Mm-hmm.
Keep searching the bodies, Arthur.
Wait, it actually takes longer to loot them.
Look out! More of the bastards coming out of the trees.
Of the trees. Press RS.
Shit, there's a lot of them. What do you think, Arthur?
Oh, press the
Revolver
stick.
out
I see,
here.
I see.
Go at them.
Let me try and loot this guy again. Hold on.
All right, pick 'em off as they come out.
Oh, he's weak.
Don't lose them in the trees.
Ah. Whoa! Whoa! Wait! Wait, how does this work? Bro, aim, and then press here. Wow, aimbotting, dude. That is cool, okay. Oh, okay, the combat is nice.
The cowards are running away. Good work, boys.
Alright, let's loot all of them.
We'll get what we need. Clear out.
So yeah, very mechanical, very slow, I like it. The graphics are clean. And we get so much ammo. Chewing tobacco of this guy. Indeciso. Yo, what's up? More and more kick people are coming. Saying hello, that's cool. I think last month I had like 20 kick followers, and now we are like above 50. That's cool. So much loot! And there's much more.
We don't have time to mess around. We're waiting on you, Arthur.
I'm gonna loot all of them.
Arthur, get over here.
Okay, boss. I'm laughing because this one bot on Kick is spamming for something, I don't know. Probably trying to sell views or something. Oh, earn $100 a day? Okay, cool. And then he says, believe me. That's so funny to me. Yo, believe me, bro. Some random guy on the internet. Almost done now.
Good work, boys. Now, let's tear this place apart. Bill, you go search that wagon there. Mike, search that building. Arthur, you take that building to the left. All
Yes,
right, man,
boss.
quick. Find those detonators, explosives, anything you can. Let's go.
The bird's eye thing was cool, man. Like a Max Payne, kill everybody kind of thing. I just don't know how to control it completely. Cigar. Oh, whoa. Oh my god. Okay, so there is fall damage. Going to back home. Let me see what I picked up. There's a bunch of stuff. So in terms of provision, there was something for bird's eye. Here it is. Oh, of course, it's alcohol. What do we have here? Horse core, yeah. Cigarettes. Slightly damages stamina core, slightly restores deadeye core. Cigarettes are good for you in this game. Greatly restores deadeye. That's cool. Let's see what else we have here. Oh. I mean, we are stacked now. Wait, I thought this statue was only at my horsey. Whatever. Dynamite?
Here. This looks good. What do you think, Bill?
Looks fine. Smells good.
Come on.
Did we get everything?
Think so, boss? Found this on one of them.
Thank you.
This is perfect.
Oh, yeah? Interesting. This is something about the train they was gonna rob. Of Mr. Leviticus Cornwall. Mount back up. Let's keep moving.
No, there was no stuff.
All right, let's get out of here.
Nope. There was more stuff. It was this building, yeah? Anything more? Okay, so we could climb. I have no clue.
Are you sure this is the right way?
Ooh. Ouch. This all looks very, Did it explode or something? Yeah.
Good work, fellas. Not bad for some starving down and out. They can pummel us as hard as they like, but we will always get back up and fight. That's who we are. Outlaws for life, fellas. Wait until we have John, Mac, Charles, and Sean back riding with us, and I believe, I know, they will all be back.
Well, you didn't get Combe, but this hit'll hurt him a lot more than any bullet in the head.
Especially when we rob this train, too.
Ooh.
Yeah, I guess we'll see about that.
Oh, indeed we will.
You know, he'll come after us.
Oh, of course he will, just like all the rest. But we're gonna stay a step ahead of them. Make sure we always know where they are before they know where we are. We allowed ourselves to get a step behind in Blackwater. That won't happen again. All right, dig in, fellas. Let's make some ground. Yeah! Hey, you see that fella? Wasn't he at the camp with Combe?
Leave
him to me.
All right, we're heading back. Just bring him back alive. He
But
could
the
be
guy that we left.
Okay, you got it.
Lasso him. How do I lasso him? LB. Wait, he gone. Are we gonna lasso him?
Come on.
Should have taken the shortcut here. Is this the guy that I let go?
Faster.
Oh.
I won't be no trouble. Look, I give up.
Oh my god, what is my horse doing here?
Mister, please. Please don't kill me, please. Don't hurt me. No. I surrender. I surrender.
Okay, what is B? B is this.
You're
There we go.
coming with me.
Let me go. Come on. I'm no use. Shit.
Horse cargo?
What's your name, boy?
I don't know.
What?
Aaron Duffy.
I ain't gonna lie to you. This is a real bad day for you.
Where you taking me?
Somewhere you ain't gonna like.
Why? What are you gonna do?
Something you ain't gonna like. So I'd advise you to save your breath for screaming.
Oh, please.
It's getting dark.
Let me go. Disappear. I'll go to Mexico.
Mexico, is that a thing?
Used to ya.
You better shut your mouth, you little. Shut it.
I don't know nothing real about them. Honest. They don't tell me nothing. I swear. I don't want to die, mister.
Are you trying to test me? Is that it? Because I will break every bone in your body.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay?
Not one more goddamn word. Am I clear?
Okay. Okay.
That's 2 bones right there.
rearing with his horse, hold and X. So I leveled up, is that it? RB and X.
Sack of shit. Let's introduce you to the boys.
Hurt me, please.
Oh, don't worry. They're real nice.
Oh, we can run with him? I'm strong.
Huh. You found a little shit, did you?
Yep. I got
Very good. Welcome to your new home. Hope you're real happy here.
You want me to make it?
Oh, now all we'll get is lies. Uncle, Mr. Williamson, tie this maggot up someplace safe. We get him hungry first. I got a saying, my friend. We shoot fellas as need shooting, save fellas as need saving, and feed 'em as need feeding. We are gonna find out what you need. I can't believe it! An O'Driscoll in my camp!
I ain't an O'Driscoll, mister! I hate that fella!
Oh, whatever you say, son. Well done, Arthur.
I'm just sorry we missed out on Colm.
Oh, there's time enough for that. Now, I gotta figure out if we can hit that train.
Okay.
Mission complete, old friends. Hold for details. What is the details? Is that it? Okay. Can I talk to him? Hello?
You okay, Bill?
Are we gonna hit this train then?
Seems that way. Ooh, sorry.
Yeah. Another guy.
Excuse me. So, how you feeling about this train?
I mean,
Having
we
fun
gotta
here,
do
Lenny?
something. More since we robbed the O'Driscolls.
Hopefully we'll be out of here soon. Okay, well, try to stay warm.
Okay.
We're gonna starve to death up here, Mr. Morgan.
We're okay.
We have a few cans of food and a rabbit. For what, 10, 12 people? When I was in the Navy...
I do not wish to hear about what you got up to in the Navy, Mr. Pearson.
We were stranded at sea for 50 days.
And you unfortunately survived.
When we ran away from Blackwater, I wasn't able to get supplies in.
Well, when government agents are hunting you down, sometimes shopping trips need to be cut short. We'll survive. We always have. And if needs be, we can eat you. You're the fattest.
I sent Lenny and Bill hunting, and they found nothing.
Well, Lenny's more into book learning than hunting. Bill's a fool. Unless those mountains are full of game that want to read, ain't no wonder they found
Enough of this. We'll go find something. Come on, Arthur.
What do you got there?
Assorted, salted offal. Starving will be preferable.
Come on, let's go.
You can't go hunting. Look at your hand.
I can't stay here listening to you two. Look, if there's game in those hills, I'll find it. And you can kill it.
You need to rest, Charles.
You think this is rest? Come along.
Okay, so we're gonna go for food.
Here, you take this. I can't use it, and you'll have to.
Oh, you're joking.
Use a gun, and we'll scare off every animal for miles around. You're never too old to learn, I imagine. Come on, this way. Yeah.
So we got arrows, we got salt. Preserve them, I suppose. Let me just see. Here it is. Damage range, fire rate, reload, accuracy. Condition, nothing. What does regular mean?
How are you holding up, Charles?
I'm okay, apart from this hand. Stupid mistake.
Still bad?
It'll be fine in a day or two. I just can't pull a bow right now.
I sure hope I can. Never really got the hang of it.
You'll be fine.
So, you reckon we're gonna find something to kill that ain't an O'Driscoll?
Huh. There's meat up here for sure. Pearson doesn't know what he's talking about. Now the weather's eased off a bit, they'll be needing to feed. We'll head up this way. Find some higher ground.
Whew. Been a wild few days, all right. That ride north from Blackwater, getting stuck in the storm, going out for John, that thing with the O'Driscolls.
You've had a lot put on you. I wish I could have done more.
I didn't mean it like that, just a lot to think back on.
I still don't really know what happened on that boat.
Me neither. Well, Javier told me a bit, but it sure weren't good.
See some of the ground uncovered here. Come on, let's try this way. Keep your eyes peeled for movement. The wind's died down too.
That's good.
No wind at all is bad, but if it's too strong, they won't move. Now shh, stay quiet. Hey, stop here a second. I see something.
Oh, watch it.
There's deer been here. Recently.
How can you tell?
How can you not? Let's walk it from here.
I don't see any.
You're gonna need the bow. Don't leave it on your horse. The gun will scare everything around. Well, there's no point setting off without that bow.
What am I supposed to do? No, I'm supposed to do this.
Quiet as you can. Stay low and move slowly.
Okay, but let's find a deer first.
Try to stay low. You see the tracks?
I think so.
Where?
Maybe not.
Focus.
I don't see the tracks. Oh, press LS and RS. Focus on tracks. Now I see them. Probably drinking, huh? Or B, focus on track. Oh, okay, never mind. I see. There it is.
Wait, look. There they are. Are you ready with that bow?
I don't know.
The neck or head. Quick and clean. You can pull back quite hard. You'll feel when it's too much.
There they are. I only see one.
Quick, before they move. Good shot. Now let's try for another.
Where? Then take the arrow. Damn! Cold-blooded. So there should be another. Is it it? Oh, I see. It's Bambi! Oh no, it's Bambi! When close, study an animal.
Got it. Well done. I think that's all we can carry. Okay,
Shoot!
You pick up one, I'll get the other.
You sure your hand's okay?
It'll be fine once I get it on my shoulder.
Pick up one. I guess I go for this one.
Or not.
How do I study them when I'm close to them like this? How do I study? Yeah, he's so strong, dude. He can pick it up just like this. Okay, bro. This thing weighs like probably 60 kg easily. I'm here.
What are you doing? Let's get out of here.
What am I doing? What is happening? Stow, what is stow? Oh, because there is rocks?
Here. Good haul, boy.
boy. Whoopsie.
Ready to head back when you are.
Come on, then. Let's head back. Nice work, Arthur. Should be enough meat here to keep us all fed for a few days.
You
Nice.
found him.
I knew you'd be okay with that bow.
It's easier when they ain't shooting back.
We've seen enough of that.
Considering how things were looking a couple of days back,
Mmm,
maybe our
clean
luck's
deer
finally
meat.
on the turn.
Seems to me we should be putting our effort into getting off this mountain now.
Soon. People are still weak, and you've seen
You can
how
use all of
floaty
it. You
those
can use the
wagons
blood
are.
and drink it.
They ain't going nowhere until we get some more thaw.
You can use the
probably
pelt.
And even if we do get off here, what
You
then?
got all the organ
We
meat.
still have a big price on our heads.
That's a lot of it's a lot of food.
We'll find somewhere
Good
to
food.
lie low. Dutch and Jose will have a plan. You notice how Pearson's had a bottle in his hand ever since we fled Blackwater? We give the camp cook 5 minutes to grab the essentials and go, and he doesn't even bring a crumb of food.
Good that we caught more than one. We've only been up here a few days and have already picked up 2 more mouths to feed.
One more. We ain't feeding the O'Driscoll a damn thing. Except maybe that can of salted offal Pearson was kind enough to give us.
The girl, she has a wild look in her eye.
Of course. She lost her husband, her home, everything she had.
So what do we do with her?
Well, once we get out of here and we're back on our feet, we'll see. She might have family somewhere.
Who knows? Maybe she'll deal with the O'Driscoll for us.
Well, I know who my money's on in that fight. He's weak, but that makes him much more useful. Maybe we can get to them before they get to us.
What is it with the O'Driscolls?
You ain't dealt with them? I suppose. Hell, we ain't run into them much the last 6 months. I guess because they've been over this way.
Yeah. I've heard a lot of talk about them.
Well, we've been scrapping over scores with them for years. Big gang. Nasty sons of bitches.
Watch out.
There.
We can find another way around. You must be real hungry. Stay well back.
Okay.
Spring storms like this are the worst for animals that sleep all winter.
So we can't fight him, yeah?
Cut up here, off the trail.
Hold S. Call mit.
We ain't ever talked that much, you and me. How long you been with us now? 5, 6 months?
Something like that.
Bet you didn't expect this.
What?
Any of this. Blackwater mess. Being up here.
Sooner or later, a job's gonna go wrong. Nature of life.
I just thought you might have moved on by now.
You want me to move on?
No. No, not at all. I just know you could run it alone, no problem.
I did that for a long time. I'm done with it. Always wondering if someone's gonna kill you in your sleep.
I still wonder that most nights.
I reckon you're okay. This suits me. Sure, I could fall in with another gang, but Dutch... You know, Dutch is different.
Oh, yes. Dutch is certainly different.
He treats me fair. Most of you do. And for a fellow with a black father and an Indian mother, that ain't normally the case.
Well, we need you now. Or never.
Good. And how long have you been with these boys? Why ain't you run off?
Me? 20 years, something like that. Since I was a boy.
20 years?
Yeah. Taught me to read. John, too. Taught me a few other things, him and Hosea.
Huh. I'm sure.
Dutch saved me. Saved most of us. That's why we need to stick by him through this. He always sees us right. Right. Do for now. I appreciate you letting me aim in the other night.
Wrong one. It's as hard on the horses as on the rest of us. I don't know what Dutch would do if something happened to the
Like,
cow.
what do you feed them?
Same with Bill and Brown Jack. He's a drunk, miserable bastard, but he loves that horse.
Huh. I hope they all make it.
I tried to ride the count once. Bucked me faster than a bull. Won't take nobody but him.
Whoa. I'm gonna hitch tie him over here.
Brought some food back, boys! Come on, let's get these over to Pearson. Oh, and thank you for showing me how to use the bow properly.
I only showed you a little. Takes a lifetime of practice to master.
Pearson gonna be happy.
Well, well, well! What a surprise. Find a camp rat loitering around in the kitchen.
Is that any way to greet an old friend? I feel like we haven't spoken for days.
I do my utmost to avoid you.
He loves me, really. It's his sad way of showing affection.
No, it isn't. Now shoot, get lost.
Well, see you gents later.
See, you got on just fine.
Charles is a wonder.
Have a drink, boys. You earned it.
Jesus, what is that?
Navy rum, sir. It's the only thing. The only thing. Keeps you sane, it does.
Yes, seems to have done a treat on you. You go rest that hand, Charles.
We'll be fine in a few days.
You mind helping me with the skinning, Mr. Morgan? It's easier if we do it together.
Do I get to skin you?
You're always one with the jokes, aren't you? Come on.
This really isn't a job for a man with a burnt hand. I'll see you both later.
You skin that one you dumped on the floor there.
Damn! Oh man, he's fast.
Not too bad, Mr. Morgan. Yeah. They always said you were a butcher. You know, you could trade these or sell these in pretty much any town. If you're looking to make a legitimate bit of money, of course.
Right now, I'm just looking to get off this mountain alive.
Well, if you catch anything else, you bring it to me.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Heck, Arthur Morgan's first decent bit of hunting after all these years.
Yeah, well, we're on the run now. Everyone's got to do their bit to survive. Just make a good stew. Folk need it. It's been a tough few days.
A few days later.
It's been about a few weeks, but Dutch being Dutch, he is busy making plans, and Dutch being Dutch, those plans involve robbery and dreams. Well, I thought you was reading him his last rites. Now I see you're introducing him to your other passion.
I'll mind you to show me some respect, Mr. Morgan.
Mind away, Reverend. You're still here, then?
I owe you.
Yeah. And you'll pay me. But for the moment, just rest.
Arthur, I think it's time for the train.
Want me to come?
Of course I do, but look at you.
I was always ugly, Dutch. It's just a scratch.
Don't lie still, son.
Hello, Abigail.
Dutch,
Jackie.
the boy wanted to see you, John.
You see me now. Or what's left of me. What about you?
Guess I was hoping to see a corpse.
Bide your time. You'll see plenty of them.
You're a rotten man, John Marston.
He is an idiot, Abigail. We all know it. Now, railway men. Bill,
So he went out for
right ahead
scouting,
set the
and
charge
what
at
happened
the water
exactly? Was it the
tower
wolf?
Just before the tunnel.
Ain't a problem. Why are we doing this? Weather's breaking. We could leave. I thought we was lying low.
Yeah, come on. What do you want from me, Hosea?
I just don't want any more folks to die, Dutch.
We're living, Hosea. We're living. Look at me. We're living. Even you. But we need money. Everything we have's in Blackwater. You fancy heading back there?
No. Listen, Dutch, I ain't trying to undermine you. I just want to stick to the plan, which was to lie low, then head back out west. Now, suddenly we're about to rob a train.
What choice have we got?
Leviticus Cornwall's no joke, Dutch.
Who is Leviticus Cornwall?
He's a big railway magnate, sugar dealer, oil man.
Well, how good for him. Sounds like he has more than enough to share.
Dutch!
Gentlemen, it is time to make something of ourselves. Get your horses ready. We have a train to rob. All right, we're moving out. Follow me.
This deer meat got me hungry, dude. Master Hunter, one of 3 deer's skin.
Okay, gentlemen, listen up, all of you. According to the information so kindly provided to us by the O'Driscolls, the train will be coming north from Big Valley. We're gonna pick it off after it crosses the border into the Grizzlies. There's a raised spot there that should give us good vantage. Charles, you'll keep lookout for any outriders. How's that hand, by the way?
I'll be fine.
Good. I'll take the driver and engineer, then run point. Lenny, Javier, you two take the front cars, deal with any guards. Arthur and Micah.
You got a problem with that?
Not if you keep your head for once.
You worry about yourself, huh?
Enough! After Bill blows the tracks, we're gonna need to move fast.
Yep.
Crystal.
Yes, boss.
Good. Now come on. Let's
Snow, finally.
feels good, doesn't it? But we need to get this done fast. Now it's thawing, before anyone gets up here after us. Oh, look at you boys. See? This is what I call a crew. Micah, Javier, Escuela, and what about young Lenny here? Always the first man on his horse.
They're all gonna die. He mentioned all the names.
Just happy we're back at him, Dutch.
You sure you're ready for this, kid?
Of course I'm ready.
Just stay calm. Keep your eyes sharp. That goes for all of you. No mistakes. Not again.
I go back to cinematic.
So we do this, then we go back to Blackwater to collect.
How many times you gonna ask the same question, Micah?
That's a lot of damn money to leave sitting for too long.
It would be crazy to go back there now. The place will be swarming with Pinkertons.
We go back when I say we go back, and that's the end of it. The money's safe. You'll just have to trust me. There'll be a stack of railroad bonds on this train. Good money, once we work out how to cash them. Now everyone, your mind on the job at hand. Come on. There's the water tower. Hold up here on the ridge.
Whoa there.
It's
Bill
awesome.
there? Yeah. You want to head down? See how he's getting on?
Okay.
Whoa!
Check on Bill. Bill, one of us? No. Charles, Javier, Lenny,
Come on, Arthur.
Micah. Wait, is Bill the yellow dot downstairs? Hold on.
Careful. Huh? Get a hold of that
This
horse,
is a good
Morgan.
spot.
I must remember to thank Home O'Driscoll for planning it out so well for us.
And for providing all the explosives. Real generous of the fella.
Yeah.
How you getting on?
Yeah. I'm okay.
You sure?
Of course.
I didn't see him.
Can I help a little?
All right. Go ahead and set up the detonator by those rocks over there.
Okay, sure.
Now just unspool the wire and then attach it to said detonator.
Dude, this looks clean, dude.
Okay, this is good.
How does this
All
work?
right. That should do it. You head back up to the others. I got it from here.
I have the feeling something bad's gonna happen here.
Looking forward to it. Just be ready to move quick and remember the plan. All of you, no mistakes.
What's going on?
He says all fine.
We'll soon find out.
Okay, we need to master the controls here as well.
Everything okay?
I think so.
Okay, cover your faces. Train should be here any minute now.
Cool. So I'm to cover my face.
That includes you, Arthur? Gentlemen, it's time. Good luck, all of you. You all know what to do.
Here we go. Shit! No! What?
Oh.
Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Where did you find that moron? You said it was fine.
My fault. Come on! You're pathetic. You know that?
Shit, what now? Jump on the train? What? Yeah.
Help!
Stop yelling! You're okay.
Where's Javier?
He fell. The others will get him.
Let's go.
Stop this.
Take him. Arthur, who's going?
I wanna pick up this stuff here.
Okay, I'll just deal with it. Hey!
Yo, how is the music so cool?
I'm gonna be the one that puts you in.
You alright?
Yeah, I'm good.
We gotta master the eagle eye.
Well, I hooked up the wire, but we won't mention that.
We messed it up.
That's what we're doing, kid.
Whoopsie. Okay, we can eagle eye again. So that's cool.
Come on, we need to stop this train.
There's another guard up ahead.
Oh, I don't wanna loot. I don't wanna pick him up.
Arthur, who's going?
Ooh, we got a silver ring.
Okay.
That's money.
Shouldn't we push up?
Oh, so there's like buff food. Oh, let's do it again.
Any requests
Shit.
for the Undertaker?
And fortify slightly. I need HP. This is only health core, but what was the thing? Restores health core. Is it only health core? Is there nothing like health? Wait, I don't get it. Hold on, hold on.
We moving up?
So if I eat this, my health core gets replenished, but not my HP.
Not again.
Now. There was health core and what else? I think I just have to wait for my HP to come back.
Keep moving!
You alright?
Yeah, I'm good.
Well, I hooked up the wire, but we won't mention that.
Gold pocket watch.
That's what we're doing, kid.
Alright, so we have to climb. And for some reason my brain thought I can move here.
Let's get to the front. What is wrong with you? I'm going up. We have to stop the
How you doing there?
I'm okay. If we don't stop this train soon, the other boys will never catch us.
Yeah.
I know. Just stay calm.
Get him off me!
Aim weapon.
Shit, more guards coming out of that train.
Do we not get him? 1. 2. Nope.
All these bastards must be guards.
We need to guard the back, right?
Yep. Yep. Keep pushing on.
Watch out for us and shoot us up top. You ain't the first man out
Oh, cool.
Still okay?
I think so.
Good.
Who is this guy?
Doing good, kid. Where the hell are the others?
I don't know.
We got a lot of ammo. Oh my.
Shit! Look, they're coming out of that last car.
We're gonna get out of this.
Oh, I know we are. You won't make it, hey? There's the other boy.
All right. Finish those suckers.
Okay, they got him.
I'll kill every last one of you. Good shooting, kid.
I can see now why the O'Driscolls brought so many boys up here for this.
Parker, get over here.
You two
My
all
horse.
right?
Yes,
It's
let's
here.
get the money and go.
We got some fellas holed up in this last car.
Ah, shit.
What are you boys planning on doing in there? Listen to me. We don't want to kill any of you. Any more of you. I give you my word, but trust me, we will.
I work for Leviticus Cornwall.
Come on, boys.
We got our orders.
Okay. You asked for it.
We ain't
5,
opening this door.
4, 3, 2, 1. Seems our friends have gone deaf. Wake them up a little. That's enough. Mr. Williamson, give Mr. Morgan and Mr. Smith some dynamite. You two boys go blow that door open. Now, don't matter too much to us, but you boys in there might want to take a step back.
Seems good enough. Now light the fuse.
Here we go.
Unless you got a death wish, I'd step back, fellers.
They be looking fancy.
Search that train.
Look at this place. It's like a palace.
Now I've seen everything.
Damn.
You two got the safe? I'll search the rest.
Oh, yes. Should be easy as cake. You're just gonna stand there, kid. Pour me some brandy, will ya? I'm
Fine brandy.
Me and Arthur did all the work.
Yeah, kid did good. Didn't see you rushing to jump on that train.
He's keen. I'll give you
Random
that.
letter. We are yet to receive
Okay.
payment of 2K. 2K is a bunch of money back then.
Door when I say so.
Okay.
Come on. Get in there.
I'm full on cigars.
Ah. There. See? That's how it's done. Shit. Just a pile
Telegram.
of papers.
Bonds?
I don't think so. Here. Make yourself useful. At least we all know you can read.
Give me those.
Railroad contracts, invoices, blah, blah, blah. You got anything?
Not really. Sugar imports from the Spanish West Indies. A lot of sugar. Some fancy new boat he's ordered from Europe.
This looks like something.
I am not robbing another boat as long as I live.
What is this? Stocks?
Have you checked all
Bond.
the drawers and cabinets?
I think I got him.
Stocks kick.
Nice.
Well, thank God. Come on.
Any more? Okay. Get back to the gang. Let's see who's this guy. Wait, they have pictures in no, this is a painting. Okay.
Let's hurry this along now. What did you find?
These bonds. They worth anything?
Oh, sure. Bearer bonds. I think we can probably sell these pretty easily. Well done. Now, would you get rid of all of this?
The train?
Yeah, get it out of here.
What about them?
What do you think?
I don't know.
It's up to you. Kill them, leave them here, take them with you on the train. Just make sure they
Nah,
don't
we
send
don't
no
kill them.
folk after us.
Okay.
See you back at camp. When you get back,
They don't know who we are. We got a
moving on.
mask, so
The
they
rest
can't
of
send
you,
anybody.
let's ride.
Deal with the guards. Threatened.
Okay. Get on the train. Quick. All of you. Any bright ideas, I kill all three. So behave. Come on. Move. If I hear
Smack
so
him.
much as a footstep from this car, you'll end up like all your friends out here.
We won't tell a soul, I swear.
Said quick.
Smack him. The engine car. Okay. I guess I should be looting the guards, no? Give me my horse. Nope, okay.
Oh, for Lord's sake, put that book away and go help. Oh, Mary Beth.
So, we getting out of this hellhole?
We're gonna try. Weather seems stable.
And we just robbed the Leviticus Cornwall train.
We got money in our pockets. The worst is behind us, gentlemen. So the question is, where now?
I know this country a little. I told you, we should set up camp in Horseshoe Overlook near Valentine. We'll be able to hide out there, no problem, as long as we keep our noses clean.
Well, then let's go. Clean noses and everything else. Arthur, you're in that one. Bring Hosea. I know you two like to talk about the good old days and what's gone wrong with old Dutch.
Oh, so far so good. I need a break though. I think that's it for now. I'm gonna make some food. Let's watch something. What happened? Did we crash? Hmm. Did the game crash? What happened here? Looks like it did. The game crashed indeed. Let me start it again. I just want to see where it starts. Where would it crash? The cinematic was too crazy. So I believe he got saved and all, right? Before the cutscene, but still.
Oh, for Lord's sake! Put that
Yeah.
book away and go help. Oh, Mary Beth.
Hmm. Fight, fight, fight. Okay, why don't I have sound on stream? I don't understand. We do have sound on Twitch, but not on YouTube. Okay, I think I got it. I'm gonna restart the YouTube stream.
Das Gebiet, über das die ganze Welt seit Jahrzehnten diskutiert. Ein kurzer Überblick.
Der Gazastreifen liegt im Südwesten von Israel.
I'm gonna restart the YouTube stream.
Das Gebiet, über das die ganze Welt seit Jahrzehnten
here we go.
diskutiert. Ein kurzer Überblick.
Nice. Now we got.
Gazastreifen
Okay, I got it.
an der Grenze zu Ägypten. Er ist etwa 10 Kilometer breit und 40 Kilometer lang und existiert so seit 1949, dem Ende des ersten arabisch-israelischen Krieges. Die Kontrolle über das Gebiet wechselt über die Jahrzehnte. Zunächst wird der Gazastreifen von Ägypten verwaltet und 1967 von Israel besetzt. 1994 geht die Verwaltung größtenteils an die Palästinenser über. 2005 zieht Israel seine Truppen ab. 2007 ergreift die militant-islamistische Hamas die Macht. Vor Kriegsbeginn ist der Gazastreifen mit 2,2 Millionen Einwohnern sehr dicht besiedelt. Israel hat das Gebiet mit einem Sperrzaun abgeriegelt. Es gibt 3 Grenzübergänge, 2 nach Israel und einen nach Ägypten.
Also eine schwierige, mit vielen Problemen behaftete Entstehungsgeschichte, was rechtlich jetzt möglich ist. Darüber spreche ich mit Andreas von Arnaud, Professor für öffentliches Recht mit Schwerpunkt Völkerrecht an der Christian-Albrechts-Universität zu Köln. Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
Gaza ist also ein gewachsener Raum. Ist so eine Umsiedlung, wie Trump sie fordert, völkerrechtlich eigentlich möglich?
Nein, das ist sie nicht. Der Internationale Gerichtshof hat gerade erst im Juli letzten Jahres in seinem Gutachten ausdrücklich nochmal klargestellt, dass der Gazastreifen integraler Bestandteil der palästinensischen Gebiete ist. Und das ist im Übrigen auch unabhängig davon, ob ein Staat Palästina bereits existiert oder nicht.
Trump spricht ja vom Erwerb
Das heißt,
Bitte sagen Sie es ganz
ja, Verzeihung. Genau, eine Umsiedlung wäre im Prinzip ein schwerer Verstoß gegen das Selbstbestimmungsrecht des palästinensischen Volkes, das eben hier dem das Territorium gehört.
Trump spricht ja vom Erwerb des Gazastreifens und von Kontrolle durch die USA. Ist denn irgendeine Rechtsform auf Trumps Seite?
Nein, es ist hier auch nicht vorstellbar, wie das eigentlich geschehen soll. Er plant ja eben eine Zwangsumsiedlung. Eine solche, wie gesagt, wäre völkerrechtswidrig. Sie wäre im Übrigen, wenn sie durch eine Besatzungsmacht durchgeführt würde, auch ein Verstoß gegen das vierte Genfer Rotkreuzübereinkommen, an das sowohl Israel als auch die USA gebunden sind. Es wäre also ein flagranter Völkerrechtsverstoß, ein Kriegsverbrechen. Es gibt also keine Rechtsgrundlage, es sei denn, Palästina als Staat würde sozusagen das Gebiet an die USA abtreten. Aber davon ist nun nicht auszugehen, abgesehen davon, dass die USA Palästina als Staat auch nicht anerkennen.
Es gibt viele, nennen wir es mal, unkonventionelle Vorstöße von Trump. Grönland zum Beispiel soll auch gekauft werden, der Panama-Kanal notfalls militärisch besetzt werden. Oder können sich die USA als UN-Sicherheitsratmitglied mit Vetorecht einfach nehmen, was sie wollen?
Das ist rechtlich betrachtet sicherlich nicht der Fall. Was sie militärisch bereit sind zu machen unter Verstoß gegen das Völkerrecht, steht auf einem anderen Blatt, aber rechtlich betrachtet können sie sich das nicht herausnehmen. Natürlich können sie mit Veto ausgestattet im Sicherheitsrat ebenso wenig verurteilt werden, wie das Russland bei seinem Angriffskrieg gegen die Ukraine werden kann. Aber letztlich sind hier gewissermaßen der Fantasie kaum Grenzen gesetzt. Nur was jetzt eben ansteht in Palästina, und auch das hatte der Internationale Gerichtshof letztes Jahr noch sehr deutlich gemacht, ist, dass die Vereinten Nationen jetzt geschlossen versuchen, das palästinensische Volk bei der Ausübung seines Selbstbestimmungsrechts zu unterstützen. Und das bedeutet eben auch starke multilaterale Anstrengungen zum Wiederaufbau des Gazastreifens, damit die vertriebenen Personen dorthin wieder zurückkehren können. Denn das ist ihre angestammte Heimat. Und wir haben auch eindrucksvoll gesehen, dass sie auch alle zurückkehren wollen. Das heißt, eine Zwangsumsiedlung kommt nicht in Frage. Und es ist eine Frage jetzt der internationalen Gemeinschaft und nicht von Immobilienentwicklern.
Obwohl wir wissen, dass Trump multilaterale Einrichtungen ja auch gerne mal unterwandert. Einer Ihrer Forschungsschwerpunkte liegt völkerrechtlich im Bereich des Friedenssicherungsrechts. Lange Zeit war internationaler Konsens, eine Zwei-Staaten-Lösung durchzusetzen. Das scheint jetzt für den Moment in den Hintergrund zu rücken. Wäre die Zwei-Staaten-Lösung eine rechtlich sichere Lösung und auch vielleicht ein Weg für den Frieden?
Also rechtlich betrachtet sind die Wege eigentlich in Richtung der Zwei-Staaten-Lösung gebahnt. Wir haben den Teilungsplan von 1947, der überhaupt dann erst die Staatsgründung Israels im israelisch-arabischen Krieg ermöglicht hat, 1948. Und insofern läuft im Prinzip alles auch schon auch alles, was im Osloer Friedensprozess festgelegt wurde, auf diese Zwei-Staaten-Lösung hinaus. Es ist meines Erachtens nach all dem, was passiert ist, auch die einzige Lösung, die dauerhaft Stabilität verlangt, wobei eben für alle Beteiligten die Sicherheitsgarantien da sein müssen, dass es also weder zu terroristischen Übergriffen auf Israel kommt, noch eben tatsächlich Siedlungspolitik seitens Israels und tatsächlich die Möglichkeit des palästinensischen Volkes, das Selbstbestimmungsrecht auszuüben, unterminieren.
Noch zum Schluss gefragt, wie sollte sich Deutschland jetzt verhalten in dieser Situation? Was wäre jetzt aus Ihrer Sicht angebracht?
Wenn ich es richtig mitbekommen habe, hat die Bundesaußenministerin heute schon ein Statement abgegeben, in der sie ein Commitment erklärt hat, der G7 der Europäischen Union mitzuhelfen beim Wiederaufbau von Gaza für die palästinensische Bevölkerung und gleichzeitig aber auch sicherzustellen durch eine internationale Begleitung, dass es nicht wieder zum Aufbau von terroristischen Strukturen kommt. Trumps Vorschlag spielt im Prinzip gerade jetzt wieder der Hamas politisch in die Hände. Das ist verhängnisvoll und insofern glaube ich, hat heute auch die Bundesaußenministerin eine Position bezogen, die man sehr gut vertreten kann, eigentlich nur vertreten kann.
Danke, Professor von Arnaud, Völkerrechtler an der Christian-Albrechts-Universität zu Kiel.
Sehr gerne.
Viele Reporter starten heute Nacht fassungslos auf den US-Präsidenten, als er die Worte ausspricht, die einen globalen Sturm der Entrüstung auslösten und wohl noch lange nachklingen werden. Die Vereinigten Staaten werden Gaza übernehmen. Wir werden es besitzen und wir werden es in die Riviera des Nahen Ostens verwandeln. Was folgt, ist ein Moment der Stille und dann hektisches Getuschel. Doch Trump fährt unbeirrt fort. Die Palästinenser sollen sich darauf einstellen, umgesiedelt zu werden. Am besten nach Jordanien oder Ägypten. Schließlich sei Gaza ohnehin ein Höllenloch, in das niemand freiwillig zurückkehren wolle.
Absolut.
Will Trump also wirklich die wohl zerstörteste Region der Welt annektieren und über 2 Millionen Menschen zur Flucht zwingen? Während Netanyahu die Idee prüfen wolle, reagierten selbst Trumps engste Verbündete irritiert. Saudi-Arabien spricht von einer inakzeptablen Eskalation, die Europäische Union warnt vor einer humanitären Katastrophe und in den USA selbst entlädt sich die Wut in den sozialen Medien. Selbst ein demokratischer Senator schreibt, jetzt habe er völlig den Verstand verloren. Doch was steckt wirklich hinter Trumps waghalsigen Plan? Geht es ihm um Frieden im Nahen Osten oder vielleicht doch um ganz andere Interessen? Wie sieht sein Plan im Detail aus? Wie will er ihn umsetzen? Und welche Auswirkungen hätte dies auf die Region und die gesamte Welt? All diese Fragen schauen wir uns im heutigen Video an. Donald Trump ist bekannt für seine sehr unkonventionelle Außenpolitik und besonders für seinen sehr engen Schulterschluss mit Israel. Schon in seiner ersten Amtszeit zwischen 2017 und 2021 machte er eine Kehrtwende in der US-Nahostpolitik, als er von der klassischen US-Position einer Zwei-Staaten-Lösung abrückte. Denn bis dahin hatten alle US-Präsidenten die umstrittene Frage nach der Hauptstadt Israels vermieden. Offiziell hatte kein US-Staatschef Jerusalem als Hauptstadt anerkannt, da der Status der Stadt eines der zentralen Themen im israelisch-palästinensischen Konflikt war. Doch Trump änderte dies mit einem einzigen Dekret. Am 6. Dezember 2017 verkündete er, dass die USA Jerusalem als die ungeteilte Hauptstadt Israels anerkennen würden. Ein symbolischer, aber weitreichender Schritt, der weltweit für Proteste sorgte. Doch trotzdem konnte Trump 2020 einen sehr wichtigen diplomatischen Erfolg verbuchen, die Abraham-Abkommen. Unter seiner Vermittlung normalisierten mehrere arabische Staaten, darunter die Vereinigten Arabischen Emirate, Bahrain, Marokko und der Sudan, ihre Beziehungen zu Israel. Zum ersten Mal seit Jahrzehnten knüpften arabische Länder ohne Krieg oder Friedensverhandlungen offizielle Beziehungen mit Israel. Für Netanyahu war dies ein Meilenstein, für Trump ein Beweis seiner außergewöhnlichen Verhandlungskünste. Und ein weiterer entscheidender Faktor in Trumps Nahoststrategie war sein harter Kurs gegen den Iran, den Erzfeind Israels. Während Obama noch auf das Atomabkommen mit Teheran setzte, kündigte Trump es 2018 auf und verschärfte die Sanktionen massiv. Besonders eskalierte der Konflikt, als Trump Anfang 2020 den iranischen General Soleimani durch einen Drohnenangriff töten ließ. Der Iran schwor Rache und es folgten Raketenangriffe auf US-Stützpunkte. Und dann eskalierte die Lage komplett, als die Hamas im Oktober 2023 einen massiven Angriff auf Israel startete und es im Gegenzug zu massiven Angriffen gegen den Gazastreifen kam. Joe Biden unterstützte Israel zwar öffentlich, versuchte jedoch die israelische Offensive diplomatisch zu zügeln. Doch die humanitäre Lage im Gazastreifen wurde immer katastrophaler. Hunderttausende Palästinenser flohen, es gab massive Zerstörung und weltweite Proteste. Und so kam es am 19. Januar, nur einen Tag vor Trumps Vereidigung, zu einem Waffenstillstand. Trump selbst sah dies als seinen Erfolg. In mehreren Reden während des Wahlkampfs hatte er behauptet, seine Politik führe dazu, dass der Nahe Osten bald friedlicher sein werde als je zuvor. Und seine offizielle Vision für den Nahen Osten stellte er dann heute Nacht vor. Demonstrativ war dabei Trumps erstes Zusammentreffen mit einem ausländischen Staatsoberhaupt, das mit Netanyahu. Und als beide gemeinsam vor die Kameras traten, war die Spannung im Raum spürbar. Alle fragten sich, wird Trump wirklich an seinem irren Gaza-Plan festhalten, den er bereits über die letzten Tage immer wieder anteaserte? Und dann ließ er tatsächlich die Bombe platzen. Die Vereinigten Staaten, so erklärte Trump selbstbewusst, würden die Kontrolle über den Gazastreifen übernehmen. Zitat: Wir werden Gaza besitzen und wir werden es zur schönsten Küstenregion des Nahen Ostens machen. Der Präsident bezeichnet sich ja selbst als Dealmaker und so klangen die Worte weniger nach einer diplomatischen Strategie und mehr nach einem Immobilienprojekt. Denn Trumps Plan ist es, aus dem vom Krieg verwüsteten Gaza eine neue Luxusdestination zu machen, eine sogenannte Riviera des Nahen Ostens. Doch der radikalste Teil seiner Idee folgte erst noch. Alle Palästinenser sollen dafür nämlich dauerhaft umgesiedelt werden. Der US-Präsident sprach dafür von neuen Siedlungsprojekten außerhalb Gazas in Ländern wie Jordanien oder Ägypten. Dort sollten, Zitat, schöne neue Städte gebaut werden, finanziert von der internationalen Gemeinschaft. Weiterhin führte er aus, wenn wir das richtige Stück Land oder mehrere Stücke Land finden und ein paar wirklich schöne Orte bauen können, das kleine Land zurückzukehren, weil es jahrzehntelang tot ergeben. Man werde Gaza vollständig einebnen und es dann wieder neu aufzubauen. Selbst für Trumps Verhältnisse ist dieser Plan unglaublich radikal. Denn damit sprach er offen aus, was im Ausmaß nur die extremsten Stimmungen in Israel fordern.
Just let me do a little update real quick. We're gonna keep watching this. I'm gonna make some food, and then we're gonna watch some stuff on YouTube with commentary. Yo, what's up, guys? It is now one day after the procedure, and I am. Hold on, we have to restart this. Let's say one day after laser is better. Yo, what's up, guys? It's now one day after the laser, and it is evening. So I'm also fuck. Yo, guys, what's up? It is one day after the lasering, and it is now evening. And I just wanted to give another quick update so all all throughout the day, the pain was very minimal, absolutely manageable. Just whenever I would like open my mouth or yawn, I would just feel the skin stretching a little bit, but it's good. It's all good because I'm also having the cream on, so it's all moisturized and stretchy, but you definitely feel it, so it's fine. However, all the pus and blood and everything it just keeps dripping down, of course, through gravity, and then it gets caught in my beard. So whenever I wipe it, like all half an hour, I just wipe like this, and I get like all kinds of stuff in here. I don't even want to show it. It's pretty nasty. Other than that, it's pretty good. Everything is fine. The only real issue is that I constantly want to touch my face, or am touching my face unknowingly, and then I get, stuff on my hand. But other than that, everything is good. It's starting to get itchy somewhat in some spots, and I just have to be like mentally strong not to touch it, and then eventually I forget about it. But that is all I want to say, and yeah, see you tomorrow. Okay.
Zu befreien und das Gebiet stattdessen wirtschaftlich zu entwickeln unter der Kontrolle einer fremden Macht. Historiker und politische Analysten bezeichneten den Plan daher heute Morgen als eine Art Mischung aus Neokolonialismus und kapitalistischem Endstadium.
Wow,
und dementsprechend groß war auch der Aufschrei in der weltweiten Gemeinschaft. Saudi-Arabien, das seit Jahren diskrete Gespräche mit Israel über eine Annäherung führt, distanzierte sich deutlich von Trumps Vorschlag. Das Außenministerium in Riyadh erklärte: Unser langjähriger Ruf nach einem unabhängigen palästinensischen Staat ist eine feste und unerschütterliche Position. Ein weiterer saudischer Diplomat sagte gegenüber Medien, dass sein Land jede Form der Vertreibung von Palästinensern ablehne. Und die Regierung hatte bereits zuvor deutlich gemacht, dass es ohne eine politische Lösung für die Palästinenser keine Normalisierung der Beziehungen zu Israel geben werde. Auch die Palästinenserführung in Ramallah und die Hamas reagierten mit scharfen Worten und erklärten, dass die Menschen im Gazastreifen solche Pläne nicht zulassen werden. Und auch Jordanien und Ägypten, in die ja nach Trumps Plan die Palästinenser umgesiedelt werden sollen, weisen den Vorschlag entschieden zurück. Laut einem Reuters-Bericht haben 5 arabische Außenminister in einem Schreiben an die USA ihre klare Ablehnung ausgedrückt. Sie betonen, dass die Palästinenser selbst die Führung beim Wiederaufbau Gazas übernehmen sollten und warnten davor, dass weitere Vertreibung die Region destabilisieren könnte. Ein jordanischer Regierungsvertreter erklärte zudem, dass sein Land keine weiteren palästinensischen Flüchtlinge aufnehmen werde. Und auch die Reaktionen aus Europa waren ziemlich eindeutig. Das Vorhaben verstoße gegen das Völkerrecht. Ein Sprecher des deutschen Außenministeriums erklärte dazu: Die Haltung der Bundesregierung ist klar. Eine Zwei-Staaten-Lösung bleibt der einzige Weg zu einer nachhaltigen Lösung des Konflikts. Und auch Frankreich, Großbritannien und die EU-Außenbeauftragte betonten, dass die Rechte der Palästinenser gewahrt werden müssen. Und auch in den USA selbst gab es heftige Reaktionen, besonders unter den Demokraten. Senator Chris Murphy sagte: Er hat völlig den Verstand verloren. Eine US-Invasion des Gazastreifens würde zum Tod tausender US-Soldaten und zu jahrzehntelangen Kriegen führen. Und Senator Eric Swalwell legte nach: Wie bitte? Die USA besetzen Gaza und wurde versprochen, dass die endlosen Kriege aufhören. Denn eine US-Besetzung des Gazastreifens wäre ein geopolitisches Erdbeben. Es würde nicht nur die fragile Machtbalance im Nahen Osten massiv destabilisieren, sondern auch die Beziehungen der USA zu zahlreichen Verbündeten und regionalen Akteuren erheblich belasten. Arabische Staaten wie Saudi-Arabien, Jordanien und Ägypten, die bisher trotz Differenzen enge Partner der USA sind, könnten sich endgültig von Washington abwenden. Gleichzeitig wäre der Iran der große geopolitische Gewinner. Denn Teheran könnte den Schritt als Beweis für eine imperialistische Agenda der USA nutzen, um seinen Einfluss in der Region wieder aufzubauen. Selbst Benjamin Netanyahu zeigte keine überwiegende Unterstützung für den Plan, kündigte aber an, Trumps Vorschlag prüfen zu wollen. Zitat: Er sieht eine andere Zukunft für Gaza, er hat eine andere Idee und ich denke, sie hat unsere Aufmerksamkeit verdient. Er lobte Trump außerdem als den besten Freund, den Israel je im Weißen Haus hatte. Und so war natürlich auch der Iran Thema im Gespräch zwischen den beiden Präsidenten. Trump hat sich dabei mit einer Botschaft der Gesprächsbereitschaft und gleichzeitiger Härte an den Iran gewandt. Er werde versuchen, einen Deal mit dem Iran auszuhandeln. Gleichzeitig kündigte er aber auch eine neue Druckkampagne an, inklusive verschärfter Sanktionen und möglicher Ölblockaden, um dessen Nuklearprogramm und Unterstützung extremistischer Gruppen zu stoppen. Er betonte, ein Abkommen zu bevorzugen, um eine Eskalation zu vermeiden, drohte aber gleichzeitig mit totaler Vernichtung, falls Teheran einen Angriff auf ihn plane. Und so schloss er für die Umsetzung seiner Ideen, insbesondere des Gaza-Plans, auch den Einsatz des US-Militärs nicht aus. Es wird sich also in den nächsten Wochen zeigen, ob Trump wirklich zum selbst angekündigten Friedenspräsidenten wird oder ob er den Nahen Osten noch weiter ins Chaos stürzen wird. Aber was denkt ihr zu diesem wirklich irren Plan? Schreibt es gerne mal in die Kommentare. Wenn ihr euch jetzt noch für Trumps Panama-Plan interessiert, dann kann ich euch noch sehr dieses Video empfehlen. Ich verlinke es euch direkt hier. Wir sehen uns beim nächsten Mal wieder. Bis dahin. Ciao.
Viele Länder würden die Vereinigten Staaten abzocken, so argumentiert der neue US-Präsident Trump. Deshalb hat er schon früh zusätzliche Zölle auf Waren aus diesen Ländern angekündigt und macht diese Ankündigung nun wahr. So sollte zum Beispiel Kanada Sonderzölle in Höhe von 25% zahlen. In letzter Minute wurde die Forderung aber ausgesetzt, weil sich Kanada zu Gegenleistungen bereit erklärte.
Bruce Lane ist erleichtert. Die Zölle, die jedes seiner Autoteile um ein Viertel teurer machen würden, sind erstmal vom Tisch. Der 74-Jährige produziert seit mehr als 50 Jahren im kanadischen Windsor, beliefert auch die Großen im amerikanischen Detroit, Honda etwa. Wir sind wie eine Familie, wie Brüder. Wenn ich meinen Geschäftspartner anrufe, dann fragt er, wie geht's dem Bruder von einer anderen Mutter. Wir sind ganz eng mit den amerikanischen Lieferanten und Kunden. Die Ambassadorbrücke, sie ist wie eine Lebensader. Bis zu 10.000 Trucks transportieren jeden Tag Güter im Wert von mehr als 300 Millionen $ zwischen Kanada und den USA hin und her. Vor allem die Autobauer nutzen sie. Doch davon profitiere nur Kanada, kritisiert US-Präsident Trump. Kanada ist sehr tough. Es ist sehr, sehr schwer, mit ihnen Geschäfte zu machen. Wir können nicht zulassen, dass sie die USA ausnutzen. Sie kaufen kaum landwirtschaftliche Produkte und keine Autos von uns. Erst ein Deal mit Kanadas Premierminister Trudeau hat den Handelskrieg in letzter Minute abgewendet. Trump verschiebt die Einführung der Zölle. Dafür garantiert Kanada mehr Sicherheit an den Grenzen. Durch den Einsatz von mehr Technik und Personal soll der Drogenschmuggel mit Fentanyl gestoppt werden.
Auch gegen China hat die neue US-Regierung Strafzölle veranlasst. Es geht um Zusatzabgaben in Höhe von 10%. Als Antwort darauf reagiert China nun mit Gegenzöllen in Höhe von 15 bzw. 10% auf bestimmte Produkte. Nachgefragt bei unserem China-Korrespondenten Jörg Endres in Peking. Jörg, die Reaktion aus Peking ließ nicht lange auf sich warten. Jetzt schlägt China Strafzölle auf US-Produkte auf. Welche Waren sind betroffen und in welcher Höhe werden die Zölle verhängt?
Ja, heute hat sich die chinesische Regierung dann doch geäußert, obwohl eigentlich der letzte Tag des Frühlingsfestes ist, also immer noch Feiertag. Aber das Handelsministerium hat bekannt gegeben, dass 15% Aufschlag es geben soll ab dem 10. Februar auf Kohle und verflüssigtes Erdgas aus den USA. Dazu kommt 10% auf Ölprodukte aus den USA und außerdem auf Pickups und Landmaschinen. Außerdem verhängt Peking weitere Exportbeschränkungen, und zwar diesmal auf kritische Metalle. Das sind zum Beispiel Wolfram, Metalle, die in der Hightech-Industrie, zum Beispiel in der Halbleiterproduktion benötigt werden. Außerdem werden Untersuchungen gegen Google eingeleitet. Da wird Google ein Monopol vorgeworfen. Interessanterweise sind aber die meisten Dienste von Google in China ja wegen der Zensur blockiert. Aber es gibt hier wohl Cloud-Speicherdienstleistungen, gegen die wird dann wohl vorgegangen. Und weitere US-Unternehmen werden auf eine Liste gesetzt, wo den Unternehmen vorgeworfen wird, gegen den Markt verstoßen zu haben und chinesische Lieferanten diskriminiert zu haben.
Jörg, wie sind denn diese Gegenmaßnahmen einzuschätzen?
Ja, man kann sagen, das ist jetzt noch ein relativ kleines Besteck, was Peking da aufgefahren hat. Wenn man sich anschaut, zum Beispiel die Zölle auf verflüssigtes Erdgas und Öl, da hat Peking ja inzwischen auch andere Quellen gefunden. Vieles an Rohstoffen bezieht Peking ja aus Russland mittlerweile. Also man kann sagen, dass sich da China auch nicht ins eigene Fleisch schneiden wollte. Außerdem auch die Beschränkung von kritischen Metallen, das ist noch nicht ganz so heftig wie zum Beispiel eine Beschränkung von seltenen Erden, die China ja auch angedroht hat. Also es sieht so aus, als ob man möglicherweise darauf setzt, dass man doch noch mit Trump, mit den USA ins Gespräch kommt. Dafür spricht auch, dass man eben diese Frist gesetzt hat für den 10. Februar, wenn diese Zölle erst in Kraft treten sollen.
Dann schauen wir einmal aufs Wirtschaftsgeflecht. Wer braucht denn wen mehr? Die USA China oder China die USA?
Ja, das ist eine gute Frage. Freihandelsverfechter würden natürlich sagen, beide brauchen sich gegenseitig.
Ja.
Aber wenn man jetzt die Wirtschaftssituation der Länder anschaut, dann hat China gerade mit einer Wirtschaftsschwäche zu kämpfen. Die Konjunktur kommt nicht richtig in Gang. Das hat damit zu tun, dass die Binnennachfrage schwächelt. China leidet immer noch an einer Immobilienblase, die geplatzt ist. Die Verbraucher im Land geben weniger Geld aus. Deshalb ist man eigentlich auf Exporte angewiesen. Und die USA sind immer noch ein sehr wichtiger Handelspartner, ein sehr wichtiger Abnehmer für chinesische Exporte. Außerdem gibt es Überkapazitäten, zum Beispiel in der Solarzellenproduktion, aber auch bei E-Autos. Von daher kann man sagen, dass diese zusätzlichen 10%, die Trump jetzt verhängt hat, wahrscheinlich China mehr schmerzen als jetzt die Gegenmaßnahmen die USA.
Jörg, du hast ja schon gerade angedeutet, die chinesische Wirtschaft ist zumindest in Teilen angeschlagen. Wie gefährlich sind dann jetzt noch diese US-Zölle auf chinesische Produkte?
Also die 10% sind natürlich ein Einschnitt, aber im Moment vielleicht noch nur ein kleiner. Wirtschaftswissenschaftler haben ausgerechnet, dass wenn es bei diesen zusätzlichen 10% bleibt, das vielleicht 0,4, 0,5% der chinesischen Wirtschaftsleistung kosten könnte. Viel gefährlicher könnte es natürlich für China werden, wenn diese Spirale von Zöllen und Gegenzöllen sich weiter dreht, wenn dieser Handelskonflikt weiter eskaliert und Trump am Ende vielleicht doch noch seine Drohung von 60% Zöllen wahrmacht, die er ja im Wahlkampf ausgesprochen hat, dann wäre das für China umso gefährlicher. Und es sieht so aus, als ob China eher versuchen würde, so eine Eskalation zu vermeiden. Deshalb wohl auch die noch, relativ zurückhaltenden Gegenmaßnahmen.
Ist denn zu erwarten, dass Trump auch die Strafzölle auf chinesische Waren aussetzt, wie er es bei Mexiko und Kanada getan hat?
Ja, scheint bei US-Präsident Trump wie in seiner ersten Amtszeit recht schwierig vorherzusehen, wie er handelt und was er tun wird. Aber es ist nicht ausgeschlossen, dass beide Seiten noch mal zu einem Gespräch finden. Trump hat ja auch schon angekündigt, er wolle mit der chinesischen Regierung sprechen. Es ist ja auch so, dass letztlich die Zölle, die Trump verhängt hat, die zusätzlichen Zölle, ja auf lange Sicht auch durchaus sich auf die Verbraucherpreise in den USA auswirken. Denn China liefert vieles, was die US-Konsumenten am Ende in den Supermärkten oder im Internet kaufen. Da sind Haushaltsgeräte dabei, da sind Textilien dabei und das wird natürlich auch alles teurer. Und Trump hat das ja auch durchaus zugegeben und gesagt, das wird gewisse Schmerzen auslösen. Dafür wollen wir eben Vorteile in diesem Handelskonflikt bekommen. Aber es ist durchaus zu erwarten, dass es da nochmal Gespräche gibt und eine Einigung wäre sicherlich auch eigentlich im Interesse der USA.
Jörg Endres in Peking, vielen Dank für diese Informationen und Hintergründe.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to my top 5 things you need to know about Red Dead Redemption 2. This is after over 100 hours of gameplay, and I really don't like doing these tutorials early in the game because there's so much to learn about this, and more often than not, the top 5 series videos don't offer the best information. But today, I am going to be offering you 5 amazing tips, and without further ado, we're going to go ahead and get into them. The first thing we're going to discuss is Deadeye usage. Many people have been asking during my live streams and in videos why I use Deadeye the way I do. Now, your first instinct when you go into Deadeye is probably to kill as many things on your screen as humanly possible, so you look like a gangster and you kill a lot of people with one stone. Now, in many instances, that is perfectly acceptable, but when you actually cycle in and out of Deadeye, there's 2 huge advantages. You don't use as much Deadeye, and for these prolonged fights that you're going to get in later in the game, it's going to be imperative to save Deadeye. Now, not only does it save your core, but it also automatically reloads your weapon, which is a huge advantage in massive battles. So using this method will allow you to save a lot of Deadeye and basically make you never have to reload during large-scale battles. And now for number 2, dynamite arrows. Got somebody that pisses you off? Blow them up. Stagecoach blocking your favorite road? Blow them up. Witnesses catch you trying to save some horses? You guessed it. That's right. We're gonna blow them up. Dynamite arrows are incredibly efficient and far better, in my opinion, than standard dynamite. You can use it for so many different things, and the only thing I use standard dynamite for now is to break open safes, but you could do it with a dynamite arrow too if you want. You might explode, but it'll be fun. Now, it does cost 1 flight feather, 1 dynamite, and 1 arrow to make this. Need flight feathers? Guess what? Use dynamite arrows to farm more dynamite arrows. Once you complete the 2 quests in Chapter 2 with Hosea, you will unlock the fence. This is where you're going to need to go to both buy dynamite and the pamphlet for the dynamite arrows. As you can see, the dynamite costs $1 each, and if you go all the way to the right, you're going to see there's a bunch of pamphlets here. Now, I highly recommend buying pretty much all of these pamphlets as they're going to come in handy. Now, at the bottom, you're going to find the dynamite arrow pamphlet, and there's a bunch of other awesome things in here that I highly recommend getting as soon as you can. Now, if you really need to farm up money, feel free to check out my money farming guide, but all in all, dynamite arrows are amazing, and I highly recommend using them to your heart's content. Now for number 3, get yourself a white Arabian. This is by far the best horse that you can get for a very large portion of the game, and you're really going to want to make sure to have this because it makes a lot of the quests easier by not having your horse die left and right. You can get the White Arabian the second you get into Chapter 2, and all you need to do is go up to Lake Isabel in the northwest corner to this exact spot. Once here, you're going to keep an eye out for a beautiful white horse. Now, she is going to match with the area around her, so just keep an eye out, but it is always going to be here for every single person, and there can only be one on the map. So once you actually get this thing tamed, if it does happen to die, all you need to do is restart your console, and then go ahead and relog into the game, wait a few days, head back up to this same spot, and you can get the horse right away again. To easily break this horse, all you need to do is just hold back on the left analog stick, balance yourself with the right, and then constantly tap the square button every time you're alerted to calm the horse. When you first get this beauty, he or she is going to come with natural 6 speed and acceleration, and 5 health and stamina. Now, this is a very, very good horse, and as long as you bond with it, it's going to be very hard to kill. Now, a good way to bond with your horse quickly is when galloping. Every 5 seconds, go ahead and press in on the left analog stick, and you will comfort your horse. Now, when you do this, you will gain bonding with the horse, and you can do this the entire time that you're running. I can't currently show you right now because I am fully bonded with this horse, but if you do it every 5 seconds, you'll also regen stamina and get bonding, which is amazing. Now for something a little more complicated, crime and bounties. This is a rather complicated system, and I do have a video that showcases everything you need to know about crime and bounty in Red Dead Redemption 2, and I highly recommend checking it out. But to put it into a summary for you, nobody will recognize you if you have a mask on, providing you don't have a bounty or have not committed a major crime in the area just before committing this crime. Now, that being said, if you have committed a major crime like murder and you received a bounty for that crime, citizens in that area will remember what you look like. So number 4 is making sure to change clothing after committing major crimes. Now, before I go a little bit more into detail into that, so long as you don't get a bounty, it doesn't matter how much you've murdered people, as long as the cops don't see you or you're not reported as Arthur Morgan and receive a bounty, then you can go back into that town wearing the same clothes and they won't recognize you. Now, that is pretty awesome, and you can take advantage of this. We are actually going back in, even with different clothing right now, but we don't have to, and we're going to rob the gun shop in the same area. They don't recognize us, and we'll still be able to escape without getting a bounty. Now, this is all depending on the fact that you're using a mask. Now, things are going to get a little bit more complicated. If you are seen by any cop, even with a mask on, they will instantly recognize you as Arthur Morgan, and you will get a bounty. Currently, we are unknown because the civilians didn't recognize us, but this cop will get line of sight on us, and once he does, we are instantly going to be identified as Arthur Morgan, and we're going to get a bounty. Now, we've just committed a major crime. We just killed a cop, and we're going to kill a lot more on our way out of here, and this is where things start getting complicated. When you commit a major crime in an area like this, which the main story has you do quite often, the citizens now have a known description of you. If you return to this area even after paying off the bounty, the civilians will remember what you look like at the time of committing that bounty. If you go back to that area wearing the same clothes and commit another crime even wearing a mask, the civilians will remember what you look like, and they will report you no matter what as Arthur Morgan, and you will get a bounty. Now, the way to resolve this is to have multiple changes of clothes stored on your horse, and if you go back to an area that you committed a major crime in recently, change your clothes before going in, and that way civilians will not be able to recognize you if you commit another crime, so long as you have a mask on. Now for number 5, everyone's most feared thing in this entire game, those freaking trees. If you find yourself getting precariously close to these frightening creatures, just let go of the left analog stick and your horse will dodge them with ease, and then you can regain control afterwards, and it comes in really handy during pursuits and running through forests. Now, unfortunately, this doesn't hold true for roads, and your horse will plow through other people like it's its job. This will cause you to get bounties or just have to murder people for fun, so just take advantage of this situation to put people in their place. The roads are yours, and they're gonna learn. Now, as one extra bonus, there's going to be something you want to get very early in the game, and that is a trinket from the fence. Once you unlock the fence in Chapter 2, there's something you're going to want to craft. Once we open this up, you're going to see all of these trinkets. One of the most important early game trinkets is the buck antler trinket. Player receives higher quality skinned animal parts. This will make your life significantly easier for the later parts of the game, and to get that particular thing, you need to go up and hunt the buck. Now, if you go from Emerald Ranch all the way over to the west, you're going to find the legendary buck right about here. If you put it just south of the B in Big Valley and drop a marker there and head there in early morning or evening, you're gonna be able to find the legendary buck. Just follow the tracks, shoot it, and come craft your trinket, and your life is gonna be made a lot easier for the rest of the game. Also, as another bonus, Mules are rideable, and they're pretty much the best mounts in the game. Highly recommend stealing one and keeping it forever. But ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all enjoyed this episode. Thank you so much for watching. If there's other things that you have found out in this game that you feel is very informative, feel free to let people know in the comments below. Sharing is caring, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for watching. If you did find this useful and you feel like doing me a kindness, feel free to show your support and hit that like button, as it really helps me out. But thank you all, and I will see you all in the next one.
So I'm making food right now. It's gonna be ready in like half an hour. And I'm just gonna be like semi-AFK up until then, and then we're gonna watch some YouTubes about mental health probably. Also, meanwhile, I'm just gonna work on the YouTube channel. I'm gonna upload some stuff. I made a thumbnail for Red Dead Redemption. I think it's amazing. Look at it. I think that's good. And for each game that we play, I'm gonna learn one song on guitar. And we're gonna upload that as well. So I still have to learn
Welcome back to
one for The Walking Dead. And of course for The Last of Us. I'm gonna get new strings for this one. No cap. These strings are 20 years old. Not even capping, dude. It's a Western guitar, so actually you only put steel strings on it. But I'm gonna put nylon strings on it, like an acoustic guitar. It's not meant to be like this, but you can do it. So I just like the nylon strings more.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Mr. Boss for the win here, and in today's Red Dead Redemption 2 video, I'm going to be talking to you guys about 15 things you need to do first in playing Red Dead Redemption 2. So I'm actually on my second playthrough right now, and I've discovered a lot of things that I'm doing on this one that I wish I had done on my first one, and it's going to make your life so much better. It's going to save you money, it's going to help you out, and a whole lot more. So anyways, let's dive into it today, and let's get it started. Number one spot today, the first thing you should do and focus on is get the trinkets and talismans. So a lot of these trinkets and talismans are going to require legendary animal parts and side quest items. And those are stuff that you can do basically from the beginning of chapter 2. And these talismans and these trinkets are going to give you special perks and bonuses. Like for example, this Foxclaw trinket that I just crafted, it will increase the time that Eagle Eye can stay active by 5 seconds. And that's just one example. Also, like the Bison Horn trinket, it decreases the speed at which the stamina core drains by 10%. You've got the Ravenclaw talisman as well. That's one that you can craft too. All of these have specific perks and upgrades, like this one will slow weapon degradation by 20%. Get these as early as you can because you can stack them and they're not going to go away. It's not like they're a limited time. You keep them for the rest of the game. So the earlier you can get your hands on them, the more benefit you're going to get out of them. And hunting legendary animals and doing side quests is super easy. Stuff that you can do from the beginning of the game. Number 2 spot today, learn crafting recipes for rare and better items. So these can either be purchased at a fence or they can be found in special chests and crates throughout the world. But these special recipes like health cures and horse meals and special ammo like volatile dynamite or explosive rounds for certain ammo. These are things that you want to learn because without learning them and without reading the recipes, you won't ever be able to craft them, even if you have the items in order to complete them. So this is something you need to do from the very beginning as soon as you unlock the fence. And even going back to the trinkets and talismans, the fence is unlocked super early in chapter 2. So as long as you have that unlocked, you'll be good to go here. So just create as many of these special tonics, potions, ammo as early on as you can, because the more you have of that, the easier it's going to make your life as you go on throughout the game. Number 3 today, decide your honor early on. So again, there's no right way to play this game, whether you want to be good, honorable, or bad, or dishonorable, but decide from the beginning what you want to be, because you start from neutral and it's super easy to go up or down. It's really hard if you're like super bad to go really, really good. And likewise, if you're really good, you're going to have to do a ton of bad things to go all the way bad. Now, there are more benefits to being a good outlaw, but again, you can choose to play the game either way, but just decide what way you want to lean early on. Because at the very beginning of the game, it gives you that clean slate where you start from 0 rather than having to like work your way all the way back up after doing multiple bad things in a row. So that's something to keep in mind right there. Number 4 today, do not buy horses. So at the very beginning of the game, you can find some amazing horses out in the wild if you just find them. Whether it's the White Arabian, whether it's one of the Turkomans, you know, you can find these horses out and about and you don't have to spend a single cent on them. So do not buy horses at the start of the game. In fact, you can get a lot of the better ones out in the wild rather than purchasing them from a horse fence or a stable. Instead, what you should purchase your money on is improving the stirrups and the saddles. So that's my tip at the number 5 spot today. Be sure to upgrade saddles and stirrups for your horses. Those are the only 2 items in which you can put on your horse that will actually give it an upgrade to the performance of the horse itself. So for example, the stirrups that I have on there are going to increase the drain rate, which is what you want for stamina. And the saddle I have on there, it's going to restore a lot of the other cores, like core drain rate for stamina, health drain rate, regen rate for my stamina. All of that is going to be improved with a better saddle. So that's something you want to do. Spend your money on that. Don't spend your money on a horse. Number 6 today, try and get your horse to level 4 bonded as fast as possible. So it really is just that simple, treating your horse well, feeding it, petting it, calming it down. but you get so many benefits to get that level 4 bonding. You obviously get the improved statistics, you get more commands, you get a longer whistling range, and all of that is going to become incredibly useful as you continue your journey throughout the campaign and throughout the world. So don't skip on that. Try and get your horse bonded to level 4 as quickly as possible. Even if you have to go out of your way to try and do that, it definitely becomes worth it. And especially if you do it on a really good horse like the White Arabian or something along those lines, it's going to have a massive benefit. So get your horse bonded to level 4 as quickly as possible. The next tip I can give you, and this sort of builds off of don't buying horses, don't buy guns. So number one, you will unlock a lot of guns for free as you play certain campaign missions. So don't necessarily buy them from the gunsmith. Number two, you can find a lot of amazing weapons throughout the world, like rare weapons from the gunslingers or, rifles that you'll find throughout missions. So do not spend your money on weapons. It is simply not worth it. Instead, just like the horses, spend your money on upgrading those weapons. So for example, you can put different wraps on them. You can put improved sights or increase the length of the barrel. Just make them better, but don't buy guns. It's just not worth it. Now, another thing you want to keep in mind, if you have the special or ultimate edition of the game, check out some of the bonuses you might have. So for example, in the gunsmith, there's a handful of weapons that are free if you own the special or ultimate edition of the game, like the pump action shotgun, the Varmin rifle, the volcanic pistol. All of those are free if you have the special or ultimate edition of the game. Another thing the special or ultimate edition of the game allows you to do is sell animal parts for 10% more. So that's something you might not have known about, and I'm assuming there's a good majority of you guys that are watching this video that have the special or ultimate edition of the game. So don't forget about those unsung perks that you have for owning a special copy of the game. The next tip has to do with upgrading your holster, gun belt, and bandolier. Upgrade them as soon as you can. They give you some massive upgrades. Like for example, the holster will slow down weapon degradation by 20%. The bandolier is going to increase your ammo capacity by 50%. And the gun belt is going to give you an extra bonus too of 50% ammo capacity for revolvers and pistols. That's something you can do with the gunsmith immediately. It's probably also in your best interest to go to the trapper and see what other sort of gun belts, bandoliers, holsters you can get by some of the challenges you've completed, like horseman, sharpshooter, weapons expert, or explorer. A lot of these you can create by doing some of the things you've done in the world. So don't forget about them. They'll give you more bonuses and perks that you might not have thought about. The next tip I can give you is to change a lot of the settings in the game. So you should do this the second you hop into the game. Change some of the quality of life settings. So for me, the big one was turning run mode to toggle instead of holding. This has saved my thumb. Having to click that in is so painful. So changing that is something that I definitely recommend. Also, messing with your aim assist, your lock-on mode, your look sensitivity, your aim sensitivity. Change all of that before you get into the game because you might not be a fan of the default options that Rockstar set for you. So that's something to keep in mind right there, that you might want to play around with your in-game settings. Another thing you're not going to want to ignore is the experience tonics that you can drink. So for the health tonic, it's ginseng elixir. For the stamina tonic, it's aged pirate rum. And for the Deadeye tonic, it's valerian root. If you consume these, which you've probably collected from chests throughout the world, it's actually going to give you experience that will rank up your health, stamina, and Deadeye much faster. I had always been ignoring these because I never really knew what they did. Don't forget about them. It's just an easy way to upgrade health, stamina, and Deadeye by literally doing absolutely nothing. And you find these throughout the world pretty commonly. So they're great to pick up and use whenever you get the chance. The next tip I can give you today is make sure you have an outfit for every weather condition on your horse. So there's 3 types of temperature environments: hot, average, and cold. So you want at least one of each. So at a minimum, you want to have 3. I think at a maximum, you can have 5. So you want a summer outfit, a winter outfit, and then an average outfit. Because if you do not have the right outfit for the environment you're in, your health core is going to drain like 9 times faster. And that's obviously not what you want. Now, for the most part, the summer hot outfits will be good for pretty much everywhere you go. But if you go up north, you will need like a winter outfit. So that's something you're going to want to have on your horse as well, so you can switch to it at a moment's notice. One thing you should definitely do in camp is complete the item request challenges. So for example, one thing you can bring to Charles is moonshine, and he will actually craft fire arrows for you. That is kind of cool. On top of it, it also gives you the chance to interact with some of the gang characters a little bit more, and you can also learn about their backstory, which is something that if you just play the main campaign, you might not necessarily know a whole lot about the characters, but definitely doing the item requests will not only get you some great items that you can use, but will also give you backstory on the characters themselves. Tip number 14 today, do the treasure hunts. So this should be pretty obvious, but at the beginning of the game, treasure hunts are a great way to get a lot of money to focus on a lot of the upgrades we've talked about in this video. You know, gun changes, horse saddles and stirrups. And it's also a great way to make money without affecting your honor, if that's something you're concerned about too. So there's tons of treasure hunts throughout Red Dead Redemption 2. If you're struggling with any of them, I've probably covered them all on my channel. So definitely be sure to check that out as well. And the final tip today, unlock the fast travel upgrade at your camp as quickly as possible. The fast travel upgrade will allow you to go to places that stagecoaches and trains will not, like Caliga Hall, Cornwall Kerosene and Tar, Butcher Creek, Braithwaite Manor, LaGrasse, all those places you can't go to if you're at a stagecoach or a train. So it's one upgrade that I definitely recommend you get as soon as possible because it will allow you to traverse the world and get to important locations so much faster. But anyways, that right there is 15 things you need to do first in Red Dead Redemption 2. Hopefully this has helped you out. Even if you are already, mostly through the game, you might be like me and doing a second playthrough soon. And these are great tips to help you get started on that. But like I said, that's all the info I've got for you guys in this video today. Hopefully you did enjoy. If you did, be sure to leave a like rating on this video. That'd be awesome. And subscribe to my YouTube channel if you are new or you like daily Red Dead Redemption 2 videos like this. With all the way, guys, like I said, thanks so much for watching. Take care, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey, how's it going, guys? Mr. Boss for the win here, and in today's Red Dead Redemption 2 video, I'm going to be showing you guys 15 tips and tricks that will make you a better hunter and fisherman, and this is important because this is a huge part of the game, not only for free roam, but for completing challenges, for crafting, for completing rare items and accessories. Hunting and fishing is a massive part of the game, and there's a lot of little tips and tricks that can improve your experience, and that's what we're going to be going over in this video today. So tip number 1 today, and this is something you should do before you really start hunting anything else, and that is kill the legendary buck. So the legendary buck is going to allow us to craft the buck antler trinket. So by now, I'm sure you guys know how to kill legendary animals or hunt them. It's pretty easy. You go to their last known location, you actually track some of the clues in their area, and then you kill them by any means necessary. And you don't even have to bring their goods to a trapper or anything like that. So why is the buck antler trinket so special? Because its effect will give you higher quality animal parts when skinning animals. So essentially what happens is a 2-star animal has the chance to become a 3-star animal. A poor pelt has the chance to become a good pelt, and a good pelt has the chance to become a perfect pelt. So if you don't get your kill just 100% right, there's still a chance you could end up with a perfect pelt. And that trinket's effect lasts forever. So it's something you should get right away, and that works on every single animal as well. So that means no matter what you're doing, you're going to receive the effects of that. So get that trinket. The next trinket you need to get is the pronghorn trinket. Now for this, you're going to have to kill or hunt the legendary pronghorn. Now because the legendary pronghorn's location is in New Austin, this is something you'll likely only be able to do after the epilogue, but I'm sure you guys might find a glitch that allows you to get in there pretty easily. Now why is the pronghorn trinket so great? Well, it's because its effect will actually stop animals stored on your horse from spoiling. So if you put a carcass on the back of your horse, it will eventually spoil over time. This completely stops that from happening. Now you can have that carcass on the back of your horse for as long as you want. So those 2 trinkets right there are incredibly valuable because they provide some of the best hunting perks in the game, and they will last with you forever. Up next, there's actually some hidden modifiers in-game regarding the sell prices of animals. So parts from animals that are rare in a region, so for example, alligators in Valentine, can be sold for 25% more than in a region where they're common. So that is pretty cool. If you happen to be skinning animals in, let's say, the swamp, you want to take them to the north or the west part of the map, and vice versa, because you'll be getting more money. Also, carcasses of skinned animals are worth 50% less than when the animals are unskinned, so keep that in mind. And if you own the special or ultimate edition of the game, you can sell animal parts for 10% more. So I know that's not a huge bump, but it's kind of an unsung perk or feature to owning the special or ultimate edition of the game. Let's talk about some locations now for hunting cougars. This apparently is a hot topic because it's one of the hardest animals in the game to capture, skin, and hunt. And the reason for that is cougars have a very special trait about them. You don't see them, they see you. So when they see you, they automatically engage in an attack mode. And cougars also come with this special insta-kill pounce that they can take you out with. So there's a couple of locations that work really well for finding cougars. One is in the very northeast part of the map, and one is in the northwestern part of the map. One's near Roanoke Ridge, and the other one is near Owanjilla Falls and Owanjilla Lake. So those two areas are both perfect. Now, because of what I mentioned earlier with the cougars, how they see you and you don't see them, they're automatically going to go into attack mode. So if you find a higher elevated surface, like a rock or a tree stump that you can get on, you can actually stop them from being able to insta-kill you, allowing you to have more time to set up a perfect shot to get their pelts. Another animal that will attack instantly and has that same insta-kill effect, that is the grizzly bear. And I think I found a location that works really well. It's this spot right here. It's sort of just east of this cabin and northwest of Wallace Station. And you'll find a grizzly bear in this area 100% of the time. And just note that, like the cougar, the grizzly bear will attack on sight and is going to be very lethal. Now, I'm sure you guys are wondering, well, how do I duplicate a grizzly bear or a cougar spawning? Because I might want more than one pelt, or the one that attacked me was not a 3-star bear or cougar, so I couldn't get a perfect pelt. Well, for that, what you're going to want to do is set up camp and then wait 24 hours. So sleep and then sleep again, at least until your clock hits over 24 hours later. Spawn in, and you should find a grizzly bear or a cougar in that exact same location, depending on what one you're looking for. Now let's talk about some other animals you might be hunting, specifically predators. There's two types of predators that will run away from you at all times. That is black bears and snakes. So you're never going to have to worry about a black bear or a snake attacking you. They're always going to run away. Now, on the off chance you do run into a snake, you could actually be poisoned. And if you're poisoned, your health core is going to drain from full to empty in 10 minutes. That is really quick. Now, you can cure this pretty easily with ginseng, English mace, milkweed, vanilla flower, or yarrow. Or the easiest thing to do is just sleep, return to camp, or start a mission, and the poison effect will be over. But just be careful. It is kind of shocking when you get like zapped by a snake in the grass. So just be careful about something like that. Now, getting back to predators, there's a couple of predators that will always go after you. So the opposite of what we see with the black bear and the snakes. And those three predators are the grizzly bears, which we saw earlier, wolves, and mountain lions. They will always go after you. So something to keep in mind right there. Let's move on to some fishing tips. Something I learned is you can actually use your eagle eye with fishing, but you have to use it while the fishing rod is out. So this is something I just always assumed you could use no matter what. Turns out that's not true. So when your fishing rod is equipped and you use eagle eye, you'll see all the fish underwater, which could be great for trying to find a specific fish or just hunting a fish that might be in a specific location. Now, you'll notice as soon as you take the fishing rod away and try to use eagle eye, the fish do not appear. So that right there is a really useful tip. Super helpful if you're hunting these big fish, especially the legendary ones. You'll actually see them swimming underwater, which is so cool. This next tip doesn't have to do specifically with hunting, but let's just say it's not going to happen if you're eating at the saloon. So if your clothes get dirty, like if you dive in the mud or something like that, or you get tackled by a grizzly bear, let's just say, you can actually get clean clothes instantly just by going to your horse and swapping to a new outfit. You don't have to take a bath. You don't have to change your clothing or anything like that. You don't have to return to camp. It can be instantly done on your horse. Because I hate when I look dirty and filthy in game. I know it's cool, but it just sort of takes away from the outfit a little bit. So you can instantly change that on your horse. Speaking of your horse, since we're on that subject, again, this is something that won't happen to it if it's hitched up at a post at a saloon. But if you're a dummy like me and always try and go off-roading, and your horse accidentally takes a big tumble and ends up needing to be killed or revived, but you find that you don't have any revive on you, one way in which you can avoid having your horse be permanently lost is to close the game's application, but you have to do this very quickly. Now, the best scenario here would be just to have a revive, and the second best scenario would be to have a recent save that didn't put you back too far. But if you have neither of those, closing your application on the game can save you. It's kind of an emergency way to not lose your horse. But again, I wouldn't rely on it. Moving on, if you've just hunted an animal, you obviously know you're going to be leaving their carcass behind, unless, of course, you take it. Well, that carcass can almost be used as an instant spawn location for that same type of animal. So it's the same thing. Once again, you want to kill an animal, and this especially works well if it's like a cougar or something like this, one that's a little bit harder to spawn. If you leave its carcass and then come back several days later, you're almost guaranteed to find that same animal where that carcass was. So mark it on the map. You're going to need to use your sleeping ability for multiple different days here, or just do something else and come back to that spot. And you should notice that in that exact place, there will be an animal that you just ended up hunting. So that's something to keep in mind as well, that like, even though it's not technically bait because the carcass is gone, for whatever reason, that same animal that was just killed always likes to spawn where its fallen brother or sister was. If you guys are wondering why the legendary panther isn't spawning for you, even though you might know the location of it, which is at the real southern portion of the map, well, that's because you have to complete Master Hunter Challenge rank 9 in order to get it unlocked. It is the final one in which you hunt. So the panther will not show up on the map until you've completed Master Hunter Challenge rank 9. So again, just something to keep in mind. It might have been frustrating for people going to the location, but for whatever reason, they couldn't get it to spawn. And the final tip we're going to be going over today, this one might have seemed obvious, but it's something that I didn't focus on all that much. If you happen to find an animal in the wild and would like to hunt them further in the future, Arthur or John will actually mark on the map where he's found that animal. So whether it's a cougar, grizzly bear, whether it's a fox, he'll mark on the map so you'll know exactly where to go if you want to find that animal again. It makes hunting for stuff in the future a little bit easier. But anyways, that right there is 15 tips and tricks that will make you a better hunter and fisherman in Red Dead Redemption 2. I'd love to hear from you guys in the comments down below. If you have any other useful tips or tricks, please be sure to let us know down there. If you did go on to enjoy this video, though, a like rating would of course be awesome. And subscribe to my YouTube channel if you are new, or you like daily Red Dead Redemption 2 videos like this. With all the way, guys, like I said, thanks so much for watching. Take care. I'll see you guys in the next video.
%10,4%. Dieses Ergebnis hat die AfD bei der Bundestagswahl 2021 erreicht. Sie wurde damit 5. stärkste Kraft, hinter der SPD, der Union, den Grünen und der FDP. Ein Ergebnis, mit dem die Partei damals nicht so richtig zufrieden gewesen ist. Aber seit 2021 hat sich einiges getan. Bei der EU-Wahl 2024 zum Beispiel war die AfD in Deutschland zweitstärkste Kraft. Und bei den Landtagswahlen in Thüringen im gleichen Jahr hat es die Partei sogar an die Spitze geschafft. Die vergangenen Wahlen liefen für die AfD sehr erfolgreich. Deshalb macht sie sich auch Hoffnungen darauf, nach der Wahl die Bundesregierung anführen zu können. Obwohl alle anderen größeren Parteien eine Zusammenarbeit mit ihr ausgeschlossen haben. Alice Weidel ist nicht nur die Spitzenkandidatin der AfD, sondern auch erklärte Kanzlerkandidatin. Mit welchem Programm sie Regierungschefin werden will und wofür die AfD grundsätzlich steht, darum geht es jetzt hier in diesem Video und weitere Videos zu Wahlprogrammen findet ihr oben in der Playlist auf dem i verlinkt. Nach dem Bündnis Sarah Wagenknecht, kurz BSW, ist die Alternative für Deutschland, kurz AfD, die zweitjüngste der größeren Parteien in Deutschland. Gegründet wird sie 2013 vor der Bundestagswahl, an der sie dann auch direkt teilnimmt. Zu den wichtigsten Punkten im Programm der Partei gehören damals Währungspolitik und Europapolitik. Die AfD fordert unter anderem, dass Deutschland aus dem Euro austreten solle. In den Bundestag kommt sie damit 2013 zwar noch nicht, aber schon 4 Jahre später schafft sie den Einzug ins Parlament. 12,6% bekommt die AfD 2017. Ihr bestes Ergebnis bisher bei einer Bundestagswahl. Zu dieser Zeit hat die AfD sich schon stark verändert. Sowohl personell, der Parteigründer Bernd Lucke ist zum Beispiel 2015 ausgetreten, als auch inhaltlich. Neben der Eurokritik ist inzwischen Migration das wichtigste Thema für die AfD. Der politische Schwerpunkt verlagert sich dabei zunehmend. Der national-konservative Teil der Partei wird mächtiger. Immer wieder kommt es zu Wechseln an der Führungsspitze, bis sich schließlich Alice Weidel und Tino Kruppalla als Bundessprecher durchsetzen. So heißen die Vorsitzenden bei der AfD. Die Partei grenzt sich selbst deutlich von den anderen größeren Parteien ab. Aus der Opposition heraus betreibt sie Fundamentalkritik und hat damit auch Erfolg. In den ostdeutschen Bundesländern ist die AfD inzwischen zu einer festen Größe geworden und auch in vielen westdeutschen Regionen bekommt sie viel Zulauf. Der AfD ist es also gelungen, innerhalb eines Jahrzehnts zu einer relevanten politischen Kraft in Deutschland zu werden. Allerdings gerät die Partei auch immer wieder in die Kritik und auch der Verfassungsschutz wird aktiv. Der Vorwurf ist, die AfD sei eine in Teilen rechtsextreme Partei. Das Bundesamt für Verfassungsschutz stuft die AfD 2021 als Verdachtsfall ein. Es gebe Hinweise, dass es innerhalb der Partei verfassungsfeindliche Bestrebungen geben würde. Diese Einstufung wird schließlich auch gerichtlich bestätigt. Und nicht nur das, die Landesämter für Verfassungsschutz in 3 Bundesländern, nämlich in Thüringen, Sachsen und Sachsen-Anhalt, stufen die jeweiligen Landesverbände der AfD als gesichert rechtsextremistisch ein. Als Begründung wird unter anderem auf entsprechende Äußerungen des Führungspersonals verwiesen. Inzwischen hat außerdem eine überparteiliche Gruppe aus mehr als 100 Bundestagsabgeordneten sogar einen Antrag auf ein Verbot der AfD vorgelegt. Die AfD selbst bezeichnet sowohl die Einstufungen als auch den Antrag als politisch motiviert. Und wie stuft die AfD sich selbst ein? Schauen wir uns mal das Grundsatzprogramm der Partei an. Und da muss man zunächst mal sagen, dieses Grundsatzprogramm, das ist schon ziemlich alt. Es stammt aus dem Jahr 2016. Seitdem hat sich bei der Partei inhaltlich einiges verändert. Aber weiterhin aktuell dürfte dieser Absatz hier aus dem Programm sein. Zitat: Wir sind offen gegenüber der Welt, wollen aber Deutsche sein und bleiben. Wir wollen die Würde des Menschen, die Familie mit Kindern, unsere abendländische christliche Kultur, unsere Sprache und Tradition in einem friedlichen, demokratischen und souveränen Nationalstaat des deutschen Volkes dauerhaft erhalten. Christliche Kultur, souveräner Nationalstaat, deutsches Volk. Das sind die zentralen Stichworte bei der Ausrichtung der AfD. Für die Partei gilt, nicht jeder könne zum deutschen Volk dazugehören. Im Grundsatzprogramm heißt es auch noch, die Ideologie des Multikulturalismus, die importierte kulturelle Strömungen auf geschichtsblinde Weise der einheimischen Kultur gleichstellt und deren Werte damit zutiefst relativiert, betrachtet die AfD als ernste Bedrohung für den sozialen Frieden und für den Fortbestand der Nation als kulturelle Einheit. Es geht also um Migration, um Einwanderung. Und auch bei der Bundestagswahl 2025 ist das Thema Migration sehr präsent und spielt auch eine große Rolle im Wahlprogramm der AfD zur Bundestagswahl. Und wo wir gerade schon darüber sprechen, schauen wir mal etwas genauer rein. Und wir starten, wie bei den anderen Parteien auch, mit dem ersten Punkt. Und das ist die Innenpolitik. Ähnlich wie die meisten anderen größeren Parteien verspricht die AfD, die Menschen in Deutschland zu entlasten, vor allem steuerlich. Einerseits soll das über einen höheren Grundfreibetrag passieren, andererseits über ein neu geregeltes Steuerrecht. Zitat: Die AfD wird das Steuerrecht durch einen geänderten Einkommensteuertarif mit wenigen Stufen vereinfachen. Die Steuersätze werden wir senken. Im Gegenzug ebenso die Abschreibungsmöglichkeiten für Steuersparmodelle. Zu dieser Vereinfachung gehört für die AfD auch, dass die momentan ausgesetzte Vermögensteuer und auch die Erbschaftssteuer komplett abgeschafft werden sollen. Auch die Grundsteuer möchte die AfD streichen. Außerdem gilt für die Partei das Prinzip: Arbeit muss sich lohnen. Das bedeutet für die AfD auch, dass die nicht arbeiten, mehr in die Pflicht genommen werden sollen. In ihrem Programm spricht die AfD davon, dass Arbeitslose, die theoretisch arbeiten könnten, Zitat, der Gesellschaft zur Last fallen würden. Sie möchte deshalb sowohl das Bürgergeld als auch das Arbeitslosengeld grundlegend überarbeiten. Für das Bürgergeld bedeutet das zum Beispiel, man wolle, Zitat, erwerbsfähige Bürgergeldempfänger, die nach 6 Monaten noch immer im Leistungsbezug sind, zu gemeinnütziger Arbeit heranziehen. Und für das Arbeitslosengeld gilt: Berechtigt ist man erst, wenn man mindestens 3 Jahre lang in die Arbeitslosenversicherung einbezahlt hat. So fordert es die AfD. Außerdem möchte die AfD auch an andere staatliche Leistungen ran. Die Rente will die Partei stark erhöhen und nennt dabei Österreich als Beispiel. Als problematisch sieht die AfD dabei an, dass es so viele Beamte gibt, die nicht in die Rentenversicherung einbezahlen. Im Wahlprogramm wird deshalb zwar nicht gefordert, dass Beamte künftig auch einzahlen müssen, dafür heißt es aber, es sollen weniger Menschen überhaupt Beamte werden. Für besonders förderwürdig hält die AfD Familien mit Kindern. Zitat: Kinder stehen sowohl für eine sich stetig ändernde Zukunft als auch für die Weitergabe der eigenen Kultur, der Traditionen und der Fähigkeiten ihres Volkes. Durch eine aktivierende Familienpolitik strebt die AfD eine Geburtensteigerung und damit die demografische Wende in Deutschland an, die nicht nur das individuelle Glück der Eltern, sondern auch unsere Kulturweitergabe sicherstellt und die Sozialsysteme stabilisiert. Deshalb soll zusätzlich zum Ehegattensplitting auch ein Familiensplitting eingeführt werden. Dadurch will die AfD die Geburtenrate in Deutschland deutlich erhöhen. Abschaffen will die AfD die Teillegalisierung von Cannabis, Gesetze wie das Netzwerkdurchsetzungsgesetz und den Rundfunkbeitrag. Die AfD möchte einen gebührenfreien öffentlich-rechtlichen Rundfunk, der auf einige wenige Bereiche beschränkt ist. Und damit zu zweitens, die Wirtschaft und das Klima. Was die Wirtschaft angeht, hat die AfD vor allem ein großes Ziel. Aus dem Wahlprogramm: Deutsche Unternehmen sollen an der Weltspitze der Exportunternehmen stehen und Made in Germany wieder zu einem Markenzeichen für Exzellenz und Einzigartigkeit machen. Eine zentrale Rolle spielt für die AfD dabei eine Industrie, nämlich die Automobilindustrie. Aber nicht in Bezug auf Elektrofahrzeuge, sondern im Zentrum steht für die Partei der Verbrennermotor. Der könne zwar, heißt es im Wahlprogramm, irgendwann abgelöst werden, möglicherweise, das sei aber eine Frage des technischen Fortschritts. Die AfD fordert deshalb auch, dass Ladestationen für E-Fahrzeuge nicht mehr öffentlich gefördert werden sollen. Und generell spielen für die AfD vor allem fossile Energieträger eine entscheidende Rolle. Sollte sie in Regierungsverantwortung kommen, so verspricht sie unter anderem eine Verlängerung der Laufzeit von Kohlekraftwerken, eine Reparatur und Wiederinbetriebnahme der Nord Stream Pipelines und die Abschaffung der CO2-Abgabe. Das Ziel dabei ist, laut dem Wahlprogramm, die Energiepreise für Unternehmen und auch für Privatpersonen so niedrig wie möglich zu halten. Auch Kernenergie soll dafür wieder genutzt werden in Deutschland. Außerdem möchte die Partei Steuern für Unternehmen senken, sie möchte Bürokratie abbauen und die EU-Lieferkettenrichtlinien für Deutschland abschaffen. Was das Klima angeht, wiederholt die AfD in ihrem Wahlprogramm eine These, die sie auch schon in vergangenen Programmen aufgestellt hat. Nämlich, nach Meinung der Partei sei der wissenschaftliche Konsens zum menschengemachten Klimawandel politisch konstruiert. Stattdessen sei es so, dass erhöhter CO2-Ausstoß nicht schädlich wäre, sondern, Zitat, im Gegenteil erweist sich CO2 als Treiber eines verstärkten globalen Pflanzenwachstums und begünstigt damit die Welternährung. Die AfD möchte deshalb alle Klimaschutzprogramme auf den Prüfstand stellen oder direkt abschaffen. Auch aus dem Pariser Klimaschutzabkommen will die Partei aussteigen und Anlagen zur Nutzung von erneuerbarer Energie mit hohen Auflagen verbieten. Im Wahlprogramm heißt es: Wir werden die großflächigen Naturzerstörungen durch Windkraftanlagen und Photovoltaikanlagen in Wäldern, Feldern und auf Ackerflächen sofort beenden. Und viel ändern möchte die AfD auch bei drittens Migration. Bei der Verabschiedung des Wahlprogramms hatte es bei dem Parteitag der AfD viele Diskussionen über ein Wort gegeben, nämlich Remigration. Im ursprünglichen Entwurf stand dieses Wort nicht drin, jetzt taucht es nach dem entsprechenden Beschluss aber im Wahlprogramm auf. Gemeint ist, vereinfacht gesagt, viele Menschen, die momentan noch als Asylsuchende in Deutschland leben, sollen zurück in ihre Heimat geschickt werden. Zum einen gilt das für alle, die schon einen negativen Asylbescheid bekommen haben. Zum anderen nach dem Willen der AfD, aber auch für Menschen, die nach dem momentan geltenden Recht noch geduldet werden. Zum Beispiel, weil sie hier eine Ausbildung machen oder hier beschäftigt sind. Die Ausbildungs- und Beschäftigungsduldung und das Chancenaufenthaltsrecht möchte die AfD komplett abschaffen. Außerdem sollen alle abgeschoben werden, bei denen der ursprüngliche Fluchtgrund wegfällt. Als konkretes Beispiel dafür nennt die AfD Menschen aus Syrien, die nach dem Willen der Partei in vielen Fällen wieder unmittelbar zurück in ihre Heimat geschickt werden sollen. Und die AfD schreibt dazu auch in ihrem Wahlprogramm: Analog werden wir, wenn die Voraussetzungen vorliegen, dann auch bei Personen aus anderen Asylherkunftsländern verfahren. Wer sich dem widersetzt, den will die AfD künftig auch in Haft- und Gewahrsamsplätzen in Grenznähe und an den internationalen Flughäfen festhalten. Gar nicht erst ins Land kommen sollen Menschen, die nach Deutschland einreisen möchten, um Asyl zu beantragen, obwohl sie ursprünglich in einem anderen EU-Land angekommen sind oder generell aus einem sicheren Drittstaat kommen. Außerdem möchte die Partei aus verschiedenen internationalen Vereinbarungen zur Migration aussteigen, unter anderem auch aus dem UN-Migrations- und dem UN-Flüchtlingspakt. Wer in Deutschland lebt und Asyl beantragt hat, soll möglichst keine Sozial-, sondern Sachleistungen bekommen. Und bei allen mit abgelehntem Asylantrag fordert die AfD Leistungen im Sinne eines, Zitat, menschenwürdigen Existenzminimums. Insgesamt will die Partei erreichen, dass kaum noch jemand als Asylsuchender nach Deutschland kommt. Ausgenommen dabei sind für die AfD Fachkräfte aus dem Ausland. Allerdings vor allem aus dem europäischen Ausland. Bei allen anderen Ländern gilt, dass zunächst die, Zitat, heimischen Potenziale ausgeschöpft werden sollten, bevor Ausländer nach Deutschland kommen, um hier zu arbeiten. Und damit zum letzten Punkt. Viertens, Außen- und Sicherheitspolitik. Eine der zentralen außenpolitischen Forderungen im Wahlprogramm der AfD ist, die Europäische Union muss sich grundlegend ändern. Zitat: Wir stehen für ein Europa der Vaterländer und lehnen die zentralistischen Bestrebungen der Europäischen Union, EU, entschieden ab. Dieser Bund europäischer Nationen, den wir als Wirtschafts- und Interessengemeinschaft anstreben, wahrt die weitgehende Souveränität seiner Mitgliedstaaten nach innen und ermöglicht die Koordination im Auftreten nach außen. Richtschnur deutscher Außenpolitik müssten wieder realpolitische Erfordernisse statt wirklichkeitsfremder Ideologien sein. Was internationale Verteidigungsbündnisse angeht, schreibt die AfD in ihrem Programm: Bis zum Aufbau eines unabhängigen und handlungsfähigen europäischen Militärbündnisses bleiben die Mitgliedschaft in der NATO sowie eine aktive Rolle Deutschlands in der Organisation für Sicherheit und Zusammenarbeit in Europa, OSZE, zentrale Elemente unserer Sicherheitsstrategie. Was nach dem Aufbau eines solchen Militärbündnisses mit der NATO passieren könnte, das schreibt die AfD nicht. Generell geht sie aber auf Distanz zur offiziellen NATO-Linie, was die Ukraine angeht. Um Unterstützung für das Land geht es im Wahlprogramm der AfD nicht. Dafür wird eine Annäherung an Russland gefordert, das die Ukraine angegriffen hat. Die AfD fordert unter anderem die Aufhebung der Wirtschaftssanktionen gegen Russland und dass Deutschland wieder Energie aus Russland geliefert bekommen soll. Die Ukraine soll nach dem Willen der Partei ein neutraler Staat werden, der sowohl außerhalb der Europäischen Union liegt, als auch außerhalb des Verteidigungsbündnisses NATO. Dazu will die AfD Kontakte nach China fördern und die Beziehungen zu dem Land ausbauen. Gleichzeitig will die Partei alle Entwicklungshilfen für China sofort einstellen. Was die Verteidigung angeht, will die AfD den Zivilschutz verstärken und die Bundeswehr weiter aufrüsten. Dazu gehört für die Partei auch, dass die Rüstungsindustrie gezielt ausgebaut werden soll. Und nach einigen Diskussionen im Vorfeld spricht die AfD sich jetzt in ihrem Programm für eine Wiedereinsetzung der Wehrpflicht aus. Soviel zu den wesentlichen Punkten aus dem Wahlprogramm der AfD. Natürlich steht da noch eine ganze Menge mehr drin. Wenn euch das interessiert, in der Infobox findet ihr einen Link dazu. Und bitte immer im Hinterkopf haben, Wahlprogramme sind auch ein wichtiger Teil von Wahlwerbung. Versprechen können die Parteien viel, aber was am Ende davon eingehalten wird, das steht natürlich auf einem anderen Blatt. Die Wahlprogramme der anderen größeren Parteien, die werden nach und nach hier auf dem Kanal folgen. Und dabei gilt für uns das Prinzip der sogenannten abgestuften Chancengleichheit. Wenn ihr wissen möchtet, was das ist, dann schaut auch unten in die Infobox. Dort findet ihr einen Link. Und wenn ihr die anderen Videos nicht verpassen wollt, dann abonniert diesen Kanal hier einfach, würde mich sehr freuen. Und schaut auch in diese Playlist hier zur Bundestagswahl 2025 rein. Da ist alles verlinkt, was bisher an Videos entstanden ist. Außerdem empfehle ich euch sehr den Kanal der Kollegen von Die da oben, die sich auch ausführlich mit der Bundestagswahl 2025 beschäftigen. Ich sage Danke fürs Zuschauen und bis zum nächsten Mal. (2021) hatte Olaf Scholz etwas geschafft, das ihm noch kurz vor der Bundestagswahl nur wenige zugetraut hatten. Es ist ihm tatsächlich gelungen, mit seiner Partei die meisten Stimmen zu bekommen. Und er ist am Ende Bundeskanzler geworden. Und genau das möchte Olaf Scholz jetzt noch einmal erreichen. Seine Partei, das ist die SPD, kurz für Sozialdemokratische Partei.
That was good. I had chicken, I had potato. Very good, very good. Alrighty, guys. I can't believe I ate that much and that fast. That's pretty good. My neck is killing me. I got an appointment, an emergency appointment tomorrow by the neurologist. She's gonna give me insane painkillers. And hopefully I can live my life. You know, I have permanent insane damage pain in my neck right now. And I woke up from the pain. I couldn't sleep from the pain. So bad, so bad. Right now the Ibu is wearing off. I might have to swallow another one, but I don't want to. Fuck. Should I? Maybe it's smart to take another Ibu. I'm not sure. I'll ask ChatGPT. Okay, I'll take another Ibu now. Wish me luck. Damn, today was a bad day. Fuck. From start to finish. Well, we didn't finish yet, but do not feel good. No, sir, I do not feel good.
I don't want to kill.
Okay, we're gonna look for something to watch. Sorry, I'm typing to some bitches. They want the D, but I'm out of order. Or let's just say I raise my price. Okay, let's look for something to watch.
I wish I'd let myself be.
Let's watch an interview with Gabor Mate. That could be good. Just call a friend. Maybe she wants to look too, and another friend. Oh God. The pain is unbearable. The pain got me in a baseline horrible mood. Really, really bad today. And then shit happened on work. Then I get depressed, flashbacks. So many today. It all is coming like all at once, like a wave. So bad. Nice. Trump signed an executive order. No man in women's sport. Let's go. That's so great. This woke cult can get a smack, dude. I'm all for wokeism. I really like the left angle and everything. Happy-go-lucky, be gay, I don't care. Like, I love you. Just be gay. Just be who you are. But do not fucking be a man competing in women's sport and ask for people to normalize that, because that is not normal. That is not competition. That is abuse. Abuse of power. So yeah, woke. It's not woke anymore. It's like a cult. So that's why I'm talking about them like this. Brain dead. Brain dead. Okay, let's start. Check, mic check.
Happier.
Testing sound levels.
What does that say?
Well,
testing.
That always reminds me of.
Okay. Yo, what is up, guys? We are about to watch another interview with Gabor Mate. I think that's how you pronounce his name. By the channel of Dr. Rangan Chatterjee. I'm sorry for butchering your name. And the title of the video is, does anyone else feel like everything has changed? Unhappy, lost, addicted, stressed? Let's check it out.
I wish I'd let myself be happier.
Yeah.
What does that say?
Well, that always reminds me of, because I mentioned Dr. Panksepp and his concept of the brain circuits.
Yeah.
One of them is for play and joyfulness. And do you know Winnie the Pooh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not personally.
No. The book. It's always been one of my favorite
forward
books.
1.25x.
And I've talked about this before. The end of that book would bring tears to my eyes for years, because how it ends is Christopher Robin. By the way, that's a whole other thing. The relationship between A.A. Milne and his son Christopher was a very fraught and difficult one.
Right.
And Christopher actually resented the books because he felt that his father was buying these toys to write about rather than for his own benefit.
Wow.
Well, they had a very different. There's a photograph of the two of them, and the kid is looking so alienated. He had a tough life, but that's a whole other story. But the book, in the book, Christopher Robin, the little boy now has to go to school, and he has to learn about history and factors and mathematics and so on. And he's telling his friends, the toy animals, that he won't be able to play with them so much anymore. And in the end, Christopher and Winnie the bear of Little Brain, who's the smartest of the whole lot, and they walk off together, and the book ends with the statement, something like, and whatever they do or wherever they go in the enchanted forest, the little boy and his bear will always be playing together. And that phrase would bring tears to my eyes for years. Because play is so important, and joy is so important, and that's what these people are talking about. And they didn't allow themselves to experience it. They sacrificed the play and the joy for all these other things. And so the good thing is, I mean, in my marriage, the best thing, and you know what the best thing in my marriage is? The way we play together. The first time I dated my wife, Ray, I knocked on the parents' door, and I said, can Ray come out and play? And we've been doing it ever since. And so I believe what's being described in that last regret is people sacrifice their playfulness, their joyfulness, for the sake of being accepted and being successful and all that. It's a huge one. Play is built into our brains. Kids play spontaneously, infants play, and in that sense, we can all be Winnie the Pooh and Christopher Robin. We can always keep playing in the enchanted forest, and that's just essential, I think.
In that final regret is the word happier.
Yeah.
What does happiness mean to you?
Really, it means the capacity to play and to be in the present moment. And the kids, when kids play, they don't worry about the appropriately. They don't worry about the war wherever or climate change. They're just playing in the moment. They're fully present to themselves in imaginative, almost hypnotically imaginative states. So happiness just means being in the present and being allowed to be, no matter what, to have the capacity to play.
A lot of people today, Gabor, and I think you have struggled with this as well, from what I know, feel with so much heartache and suffering in the world, they feel that they have no right to be happy. What's your take on that?
Well, first of all, Bob Dylan said somewhere that it's difficult to be completely happy when other people are suffering. And it's true. So this is a time of terrible suffering. You know how I feel about Gaza and the terrible things that are happening there. How can I be completely happy? I can't be completely happy. I can't, because I can't not think about that. The horror of it. But at the same time, and this is why people might get weirded out. But
by the way, if you don't know what's happening currently, Trump has said he's gonna take over Gaza and make it part of the US and make some sort of a riviera or something it's called, ravine. So basically he's gonna modernize it and make it some part of a, I don't really know how it's called. Anyways, they're gonna take it over and send all the people, all the Palestinian people, to other countries like Egypt. What is going to happen there now? That is going to be so interesting. Is this the start of World War III? Imagine. No, but really, that's going to be crazy. How is Iran going to react to this? I don't want to get political, but I do know my way around what is going on there. So yeah, let me know in the comments, but don't be too political about it. But that is the time we are currently living in, and he said it yesterday. So there's a lot of speculation going on right now. I find it very interesting.
But I'm talking about a psychedelic experience. This is 3 or 4 years ago. I worked with psychedelics, both as a healer, but also as a subject. And I was having a mushroom experience. And the same thing would happen with ayahuasca once. And I've always been one that felt that, how could I be happy when Auschwitz is possible? When Auschwitz happened, when my grandparents perished there. How can I be happy? Why do I have to be happy? If that can happen in the world. And that did happen in the world. And both the plants showed me at some point that happened, and yes, you can be happy. That the one doesn't detract from the other. That the capacity to be empathetic and to recognize the grief and to hold the grief does not obviate the capacity to be happy. And one is not disloyal to the suffering in the world by allowing ourselves to be happy. So there's no necessary contradiction. And I've seen people on death row who, if they win their appeal, the best thing they can hope for is life in jail life in prison without parole, but they're happy. And how do they become happy? Meditation, working through their traumas, having remorse for what they did, connecting with other people, and just connecting with the present moment. And I'm thinking, my God, if people in that situation can be genuinely happy, which I've seen, I've had contact with the people, then who am I to say that I can't be happy? So there's ultimately no contradiction. Now in this society, there's way too much emphasis on, don't worry, be happy. Let's ignore all the bad stuff that's going on. Let's just concentrate on how we can make ourselves pleased or pleasured or whatever. I'm not talking about that.
No.
I'm talking about being able to hold both at the same time.
Yeah, you have to. And this is something I feel I've really grown into over the last few years, that I actually can be very happy and content. Whilst there is heartache in the world, it doesn't mean I don't care. I actually deeply care. But I've realized that it's a real skill. It's an evolution of the self to be able to hold those two. I really do think that. I think it's growth.
That's right.
I very much love the phrase that's attributed to Gandhi, be the change you want to see in the world. I know. I try my best to live my life by that. And why that's relevant to this part of the conversation is, I said this once at a live event. I said, listen, if you watch the news and this is a few years ago, allow the heartache that's going on in, name the country, right, to affect you so much so that you develop apathy. You can't interact with your husband, with your children. You just drink more and more alcohol in the evening to numb your pain. What does that do? Right? You're no good to the people who are suffering. You're no good to those people around you. And that then ripples to everyone around you. Whereas if you can learn to be content where you're at, if you then do want to go and help in whatever way, you're much more able to, volunteer, send money, whatever it might be. So I think this is a really important point for people, especially the way things are in the world at the moment. A lot of people feel I've got no right to be happy.
Well, I no longer believe. I used to believe that, and somebody once said to me, "Don't be so loyal to your suffering." And that's a lesson I've had to learn fairly late in life. And as I quote in The Myth of Normal, my friend Bessel van der Kolk, the trauma psychiatrist, looked at me once. This is about 10, 12 years ago. We were having lunch, and he said, "Gabor, you don't have to drag Auschwitz around everywhere you go." And what he meant by that is that you don't have to let that affect your present moment. That you can be aware of it, hold the memory of it, but not let it determine your internal states. And it's true. And I understood intellectually at that time what he meant, but it was only later that I was actually able to emotionally let go.
Let's just talk about forgiveness then.
I knew that he was Jewish, but I didn't know that his folk got Auschwitz, because then he had to be here in Germany, right? Or Poland. And I feel sorry for him. From my family side, they also got Auschwitz, because I'm Gypsy. But I don't have any connection to them, and it's all just stories that I hear. And I would like to know more, but I probably never will. but I never like thought about it throughout all of my life. Being loyal to my pain, it never faced me, right? Having like positive feelings and being happy and stuff while other people are suffering, as he said, is a really skill to hold on to both of them. Just the knowledge about it. And honestly, if I think about it, it's just something you have to phase out. You have to like forget about to be happy. But it will always come back because it never will not leave. Because it's the reality. It's just, what are you gonna do? Can't do anything about it. I just wish I would have known more, or my parents taught me more about it, or family in general. But they never did. It's like something that happened, they mention it, and then like, yeah, it was bad, and that's it. I think I said it once, like, in my family it's like this, like, when you ask something, the answer you get, at least for me it's always because. That's how I grew up.
Then, because a lot of the time people say, I just can't forgive. What happened to me was wrong.
Yeah.
Now, I accept what happened to someone can be wrong, but it doesn't necessarily follow that you can't forgive.
Yeah.
What's your take on forgiveness?
Well, you and I last night were talking about a woman that we both met and admired tremendously, Edith Egger.
Yeah.
And Edith, as I told you, was 16 years old when I was 1 year old. She lived in a town in what is now southern Slovakia, then was northern Hungary, called Kasha or Košice, and her family were taken to Auschwitz.
Mm-hmm.
And my grandparents would have been either on the same shipment to Auschwitz or within the next day or so. And her parents perished, and she survived with her sister. And she's become a psychotherapist. She's written a couple of wonderful books that I know you've met her and interviewed her. And in one of her books, she describes going to the Berghof in Bavarian Alps, where Hitler used to have his lair, and she went there to forgive Hitler. And it doesn't mean that it was okay what he did. She did that to liberate herself. She said, I don't want to keep him in this prison in my heart for the rest of my life. I've worked too hard to attain happiness and joy, to let this tension and this constriction control me. So the forgiveness wasn't making okay or pardoning Hitler for all the evil that he perpetrated in the world, but it's her letting go.
He let go.
Of
she let go.
The emotions around it and of the tension and the tightness around it. So forgiveness is not for the other person. It's for yourself. Now, when I work with forgiveness, I don't advise people to forgive. As a matter of fact, I do the opposite. I say to people, before you forgive, allow yourself to feel the full anger that's in you. Let yourself fully experience the anger that's there. Because once you do, it'll dissipate. You'll let go of it. So don't do it in order to forgive. Do it in order to liberate yourself. Now, let's say I was abused as a child. But let's say I find myself a fully liberated, present-oriented, in contact with myself, human being. Then what does that mean? It means nothing was taken away from me. It means that whatever happened caused me a lot of pain over the years, but it didn't limit my capacity. I wasn't robbed of anything. So what's there to forgive? So, and you can also ask yourself, or anybody, when you haven't forgiven, what's in your heart? What's in your body? Do you like that state that you're in? The tension. Do you like that? Is that how you want to be? Do you think that's really helping you? So I don't go out of my way to teach. Now, I know that in a lot of spiritual practices, there are forgiveness practices, and I know in Buddhist practice and a lot of spiritual practices, there are forgiveness meditations and prayers. My mind doesn't go there. But my mind does say, you also have to experience all the rage, all the hatred, all the anger that's in you, and be with it, and see what happens to it. And what happens to it once you pay attention to it, it actually dissipates. And so when Edith goes to the Berghof to forgive Hitler, she's just saying, I don't want to hold on to this stuff anymore. It's not okay what you did, but I don't want to hold on to this stuff anymore.
Yeah. It's fascinating. I think curiosity is often a very helpful pathway to forgiveness. Because if you get curious about that other person as to why did they act that way, you know, I'm not talking about Hitler here, I'm talking about anyone.
But even with Hitler.
Yeah, what were the conditions in that person's life that led to that? If I was that person, I'd be behaving in exactly the same way because I would have had their parents and their childhood experiences and their bullying, etc., etc.
Exactly.
Once you look at the world through that lens, your initial approach becomes compassion. Forgiveness comes as a side effect of getting curious.
That's totally right. And there's an expression that you may be familiar with. It goes, to understand is to forgive.
Yeah.
And it begins with curiosity.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
And I think that curiosity is the essential quality that actually leads to compassion in the end. Now, compassion doesn't mean tolerance of bad behavior.
No.
It doesn't mean validating or justifying crimes against nature or crimes against other human beings. But it takes away that quality of tension where you make yourself superior to reality and you put yourself in a position to judge reality. You know, and I'm above it and I'm in a position to judge. That's not a comfortable, I mean, actually, it is comfortable for a lot of people to be there, but it's a way of not dealing with their own stuff. So I do think that curiosity is the key.
Just to wrap this conversation up, Gabor, we've been talking a lot about these regrets, the regrets of the dying.
Yeah.
And the final question I want to put to you is about the word regret. I have been playing with the idea over the last 12 months or so that regret is actually a form of perfectionism. So I actually now very much subscribe to the philosophy of no regrets, but not in the kind of derogatory way. You know, I'm going to live my life my way. It doesn't matter who comes to my way. No, with this really compassionate understanding that I've always done the best that I can based upon where I was in life at that time. So even the things that I look back on and go, actually, you know what? If I was in that situation again today, I would act differently. I don't see them as regrets. I see them as situations that happen that have taught me something, which is allowing me to be a better version of myself today.
Exactly.
Not even 10 minutes in and I'm already crying. Very triggering topics. And they are so right. It's a little too much calling it perfectionism, but I understand where he's going with it.
So in my life today, there is no room for regret anymore. And I guess I would love to know, you know, right at the end here, what's your perspective on the word regret?
I think chronic regret is debilitating. It's a lack of self-forgiveness.
Yes.
It's also kind of egotism of that somehow I'm that important. It's quite something to recognize. I do recognize that some of the way I parented my kids, the way I showed up, I've often talked about this in your program too, wasn't the best for them, but it was the best
What
I
about
could
the
do at
people
the
you
time.
hurt intentionally?
So it's not the question of justifying anything, but it's also not dwelling on the past. Regret is to dwell on the past.
People who love
What's
you.
the point? It's quite something to recognize that I did things that, had I known differently, I would not have done the same way. That's just learning. Regret is an emotional state of that values the past more than the present, and it accuses yourself of doing things for which you had no consciousness to do otherwise. So that's where I stand with regret.
Gabor, you know what a big fan I am of your work. It's just incredible to see the impact you're having on so many people around the world. I'm very lucky to consider you a friend these days.
Likewise.
It's been great to get to know you over the last few years. For someone who has heard us speak today, and something connected with them, something you said spoke to them and they thought, wow, yeah, you know what? I'm carrying around old stuff with me today. I don't express my emotions. I'm not living a life that is true to me. What are some of your final words for them?
Well, it's the word that you used, curiosity. So not why am I living this way, but why am I living this way? You know, what happened to me? What am I carrying here? So the key phrase is precisely the one that you introduced, the necessity to be curious.
Yeah.
In a compassionate way. So you don't do an interrogation of yourself like you're a prosecuting detective. Why did you or why did you not? But compassionately, why did you not?
Yeah.
Why did you? And if you ask these questions compassionately and with curiosity, the answers will emerge, as will the capacity for you to make different choices as you move forward. So where there wasn't choice before because you were compelled or driven, now you can have some freedom if you're willing to be curious.
All behaviors of addiction, substance dependent or not, whether gambling, sex, the internet, or cocaine, all of them either soothe pain directly or distract from it. Hence your mantra, the first question is not why the addiction, but why the pain. And I think that beautifully sums it up. You know, in that you're likening addiction to drugs, potentially to
what is this,
sex, gambling, alcohol, maybe shopping.
Well, so I've had my own shopping addiction, and I can tell you that what happens in my brain when I'm indulging in my shopping addiction is exactly the same that happens in the brain of the cocaine addict. In other words, there's an excitation of the reward, incentive, and motivation circuitry. And what the addict is after is that temporary change in brain status. Really what it is, all addictions are an attempt to regulate an unbearable emotional state internally. But you're trying to regulate your internal state through external means. And that's what an addiction is. So temporarily you get a change in the state of your brain, in a change of your physiology. You can do that through drugs. You can also do it through gambling or internet or sex or shopping. But essentially after that same revitalization of your incentive and motivation circuitry of your brain. And so from my perspective, there's only one universal addiction process that dominates all addicted people. The targets of addiction may be different. The internal effects are much the same.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I should add, when you look at the sources of it, the states that people are trying to escape are states of emotional distress, states of emotional pain, and hence why the addiction, not why the addiction, but why the pain.
So some people who are listening to this or watching this right now might be thinking, yeah, I get that. That all sounds fine for those people who are addicted. But I, of course, am not addicted to anything. So you've got a rather beautiful definition, I think, of addiction, which I think will be really helpful to sort of go through at the start here so that people listening can actually figure out if it does relate to them or not.
Well, when I speak to a room of people and I ask them how many are addicted, most people will only think of drugs. So some people put their hand up. Then I give them my broader definition of addiction, and not everybody puts their hand up. And that definition is that an addiction is manifested in any behavior that a person finds temporary pleasure or relief in, and therefore craves, but suffers negative consequences in the long term, and is going to be able to give it up. So any behavior, not just drugs. The key hallmarks are craving, pleasure, relief in the short term, negative outcomes in the long term, inability to give it up. That's what an addiction is. And that could be to drugs, nicotine, caffeine, alcohol, the lethal and legal substances, or it could be to heroin, cocaine, crystal meth, fentanyl, cannabis, any number of other substances. But it could also be to sex, to gambling, to shopping, to eating, to work, to exercise, to the internet, to gaming, to pornography, to political power, to the acquisition of wealth, to the hoarding of objects, anything. And when you give that definition, and you ask people how many here would acknowledge some addiction in their life, sometimes the vast majority of people would put their hands up, which means to say that addictions are on a continuum, it's on a spectrum, and they're distributed, dispersed throughout all of our society. And so that the identified drug addicts make up only a small, narrow segment of our addicted population.
So really the whole way we think about addiction, the way we criminalize various forms of addiction really needs to change to a more compassionate way of dealing with it, but also really trying to understand what's the root cause. Because if, you know, I totally subscribe to your theories, and I think that ultimately, if the root cause of all addiction or all addictive behavior is the same, how do we tackle that? And where does that come from? What is that root cause?
So once you're asking not why the addiction, but why the pain, now you have to forget that it's a choice, because nobody chooses to be in pain. And you also have to forget the medical idea that it's an inherited brain disease. You actually have to look at people's lives. Now, in Vancouver's downtown east side in Canada, where I worked for 12 years, with a highly addicted population, these people had multiple addictions: cocaine, alcohol, cannabis, opiates of all kinds, cigarettes in every case. They suffered with HIV, with hepatitis C. They would die of overdoses, suicide, infections of all kinds. And these people every single one of them had been heavily traumatized in childhood. All the women I worked with over 12 years had been sexually abused. All the men had been neglected or beaten or emotionally abused. I'm talking about now the severely addicted population, which is also what the large-scale study shows, that the greater the childhood adversity, the greater risk for addiction in adulthood. Now, the more severe the childhood adversity, the greater the risk of substance addiction and injection use. However, if you look at my own case, I wasn't beaten, I wasn't abused in my family of origin, I wasn't neglected, but I was a Jewish infant born during the war in Hungary, and spent my first year under the Nazi regime. You can imagine under what circumstances. So I had a very unhappy, stressed, terrorized mother. And children can be hurt in two ways. Children can be hurt when bad things happen to them that shouldn't happen. That's the abuse, that's the violence in the family, that's the parental addiction. But children can also be hurt when their needs are not met. Now, I had this need for an attuned, empathetic, emotionally responsive mother. She couldn't be that. Not because she didn't love me, not because she didn't do her best, but simply she was too terrorized, she was too depressed. The lack of that joyful, attuned, loving mother who, I shouldn't say loving because she loved me tremendously, but her love couldn't be translated into responsive behavior. That alone was enough to hurt me. So, in other words, the source of addiction is always some kind of a childhood hurt, either because bad things happened that shouldn't have, or because the good things that should have happened couldn't happen because of the parents' emotional states. Both of these are enough to hurt the child in a way to driving them to self-soothe through addictions.
So do you think your own experience of trauma, really, as a young baby, not even a child, as a young baby, has impacted your own health, your own behaviors, and therefore ultimately where you are today, which is one of the world's leading voices on trauma and addiction? Do you think that has been instrumental in you getting to where you are today?
Having to deal with the impacts of that has been instrumental. I mean, I really, as an adult, I was a successful physician. You know, I was much in demand, family practitioner. I was head of a palliative care department at a major hospital. I was a national medical columnist for a Canadian newspaper in my 50s. And internally, I was driven, workaholic, depressed, affected by ADHD, anxious, and unfulfilled and unsatisfied. And it's when looking at those dynamics and wondering, well, what the heck has happened to me here, and what is the gap between my external persona and my internal experience of myself, that's when I began to deal with trauma. Not to mention, as a family physician, and you and I were talking about this before, we get to see patients before they get sick. The specialists only see them after the illness has been diagnosed. I get to see people before they get ill. I get to see people in their context of their multi-generational family background. So we have a much broader view of who gets sick and why. And so both through my medical work and having to deal with my own stuff, I began to realize the central role of trauma in shaping people's health or illness.
Yeah, since I've been studying trauma myself, both with the work that you do, but just other things that I'm reading around it, it really helps me understand my patients and their behavior is much better. I really you can start to tap in now as to what they're coming in with more. You think, oh, that's what's going on behind that, not the symptom they're describing, but why are they making those choices? And some of you may not know, Gabe, I a few years ago, I did a series of documentaries on BBC One called Doctor in the House. And what I would do on that is I went to live alongside families who had health problems. They were already under GPs, they were already under specialists, they were all taking medication pretty much already, and they still weren't getting better, and they were still struggling. So I went in to, sometimes I'd stay the night in their houses, I'd live alongside them, really get to understand, you know, what choices they were making with their lifestyle, sure, but also I'd get to see, you know, various dynamics in the family, the sort of thing that would never come up in the consultation room. Even if you ask that question, they would never even think to bring those things up. You would just start to spot things and little dynamics. And I found that with every single family, pretty much now, if I reflect back on all those families I stayed alongside, I was very fortunate to get really good health outcomes with them all after about 6 weeks.
Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying this video and want to learn more, you can download my free special guide containing 6 simple breathing practices that will help you calm your mind, lower stress, and improve your energy. To get hold of this guide, all you have to do is click on the link in the description box below.
Like an app,
but there's a huge emotional component behind
not really using it, but
now, just to be clear, I'm not saying that it was in their head at all. They had proper physical symptoms that they were struggling with. And obviously that in some ways can make people feel down a little bit about themselves because they're not feeling so good. But I really got this strong sense that when you start to look at their lives and their upbringing and how they saw themselves, it was uncanny how many times their emotional health was absolutely tied into their physical health.
Well, so one of the books I've written, which will be published in Britain in a few months, is entitled When the Body Says No, the cost of hidden stress. And I'm making the case, precisely as I heard you articulate just now, is that when it comes to chronic illness, and whether it's colitis or Crohn's disease, multiple sclerosis, ALS, or motor neuron disease in England, malignancy, chronic psoriasis, eczema, chronic fatigue syndrome, the physiological symptoms, which are not in people's heads in the sense that they're imagining them, but it very much originates in people's heads in that it has a lot to do with certain relational and emotional patterns that they adopted in childhood. In other words, what I'm saying is that because of childhood programming, people impose certain unconscious stresses on themselves, and those stresses, because of the unity of mind and body, which unfortunately is not taught or recognized in the medical schools, but which scientifically is not even vaguely controversial, because the immune system and the emotional apparatus and the hormonal apparatus and the nervous system are part and parcel of the same system. So when something occurs emotionally, which it does on a chronic basis, that has an impact of undermining people's physiology, turning their immune system against themselves or suppressing the immune system. So I absolutely agree that people's emotional patterns, which reflect not individual choices or mistakes, but multi-generational patterns in the family, those emotional patterns translate into physical illness. And if we can address those emotional dynamics, we can actually have an impact on the physiological course of their illness, which is, again, not something that anybody in medical school will ever tell you, because there's this unfortunate separation of mind and body that you and I are trained in.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the key things there for me was that you're not putting blame on people.
There's no blame.
Yeah, and I think that's really, really a key point that maybe we can discuss now, because a lot of people may be hearing that feeling, maybe I've done this to myself, or my mother did this to me, for example, and that's not what you're saying at all, is it?
Well, this is an interesting conversation. I make the distinction between blame and responsibility. Okay. Blame says that you did something that you could have done otherwise, and so therefore you're at fault. That's what blame says. Responsibility says, yes, you did this to yourself, but not consciously or deliberately. You did it because you're programmed to do it by your own childhood experience, which in turn was programmed by your parents' childhood experience. So there's nobody at fault. Everybody does their best. But we do pass these unconscious patterns on. And you don't blame people for having unconscious patterns. You try to make them conscious of it so they can take responsibility for it. So there's no responsibility without consciousness. Yeah. And so, and there's no blame. So I don't blame anybody for their illness. I don't blame their parents either. But I do say these unconscious patterns have been passed on, and these unconscious emotional dynamics have an impact on your physiology. That's all. And if you want to have an impact on your physiology, you got to get conscious. You have to realize what have you been doing unconsciously so you can stop doing it or do it differently. So it's a matter of liberating people from these ingrained patterns for which they're not to be blamed. So in my world, there's no room for blame whatsoever. But there is room for helping people to become responsible, for helping people being response-able, being able to respond to their circumstances. And without awareness, none of us are response-able.
Yeah, I think if I think to my own life and my own health journey over the last few years, and I guess what's really changed for me over the last few years, I've done a lot with my lifestyle, I've done a lot with my nutrition, my sleep, and those things have been great and they've really helped me. But over the last few years, I've really been focused on my emotional health. I see a therapist pretty regularly, and I can always feel when I've got something new, some deeper layer that's starting to come out. I have a session, or I go through some sort of therapy, and I feel good. I feel, oh yeah, I've got it now. I get it why I do this, and it changes your behavior certainly. But it's almost as you do that, there's multiple layers. It's like peeling back a layer of it's peeling back layers of the onion, and newer things keep coming out, which has been really rewarding for me, because you talk about addiction, and I think back to my own life and various things that I've done at certain points. I don't think anyone who knows me well, maybe my close friends, but most people probably wouldn't think that I've ever had an addiction, because we have all these connotations about addiction. It's like being on a street corner or being a drug addict or something. Yeah. But everyone around me would know that I've got an addictive personality. Yeah. And I used to think that was my personality. That's the way I was born. What's weird, that as I start to process my own emotional baggage and I start to clear it, I'm no longer as an addictive person as I used to be. And that's why I kind of feel so strongly about the work that you're doing, because I kind of feel that wasn't my personality. That was the behavior I had chosen to soothe something that I was missing.
Well, so how would I put it? I mean, I agree with your concept. I would use a different language around it.
Sure.
That was your personality, but it wasn't your person. It wasn't who you were. The personality itself is a defensive structure that we develop as a way of dealing with our pain. So much of what we consider to be a personality is actually an overlay upon our true selves. And so these weren't choices in childhood. For example, with my ADD, the tuning out. I never chose to tune out, but when I was an infant under the conditions that I described, of being a Jewish infant under the Nazis, I had plenty of stress on me, And how does an infant deal with stress that they can't change? They tune out. And then the tuning out becomes programmed into my brain. And then so many years later, I'm diagnosed with ADD. It wasn't a choice that I made, it was an adaptation. So what I would say about the personality, including what you described as your addictive personality, it wasn't you, it was an adaptation that you took on as a way of surviving your childhood, as a way of soothing your pain. It's when we got older that we realized that there's something more to us than a personality, that the personality is actually a defensive cover for who we truly are. And as we start, like as you describe your own process, you go through therapy and you go through layers, and then you realize, oh, that's not actually me.
Yeah.
And I'm freer without it. Then you realize that what we thought was a personality was actually just a defensive cover. And once we strip that defense off and we find it no longer necessary, we become much more true to ourselves, much more true to ourselves, so become much more balanced and happier in our lives. So yes, it was the personality, but you are not your personality. That's how I would formulate it.
Yeah, no, I love the way you put that, actually. It really, really helps me think about it in a slightly different way. I think something came into my mind there, which is, and we were chatting a little bit about this before we got on air, about medicine and how reductionist it has become, the practice of medicine. And I think something like high blood pressure, for example, I think of as an appropriate response from the body to the signals that it's been given.
Absolutely.
And I think there's an analogy there with what you're saying, which is if you're surrounded by stress as a young baby, whatever that stress is, your brain is going to adapt to that. It's an appropriate response to the signals that your brain is getting. Is that fair to say?
That's right. So my next book is going to be entitled The Myth of Normal, Illness and Health in an Insane Culture. And when I say insane culture, I mean a culture that doesn't meet human needs. So if you take a condition like high blood pressure, for which, what's the medical term for high blood pressure?
Hypertension.
Hypertension. All right. And doctors, of course, say, our colleagues say, well, there's a few types of hypertension for which there's a cause, like kidney disease or some kind of hormonal disorder. But for most part, we don't know what causes high blood pressure.
Essential hypertension.
Essential. We call it essential hypertension. Basically, we don't know what the heck we're talking about. That's what that means. Just take the word hypertension and slow it down a bit. Hypertension, hypertension, hypertension. Maybe there's too much tension in people's lives, And if you actually look at the rising rates of hypertension, it's got to do with social pressure and social stresses. And I know that usually when I take care of myself, I have the blood pressure of a young person. But there's been times in my lives when I've been driven by stress, and I've had blood pressure ranges in the risky end of the scale. So for me, when my blood pressure goes up, it's a real warning. Buddy, you got too much tension in your lives. You better do something about it. All we do in medicine is we hand out pills, or we tell people to lose weight, but we never address the sources of real tension in their lives. And I'd say that most hypertension, and so for example, if you look at black American males, they're much higher risk of hypertension than, say, white American males. What we say is genetic. No, it isn't. Their biological relatives in Africa do not have high blood pressure.
Right.
So it's an artifact of being a black male in essentially a racist society. And James Baldwin, the American writer, once said that being a black American male is to live in a condition of suppressed rage all the time.
Yeah.
Well, that suppressed rage will drive your blood pressure. So hypertension...
And drive other ill health.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So high blood pressure is a great example of a socially induced physiological condition, which is mediated through our emotions and the impact of our emotions on our autonomic nervous system and on our hormones.
Yeah, it's, I've never really thought about the term hypertension like that before, hypertension, and it makes such sense when we think about it like that. You mentioned this new book you're writing, talking about how we've got is it an insane society around us?
Yeah.
And I think of stress. As I mentioned to you, I've just spent a few months locked away writing a new book on stress called Stress Solution.
Yeah.
And I feel strongly that when we talk about making changes, so a lot of people, when they try and improve their health, they try and improve their lifestyle, okay, which is a pretty reasonable start.
Mm-hmm.
But many people, I find, can't do that, or they do it temporarily for a few weeks, a few days, a few months maybe, but then they revert back. And as a doctor, I've always been intrigued as to why do some patients keep coming back? And why do some patients with the same so-called problem get better with the same course of treatment?
Right.
And I always think, well, if they keep coming back, I'm clearly not getting to the root cause of the problem. And the more I think about your work, although people talk about you in the realm of addiction and trauma, I think your work doesn't only explain addiction and trauma, it explains all human behavior. And therefore has profound implications, not only for trauma, not only for pain, not only for addiction, but actually the whole of the health landscape.
Well, thank you. And again, in my various books I've written about that, it just so happens that it's my addiction book that's being published right now, first in England. When you get down to it, it's very simple. Either you raise human beings whose needs are met, or you raise human beings in a way that you don't meet their needs. When you don't meet people's needs, they have to adapt in artificial ways. Those adaptations become a source of illness later on. There was a very interesting article in the journal Pediatrics, which is the official journal of the American Academy of Pediatrics, published in January 2012. There was an article on childhood development generated by the Harvard Center on the Developing Child, so as prestigious as you get. And in their abstract, they say that human environments that, because of scarcity or stress, trouble young children, cause these children to make adaptations which are psychological and physiological adjustments that are necessary for immediate survival and adaptation, but which may come at a long-term cost to health, behavior, and longevity. In other words, the way that young children adapt to stress early on helps them survive that early stress, but in the long term, those same adaptations become sources of pathology. So if you look at my own tuning out, so the tuning out that I did as an infant under conditions of severe psychological strain is an adaptation. It helped me as an infant survive a year where the situation was utterly impossible. But that same tuning out gets programmed into my brain, and now I'm diagnosed with a medical condition, ADHD, decades later. So what was adaptive in one circumstance becomes maladaptive later on. I'm suggesting that much of illness begins with that these are necessary personal adaptations, however, which then stress us later on. And so that is a real, so what's common to my work is that I look at the sources of adult function or dysfunction in our formative experiences. And, you know, that's not controversial if you look at a gardener. I mean, if a gardener looks at their plants, they know that how they treat that young plant will have a huge impact on the adult plant. Anybody who is in animal husbandry will realize that how you treat the young, whether it's a dog or a horse, will have a huge impact on the personality and behavior of that animal later on. Why don't we get the same thing in human beings? It's the same principle. So it's essentially very simple.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it? When you break it down to the like that, it's super simple. We need a society that really supports children and babies and mothers and parents at a young age.
Absolutely.
And then I guess what comes to my mind is, and you may know the stats on this, I don't, but we here in the UK, we always are talking about Scandinavia, and we talk about how they are really prioritizing those early years. You know, they give a lot of maternity leave, a lot of paternity leave. You know, yes, they may have high taxes, but it seems to me that their society there has prioritized family and bringing up children. Whereas I don't think we're quite as good here, but I don't think we're as bad as the US.
Mm-hmm.
A really good friend of mine, he married an American girl, and she, I can't
Scandinavia.
remember, maybe after she gave birth to her first child, she might have been back at work. It might be something like 4 weeks or something.
Yeah.
Something obscene, like to me. It sounds obscene to me.
Absolutely.
And the child's in daycare.
Yeah.
And I wonder if you could talk about that a little bit, how society is set up now, and then what that is doing. Because you mentioned your mum's, clearly, that's a huge trauma. I mean, that's hopefully the sort of trauma that most of us aren't experiencing. But are there similarities in terms of what that's doing to the child?
Oh, absolutely.
I just realized I was doomed from the start. There was no saving me, no nothing. Because whenever there would be a question towards my parents, like school or something, if everything is all right at home, every time my mother would speak, because my father, of course, he would never attend these kind of meetings. She would say, of course, everything is right, everything is all right, everything is good, we are like the best family. It's all about status for her, always. So in case I would have been diagnosed with anything, it would have meant that they did something wrong, that my mother did something wrong, that my parents did something wrong, which of course would be absolutely unheard of, right? So there wasn't even a chance for me. I was doomed from the get-go with this family I got. There was not a chance, dude. Because getting diagnosed with anything in this regard, or people understanding of what's going on at home, would mean that they did wrong. That something did not meet the status expectation. And therefore I have to suffer it. Doomed from the start. 0%, 0. just denial. 100% denial by them. And still is like this. And now we're here. Amazing. That's so awesome. Realizing this is like a punch in the gut right now. There was no way I could do anything. Get anywhere. Being where I am right now is already not being in jail and not having succumbed to drugs. More and more I'm so proud of myself. Because I've been through hell myself. I've been there myself, dude. And I battled everything myself. I don't have a single friend who I can tell these things. Now I'm telling this to YouTube, but I'm not telling you everything. It's like I'm talking to a mirror, trying to understand myself, just saying the superficial stuff. Of course, it's actually the whole story. It's just that I can't go into the details, you know. It would be way too graphic, way too disgusting. And even though this can be count as talking bad about other people, in brackets my parents, I would be talking really bad about them. Really, really bad. Just doomed.
Absolutely. So the United States, which to hear their politicians is the best and most glorious country in the world, which itself, by the way, is interesting. Like if you met a person, if your neighbor was always telling you how great he was and how he's the best and everybody wants to be like him, what would you think of him?
Yeah.
You think he's got a grandiose personality disorder and he's compensating for his real sense of deficiency. Well, that's the United States. And they have a lot to compensate for. And what you say about childcare is absolutely true, is that they have a barbaric childcare system, a barbaric maternity leave system, where women, and often poor women on welfare, have to go back to work after a few weeks of giving birth. Now, if you look at human evolution, or look at an ape culture, the ape mothers hold their babies for months. There's no separation. The child actually develops through being held by the mother. And human societies, until very recently, were organized around children being around the parents really all their lives, certainly through childhood and adolescence. There was just no separation. What we do in our culture, more in the States than elsewhere, but increasingly elsewhere as well, we separate children from their parents. In other words, we're depriving them from the natural conditions for healthy development. Now, there was a study last year or 2 years ago comparing the crying of British, German, Canadian, and Danish children. Lo and behold, Danish kids cried much less than these others. What was the difference? The parents were around much more. And the parents were much more likely to pick up the kids when they were crying. That's what made the difference. Now, that crying child is an anxious child. When the child is crying, it's not just a benign thing. The child is crying because they're stressed. When they're stressed, their brains are suffused by stress hormones, adrenaline and cortisol. Adrenaline and cortisol interfere with your physiology, interfere with healthy brain development. So just the fact of holding a child, which was historically and prehistorically the standard, is an essential aspect of child rearing, which modern societies have denied. And as a matter of fact, I don't know what it's like in England, but in North America, we actually advise parents not to pick up their kids. When they're crying at night, we tell them not to pick them up. We sleep train the kid by not picking them up. In other words, we're denying the child's needs for connection.
And what's that doing to the child, do you think?
Well, it does a number of things. One is to give the child the message that his emotions don't matter. And children take everything personally. It's not true that babies don't have emotions. And it's not true that babies are tabula rasa, where you can write anything you want. Babies have certain defined emotional needs. And when they get the message that they're not important, that's the message they're going to imbibe unconsciously, non-verbally. And you can see that behavior in the adults. You know, the person who comes into your office and says, Doc, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm sure you have many people much more important than me, but I have this little problem. You know what kind of childhood they had.
Yeah.
Number one, so it gives
that
them
would be me going into the doctor.
Okay.
Or in just various aspects of my life, and the people pleaser.
Yeah.
Always doing, always, yeah, no problem. The amount of times I think just on a social thing, you'd be like, oh, where do you want to go, guys? Yeah, no worries, wherever. You end up somewhere you just don't want to be in. You're in a restaurant you hate the food in, but hey, yeah, it's cool, guys, no problem. And it's, sorry, I don't mean to trivialize what you're saying.
No, you're not trivializing it. What you're actually illustrating, you're telling me exactly what kind of infancy you had.
Yeah.
And physiologically, what does it do? The baby's crying, and again, these stress hormones. Now, one of the things that Aboriginal peoples don't do is let their babies cry. When I say it's not that they forbid them to cry, they pick them up. They don't even put them down, to tell you the truth. But should they cry, they pick them up immediately. We, in our society, we actually advise people let the babies cry. When a baby's crying, it's because they're stressed. When they're stressed, again, their brains are suffused by stress hormones. That interferes with healthy brain development.
You used to work in palliative care.
Yeah.
And I think you're familiar with the book by Bronnie Ware, The Palliative Care Nurse, The Five Regrets of the Dying.
Yeah.
What I thought would be interesting today for our fourth conversation on my podcast together is to maybe go through each of those 5 regrets, because I'd love to know from your perspective what each of these regrets says about where we are, who we are, what things are important to us.
Yeah.
And so the first of those 5 regrets is, I wish I had the courage to live a life true to myself, not the life others expected of me.
Yeah. And so let's keep in mind that, like when I used to work in palliative care, which I did for 7 years, and this nurse who wrote the book, she's Australian, and she wrote the book about 12 years ago now. They weren't talking about people dying at old age. They were mostly, it's about people dying before their time. And so the regrets that they had as their terminal illness, usually malignancy or perhaps chronic autoimmune disease, brought them to the end of their physical existence. What did they regret? And the top one was, I wish I had the courage to live my own life rather than the one that people expected of me. I would reframe that because there's a deep truth in it. And as you know, and perhaps we've talked about, from my point of view, very often the people that do develop chronic illness are people that have suppressed their own true selves for the sake of being accepted by others. And that self-suppression has deep physiological consequences on the immune system, on the nervous system, on the heart, and so on. So that self-suppression is also a physiological self-annihilation in some ways. But when she talks about courage, that's a self-judgment. They're saying to themselves, I wish I'd had the courage, as if it was a question of cowardice. It isn't. It's a question of programming. Like you and I are both parents, we know this. No infant is born suppressing themselves. No infant enters the first day on this earth trying to please anybody. They're just being purely themselves, expressing their joy when it's there, expressing their upset, their distress when that's dominant, but they're purely themselves. So that what she calls courage, or what these people call courage of being myself, is actually a trauma imprint that for some reason they learned early in life, that to be themselves is to court rejection by their environment. So it's not a lack of courage. You can't talk about a 1-year-old lacking courage or a 2-year-old. It's simply an adaptation. Now, later on, they say courage, but really, that courage is, or the lack of it, is a shorthand for something happened to me that I gave up my true self for the sake of being accepted. And that cost me, first of all, it cost them in terms of physical illness, but also cost them in terms of self-respect and dignity. It's a major one.
Yeah. Are you living a life at the moment that's true to yourself?
I am now. I sense that I have. I believe that I am. That doesn't mean every second I do, but on the whole I do, and it feels really good. And I know, I had dinner last night, and you were telling me that you're finding yourself far more self-expressed and comfortable with who you are than you used to. So that's the good news, people, is that this is a process that can continue for a lifetime.
Yeah.
But I really see that people who suppress themselves really suffer.
Yeah. So that first regret, I wish I had the courage to live a life true to myself. I'm really glad you picked out the word courage, because that word also stands out to me.
Yeah.
It's very interesting to use that word.
Yeah. Well, it's a self-judgment, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
I could have done better. I should have had the courage, is
That's
what
right.
that kind of says.
Yeah.
It's interesting, Gabby said, when you turned 80, or as a consequence of you turning 80, you realize that, 13 years ago, you gave it your medical practice.
Yeah.
will you be alive in 13 years? That's very striking.
Yeah.
Are you afraid of death?
In principle, I'm not, you know, but I don't really know till I have to face it. I won't know how afraid I am until it confronts me, you know. At this point, I feel healthy and I get to do what I want to do, and I have vigor and I have interests and excitement and love and likes and dislikes, and I'm quite alive, you know. What happens when I have to confront the actuality of it? I have no idea how I'm going to respond. So it's sometimes I get fear around it. I mean, I don't want to give this up. I don't want to give up this life. But other times I say, well, if I do, I've lived and it's been good and there's not much to regret, you know. So yes and no, but I won't really know until I'm up against it.
How much time do we have left, guys? What do you
You've
think?
spoken publicly before about your journeys with plant medicine.
Yeah.
Does that
wish for like
change
another
anything
good
for you, I guess, or has that changed anything in terms of how
40
you may
years
view
ish.
what happens at the end of human life? Because many people will say for them
And
it
then just
does
get
change
upload
how
on the
they
cloud.
perceive themselves, how they perceive
Thank
death,
you,
how they
Ross.
perceive what this experience of life actually really is.
Well, specifically, as you're probably aware, they've done studies on end-of-life anxiety with psilocybin, so-called magic mushrooms. And people report spiritual experiences.
Yeah.
And people report a significant abatement of anxiety they had around dying. These are people who are terminally ill. And nothing that the medical profession could offer to reverse the course of their fatal illness. But they had much less anxiety about dying as a result of those spiritual experiences that were induced by taking the mushroom.
Yeah.
For me,
Taking mushrooms or LSD
faced
was
death
a
in that sense when I think of some of my
game-breaking for
psychedelic
me.
experiences, and if in retrospect I allow myself to
Life-changing.
sink into them, I can say in that state I would not be afraid of death.
Positively.
I'd say that there's a larger reality than the...
Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying this video and you want to learn more, then do check out my free special guide, which contains the 6 crucial steps you need to take in your life to not only build
advise
healthy
people to
habits,
also
but also to make them stick.
have some
If you
sort
want to
of
get hold of this free guide, all you have to do is click on the link
psychedelic
in the description
experience.
box below.
persistence or cessation of this particular lung represents, you know. I would say that if I project myself back into those experiences, again, how I will face it when it happens or when it becomes inevitable, I don't know.
Yeah. Society's view, or this society's view of people getting older, 80 seems to be the age where we often expect people to be doing less, you know, being less mobile, less vital. Not everyone, of course, but many. You seem to be someone who has this
people stand up for you,
love of life, this vigor, this message you want to share. You seem to be traveling all over the globe at, you know, pretty regular intervals. You've come into London for 4 days. You're going to help me do some teaching with doctors tomorrow, which is incredible. But a lot of 80-year-olds are not doing that. Right? And the longevity space within medicine has really exploded over the last few years. People love talking about longevity, right? And I think we're missing something in our discussions about longevity. Well, I think there's a couple of things. But
What do you think we're missing?
I think it depends what you mean by longevity, first of all, right? So, yes, some people want to know, how can I not necessarily live longer, but be independent, mobile, vital as long as I live? So health span versus lifespan. And I get that. But there's a lot of talk these days about extending lifespan, living to 150 and beyond, and all kinds of crazy stuff, right? And I don't want to be I don't want to stand in the way of human progress at all. One of my fears is that in pursuit of living longer, are we missing something about the beauty and the essence of what life really is? Life is finite.
I don't like the way he goes about this question at all. It implies a general idea of prolonging somebody's life being a bad thing because it is unnatural. Therefore, everything in terms of medical research, technology, every milestone that we got is unnatural. We would have been dead by 30, 40 years old. Already, everybody. People didn't get older than that, for sure, a few hundred years ago. So I think his question is a little out of place. It is so debatable. So many people are gonna say, no, it's natural, bigger than anything kind of deal. But I don't like it. But let's see where he goes with this.
The fact that it's finite is what makes it so beautiful.
Yeah.
If we
And it's
could
still gonna
live
be
to
finite.
200,
Even if you live 200,
would we
it's
have
gonna be
even
finite
more of
then.
these regrets because we'd keep taking life for granted?
You know what?
But hopefully
you're
not,
talking my
because you're gonna
language
be
because,
smart enough.
to tell you the truth, to coin a phrase, all this stuff about longevity bores me to death. You know, I just don't care. You know, what really matters is what does this moment bring us, or what can we bring to this moment? You know, let the future take care of itself. You know, like Jesus says, take no thought for tomorrow. You know, and I really think that this longevity movement is a sign of deep social anxiety, when especially you get these rich people in California with their cryo technology of freezing the body, hoping that 100 years from now they'll be able to be unfrozen and there'll be treatments for the, you know, it bores me. You know, what really matters is, for me, is what makes life meaningful and active and engaged in the present moment. And it's interesting.
You're gonna live to 200 and you're gonna have up to 200 present moments. That's how I see it. I'm pro live to 200. Not because I'm afraid of death. Just because we can. Because why not? There is no moral. Why would you involve moral beliefs in there?
In English, we talk about growing older. Now, that's a very telling phrase.
Just do what you want because you can.
In significant ways, when we get older, we shrink.
If it's fun,
you know, like our bodies.
You're not hurting anybody.
Our muscles are no longer as, you know, supple and strong as they used to be. So what does it mean to grow older? We could just say, like you said earlier, get older, which is just a chronological progression. But growing older implies that this growth is actually possible. So in what sense can we actually grow? And
that would be cool, no?
We can actually grow into the present moment and growing in our
you're growing,
appreciation for life, and what matters, and knowing what doesn't
learning
matter,
is so
and
fun,
growing in
so
wisdom.
much fun.
Indigenous cultures.
Some days I wake up,
elderly. They talk about
I'm
elders.
like, oh my god, today I'm gonna learn about this and that. It's gonna be so amazing. I can see myself doing that forever.
Natural reverence for age that senior cultures would respect, and modern society kind of dismisses.
Lately, there wasn't.
Now, do I wish that my hair was blacker and more curly the way it used to be? Yeah, I do. You know, and it wasn't gray and my hair wasn't thinning at the top. And I sure I wish that, but at the same time, I would not want to be as unconscious as I was when my hair was blacker and curlier, you know?
Yeah, this is such an interesting point. I've spoken to several menopause experts on this show over the past years. And I remember when doing some research on one of the conversations, I came across research showing that in cultures where women are revered as they get older, their wisdom is respected, they're seen as really important parts of the community.
Right.
Those cultures report less menopausal symptoms.
Isn't that interesting?
Just so I'm not misinterpreted, I want to be
what
really clear.
Are menopausal
I'm not saying that means that all menopausal symptoms would go away if that was the case. I just find it interesting that when the cultural view of growing old is different, we perceive ourselves as having
wisdom should always be revered,
a different symptom profile, if I can put it like that.
And the degree of.
But don't misunderstand me. There is some people, every fool is gonna grow old. Just because somebody is old, you don't have to listen to them. Every idiot is gonna grow old.
Of suffering is different, so that maybe they have symptoms or maybe they have certain features, but the suffering is not experienced the same way.
Please expand on that, because I think some people will go, what do you mean? If you're either getting symptoms or you're not getting symptoms, explain what you mean by perception.
I want to know.
Of, you know, the suffering, essentially.
Well, I was talking to somebody else about this today. So, as you and I know, in Western medicine, we kind of medicalize everything. And so we talk about premenstrual syndrome. Now, which PMS, it's a syndrome, it's a medical entity. What is it really? is that under the impact of hormonal changes, women get more sensitized. So they might have more physical pain and more upset, but we could see that as pathological, or we could actually say that it's a time of truth-telling, that the hormones do sensitize them to things that are not functioning in their lives, which the rest of the time they're acculturated to acquiesce with and to put up with.
Yeah.
But the menstrual ferment in their bodies makes it less tolerable. So instead of seeing it as a pathology, we could see it as a time of insight. And what if they actually listen to their bodies and listen to what their body's saying no to, that the rest of them they kind of suppress? Then that could be seen as a time of wisdom, rather than a time of suffering. So the
hormone fluctuation is making them crazy, literally crazy, because that is what
but
happens.
it doesn't have to be experienced as suffering. It could be experienced as a time of truth-telling. And actually, a lot of women have told me that once they become aware of that, their relationship to menstruation is totally different. And I think that's what you're saying about menopause as well.
Yeah. This kind of speaks to the second regret, which is, I wish I hadn't worked so hard.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is, I agree that for many women, and I can think of so many patients like this, their hormonal symptoms were actually showing them that the way you're currently living is not in harmony with your body.
Exactly.
Now, of course, sometimes people struggle to make change. It's hard to make change. Maybe their life is mega stressful, and at that moment, they can't change it for whatever reason. And I empathize with that. I understand.
Yeah.
But for some people who are able to, sometimes it's one of the best things that has happened to them.
Yeah. Now, this thing of I wish I hadn't worked so hard, that's an interesting one, because I wish I hadn't worked so hard. And what do I mean by that? Like speaking for myself, and I don't know if this is true for you, but I became a physician for some really good reasons. One of them was I genuinely want to help suffering humanity. And I thought medicine is a perfect
Man, I should have become
to which I could help people. That's
a
genuine.
therapist or medic.
I also
something to help people.
Chose a profession where I was fairly confident of making a decent living, so I could support a life for myself and my family.
It's not about money.
But those reasons don't
just
make you work
this is
too
what
hard.
I would value
They make you work
nowadays
hard,
most.
but they don't make you work too hard. What makes you work too hard, and that's what these people are saying, is you're driven by something that you're not even aware of. And what I wasn't aware of when I went to medical school and when I was a physician for decades is how driven I was to justify my existence in the world and to prove how that I was important and worthwhile and so on. And that had to do with the loss of that confidence owing to early childhood trauma. And so it's not a question. Nobody says, I wish I hadn't worked hard. To achieve something in life, you have to work hard. They're saying, I wish I hadn't worked too hard. And that too part, the TOO part, comes from being driven by unconscious needs to validate your existence, where why should any human being have to validate their existence? You know? And so that's what they're saying. And when you're driven to work too hard, you actually ignore what matters. And what matters is what you were telling me last night about how much it matters for you to spend time with your family. So every summer, you take a bunch of weeks away from your podcast and you just spend time enjoying your kids and your wife and your family. And I didn't do that. For me, it was very hard to even take holidays. I always felt I had to keep working. If somebody was pregnant, oh my God, what if I would miss their delivery? Like the baby couldn't enter the world without me, you know? So that drivenness is what makes people work too hard. And so not a matter of working hard, it's a matter of working too hard. And where does that come from? Again, that comes from childhood trauma.
A lot of doctors, and I have several friends like this, they don't take their full allowance of annual leave. Sounds like you may have been similar.
I had that tendency, yeah.
Yeah, and often people will say, and I have a friend who says this, yeah, but my patients need me.
No, they don't need them. They need medical help.
Yeah. But I think we have to ask ourselves, and this is very, very common in medicine, actually. I'm sure it's common in other professions as well.
Yeah.
It's interesting when you don't take your full allowance of annual leave that your contract entitles you to. It's often paid time off, right? It's part of your job.
Yeah.
When you're not taking it, of course, there can be reasons for that. There can be reasonable reasons. There can be work reasons. But if you're not, I think it may be worth reflecting on some of those underlying, those real drivers of that.
Well, it occurs to me that what your friend is actually saying is not that my patients need me, but I need my patients to feel okay. And when I'm not working to help them, I don't know who I am and I don't feel comfortable with myself. So I need them. Now that means get thee to a therapist and deal with it. And not only that, even your capacity to help your patients over time will be eroded.
Totally.
By the way you're stressing yourself and you're not taking care of yourself. And physicians are notoriously programmed to ignore themselves. And there was a very interesting study that I mentioned in the book, The Myth of Normal. They looked at the fraying of the chromosomes of people. And, when we were born with certain structures called telomeres, and telomeres are DNA structures at the end of our chromosomes. And their fraying and their shortening is a mark of aging and of stress. And they looked at the telomeres of medical residents compared to other people their age. They age faster, they fray faster. Yeah. And so physicians are driven,
they say,
to actually
you age faster, right?
Not spare themselves and to literally consume themselves in the work. No, in the long term, that may make you a very popular and very successful doctor, but in the long term, it's going to be at the expense of your marriage and of your children and of your own mental and physical health.
For me, if I look at that situation and I
early, like
reflect on society and culture,
so
what I see these days is a very
bunch of stuff. I think it helped.
It's very me-focused culture where community has been gradually eroded out.
Yeah.
And therefore, if we think about a human being needs to feel that they're of value to other people. We need that. In our tribes, 50,000 years ago, we would have felt of value because we would have a role and other people would see that role. They would benefit from it and we would benefit from the things they were doing, whether it's someone's hunting, someone's gathering, someone's putting the fire on, whatever it might be. In this me-focused culture where it's all me, and what are my needs and what do I need to do and how can I better myself, I feel that we often don't feel of value to others. We don't feel important. And so it makes sense that in that culture, you might overwork. You might keep pushing yourself because if you're not working and feeling important,
you don't need anybody for anything anymore.
Then actually, you may not have that sensation in any other aspects of your life.
It's not really that it has
an impact, I
believe, but it's something that you can underline.
If in early childhood you're given the sense that you're valued, just because you existed, your parents welcome you and validate you and value you and celebrate you just because you are, then you don't have to keep proving it afterwards. But if you don't get that sense, then you have to be important.
Yeah.
So that sense of needing to be important has to come from missing out on being valued for who you are or being only valued for your achievements. You're valued. Like, look,
I think that's what I got a lot.
My parents bless their souls, but they
try to get value from,
and so
from external validation,
A lot of my persona was caught up in being smart and proving my value that way. Well, it's good to be intelligent, but your value doesn't depend on, or shouldn't depend on any one quality.
It goes hand in hand with my
cute or cuddly or handsome.
What I am, anyways. Like I'm an alpha,
sports or smart in school. Any of that. Your value is intrinsic, innate, inherent.
So it felt
good you're a human being.
But
society,
also just natural.
as you say, it tends to value people for what they do, and so that can become very, very addictive.
It's like a leader.
But again, going back to your friend who says, "My patients need me," and you think about it. And I'm not accusing them of anything, but they're not realizing just how egotistical that statement is. It's as if it depended on them. Their patients need good medical care, but they don't need him or her or them specifically, which means that they should be able to take care of themselves as long as they make sure that when they're not there, their patients are receiving the care that they need. So it's not about us. And I used to think it was always about me. If I'm not there for the delivery of this big woman's baby, oh my God. Like as if it all depended on me.
There's probably a control issue there as well, isn't there? That I know how I would do it.
Exactly.
So I need to be there because I know how I would manage this birth and that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Which is an inability.
Absolutely. But also, I think he takes away a little bit from the bond that he's building with his patients, which is absolute reality. Because in their eyes, he is their doctor. And vice versa, they are his patients. I see what he wants to say, absolutely. But on the same token, man, as if you can take away your hands and say, "Oh, it's not my responsibility," but you are involved with it. Involuntarily. Somehow it is. Am I wrong for saying that? In so many situations in life, it's such that when you are dealing with people, you become their responsibility and the other way around. It is involuntarily. The moment you raise your hands and say, "I don't have anything to do with it," it's a show of not being interested. In many cultures or circles, you would be seen as an asshole, right? especially in children. You can draw parallels to where people would, man, where do I go with this? My brain makes connections with people of not texting back within 5 seconds, being called an asshole. Because of the fact that your availability in their mind has to be like immediate, instant. Which sure, that is not that is not to be mandatory, for anything to function. You have your own stuff going on, who knows what's happening at your end. But there is somehow a disconnection, Let's see where they go with this now.
Let's see to let go.
Exactly.
Because someone else can probably do this as well.
Yeah, or if they can't do it as well, so
But
be
there
it.
is this
It's not
emotional
the-
attachment. It's an emotional.
As I was walking to the studio
It's
this
so
morning,
rough.
thinking about our conversation, the word impressive kept coming up for me. And I've been reflecting on the word impressive because, again, I think culturally we think it's a good thing to impress others. Like, that bit of work you did is impressive. But actually, if you really unpick impressive, or certainly if I do it, it implies to me, and maybe this is my own bias because this is what I have done for much of my life.
Yeah.
I've changed who I am in order to impress others.
Yeah.
I didn't feel I impressed others by being myself.
Yeah.
I impressed them by changing.
Yeah.
So what comes up for you when you hear the word impressive? Have we got it wrong? Has it been taken to mean something it's not? Like, how do you see the word impressive?
Well, impressive, first of all, has to do with what? It has to do with our impact on other people, how others see us. So if I can just be myself and express my own truth and not drive myself into activities that are not good for me and people are impressed, well, that's great. But if my intention is to impress other people, if I need for me to make a certain impression in somebody else's mind, then where am I living? Then I'm living in their minds rather than in myself. So the question is, where do I want to live? Here or in your mind? And our society is so addicted to people being impressive in the minds of others. That means that we live in the minds of others more than we live in ourselves. So if you can be yourself and if I find that impressive, that's great. But you're not doing it to impress me. No. You're just doing it because you're expressing who you are. If I'm impressed, great. If I'm not impressed,
you can take the bad out.
That doesn't take anything away
honestly.
from you. But to the degree that we're dependent on impressing others, we're robbing ourselves.
It is
so
true,
that's how
though.
I see that word.
We're quite isolated.
And I can
now.
see where
many
it
of
can
us
be
have moved away
detrimental.
from where we grew up. We don't have friends. We don't have a family network around us. And often two parents are working.
Yep.
So you've got this really stressful situation where everyone's trying to do the best that they can. They're trying to, make enough money to feed themselves, to house themselves. They're also trying to spend enough time with their children. Yet they have no support. So there's a huge amount of pressure then that goes on to the kids, but also on the parents.
Yes.
And I think I saw you talk last night at the Tabernacle in London. It was an amazing talk. And you mentioned a little bit about hunter-gatherer societies and how for the bulk of human evolution, we have lived and raised our children a certain way.
Yeah.
I wonder if you could expand on that.
Well, again, human beings, some version of human beings have been on the earth for millions of years. They've been hominids for millions of years. There have been human species for hundreds of thousands of years, and our own particular species probably for about 100,000 years. Homo sapiens, which is the latest and the only current human species that's extant. For all of that prehistory, until about 9,000 years ago, virtually all human beings lived in small hunter-gatherer bands. This is our evolution. This is how we became human beings. So to think that, now, you might liken modern society to a zoo, where you take an animal from a natural habitat and you put them in a completely artificial, restricted situation, and you expect him to stay as normal as he was out there in the wild. Essentially, that's what's happened to human beings, in that in a very short space of time, in a blink of an eye, from the perspective of evolution, we've gone from the hunter-gatherer, small band, communal, attachment-based group to a society which is alienated, disconnected, and that disconnection is accelerating at a tremendous rate throughout the world. urbanization. It's taking people out of their villages into the big cities where they're alone. Here in Britain, there was quite a deliberate assault on community under the Thatcher regime, with the destruction of neighborhoods and communities and so on. And that trend has continued. So what we're having is societies that are less and less natural to the actual makeup of human beings from the evolutionary perspective. And which means that children are being brought up under increasingly artificial and disconnected circumstances. And, you know, Johan Hari, who's written a book recently on depression called Lost Connections, is pointing exactly at what's happening in modern society. So that these lost connections characterize the modern world. And as they do, you're getting the spread of autoimmune disease into countries that never used to have it before.
Yeah.
So we think autoimmune disease is one of these, or addictions for that matter. So if you look at the rate of addiction now in countries like China and India, it's going up exponentially precisely because of the, and it's not a question of idealizing the old way of life.
No.
I mean, we can't go back. And of course, there's all kinds of benefits to progress and industrialization. Trouble is that as we progress, we forget the benefits of, we forget what we've lost. So instead of combining progress, we're trying to hold on to what was best about some of the old ways. We just throw everything out.
And not only that, there is ego. And ego is the worst. Especially, look, I don't want to talk bad about how women try to be on par with men in workspace and trying to earn the same money and stuff. Go for it. I'm all up for you, you know. All power to you. But there is ego that says that they have to be working in construction places, in physical jobs, you know, where they would just physically not be suited for. Where do you put a man and you know he's going to be better off doing the job? But you have ego involved in this. And this is just how do you say, like one of many areas where you would see that. He's talking about like this artificial kind of zoo that we are creating for ourselves, right? The problem is, when I say ego, it's not that I'm specifically talking about ego. It is just that we are cursed with just being able to think. And this thinking leads us to such things as having an ego, an overblown ego, a fake ego, fake honor, values that do make sense, but for the wrong reason. Yeah, let's see.
And we think we can reinvent ourselves. And as we do, we're making ourselves sick.
Yeah, you're right. And I think it's a really great point to sort of bring up. We're not saying we need to go back to hunter-gatherer tribes.
We can't.
Not only should we not, we can't. And there are so many great benefits of the modern world and, as you say,
Too many
industrialization.
great
I guess it's how do we learn from the past? How do we learn from our evolutionary heritage? And what can we implement from that within the constraints
we must
of the
not
modern
forget.
world? Certainly,
He's
that's
so
how I
right.
see it. And you mentioned Johan Hari's new book, and you know, I write a huge quarter of my book on stress is about this. Is about relationships and our lack of connection these days. You know, on one level, we're being told anyway that we're more connected than we've ever been before, and certainly in a digital sense that may be the case. But you know, when we talk about real human, meaningful connection, what I see around me with the public, but what I also see in my practice as a doctor, is I don't think we've ever been this disconnected and lonely. And
well, we're more wired, but we're less connected, is how I would put it. Because genuine connection happens between people, not between pieces of technology. So as you and I are talking to each other, there's a real interaction.
Yeah.
When you speak, I'm looking at you. I'm
Think about what happened in COVID. That must have been like the worst.
Shake my head in disagreement.
The worst
vice
shit
versa.
ever.
But the communication is
happening
taking place on different levels.
In the new age.
That's a
right?
connection. If you're
so
not having the same
many lives
conversation online,
destroyed.
it'd be a whole different ball game, and I'd have no idea actually who I'm talking to. They'd just be exchanging words. So we're wired together, but
Apply
we're
any
not actually connected. We're
conspiracy
actually
you
disconnected
want.
in this world
It's-
because people are
everything is
isolated
possible.
modules sending out messages via the Ethernet or the internet. When it comes to addictions, it's that disconnection again that leaves us so alone. So we're traumatized in the first place. We are then develop behaviors that soothe our pain, but which actually keeps us more isolated from other people because we're ashamed of ourselves and we hide it and we
Yes.
furtively seek out our addictive pleasures.
And you have the
that disconnection
availability
then
to deal with
furthers our
it
sense of
isolated.
isolation. That isolation furthers our pain, and that pain further drives our addiction. So we live in a society that actually generates addiction in many of its members.
Dude, everything has
really
a
does,
dark side to it.
I did a post on my social media channels, I think just yesterday actually, about friendship. And I was saying that, look, seeing your friends in real life, so not over the internet, in real life is a necessity for human health, not a luxury. And I know myself, I've neglected some of the friendships closest to me over the last few years because I've been busy with my career and my family. And so, you know, and you sort of see on social media what your friends are doing. So you feel less of a need to actually see them in real life. And I was really surprised with how much that post on social media resonated with people. Yeah. So many people started interacting and saying, yeah, you know what, I've not seen my friends in months. You know, yes, I've maybe had a bit of a text conversation with them, but I'm not seeing them in real life. And this was me trying to sort of challenge everyone to say, hey, look, get a date in the diary now. Even if it's in 2 months' time, with one of your friends, email them, call them, text them, whatever, but put a date in the diary where you're going to see your friends in real life. And it's crazy, isn't it, that we need to say these things. I mean, these things have always been there in human culture, yet we're now having to talk about them and remind us what has just been our norm for so many millions of years.
Because it's so fast, it's happening too fast. We are not meant for this.
We use the same language as we would in real life. So on Facebook, people have friends. But these friends that we have, these are people we don't know. We have nothing necessarily in common with, except maybe certain cultural ideas or interests. And so these friendships are
these superficial friends. I hope he's gonna go into. I can have online friends that are real friends, that are more of a friend than I have ever that I met in person. That is possible, right? I hope he's gonna mention this.
They're pseudo friendships, and we actually substitute the one for the other.
This artificial Facebook, friends, how much friends or number? Who the fuck?
But
nobody ever
substitute for genuine
see
contact.
this as a
but
real
it's not that
friend,
they like
right?
each other. They don't even know each other. You don't know somebody until you hung out with them. And
who cares about how many friends you have on what?
And we substitute the language of connection for genuine friendship.
If you're not making business,
and then we wonder why we're so
doesn't matter,
and why we're so dissatisfied,
and why we are seeking pleasure or seeking to numb that discomfort with the choices we're making, whether it is heroin, cocaine, or shopping and sugar.
Children that don't know any better.
Because I guess, you know, a lot of people listen to my podcast are trying to make lifestyle change. And a lot of them feel inspired to do so by what they hear, but some of them, I know, are struggling.
Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying this video and want to dive deeper into the topic of nutrition, I have created a free special guide which contains the 5 most important changes I think we all need to make when it comes to our diet. If you want to get hold of this free guide, all you have to do is click on the link in the description box below.
Well, you know, I'm very interested in language, and even the phrase lifestyle change. It's not lifestyle changes people need to make, it's life changes people need to make.
Yeah.
You can change the style, but style is a rather superficial thing. You know, the style of clothing, you know. It's the life changes that people need, and we need to help people see the life changes that are required, not the lifestyle changes they need to require. It's the fundamental life that's being lived that needs to change, not the external behaviors. And lifestyle largely refers to behaviors, but not necessarily a transformation within. And really, to deal with addiction, it's not a question of dealing with the lifestyle, it's a question of dealing with the life. And it's a question
There's
of really
so much
life, that this is
good
my
that
life,
comes from this
and
lifestyle.
I'm the one who needs to be
it's just a matter of how you use it.
And here are the reasons why the wound, or the trauma is another word for wound actually. So the wounding that I received as a child has had me behave in certain ways. It's not those behaviors I need to change. I need to heal that wound. I need to change my life. And then the life behavior changes will automatically follow.
Yeah, you really got me thinking about language actually, because 2 terms that I use very commonly in my work, whether it's hypertension or lifestyle, you've just, you know, in seconds reframed what those words actually mean. And I wonder where that comes from. You know, you're an immigrant to North America. Where has this fascination with language come from?
Well, I think as an immigrant, you get to see the language a bit more clearly than the people who are actually in it, and you get to see the construction of language. And by the way, in my secret life, I used to be an English teacher. So I did that before I went to medical school. So I've always paid a lot of attention to language. And language very often unconsciously expresses realities and truths that when you pay attention to it are revealing.
Yeah.
And so words should never, even the word addict. Now, the word addiction actually comes from a Latin phrase for slavery.
Wow.
So
I love Latin.
A slave to the pain.
Well, the original meaning was an addictus. It comes from the word to assign. Now, in the Roman world, when you couldn't pay a debt, you would be assigned as a slave to somebody until you worked off the debt. So you'd be an addictus. Somebody was assigned to somebody. So that's the origin of the word. So it implies slavery. So we actually understand that addict refers or originates in the word for slavery. we realize that it's not a choice. Because who would ever choose to be a slave? You know? So I think language is absolutely revelatory if you understand the sources and meanings of words.
Yeah, very much so.
I wish I was better with my language. Like Jordan Peters, Gabor also is very impressive.
Which, you know, I went out for dinner with my friends.
Like if you listen to Jordan Peters,
which was you
I wish I could talk like him.
If there is anyone in here who feels they have some form of addiction without childhood trauma, and you're happy to talk about it, please raise your hand. And you know, at the end, you actually found someone who, you know, quite confidently put their hand up and was, you know, pretty nonchalant that they had a happy childhood. And so you started inquiring into her childhood. And I remember the tone of her voice initially was very much, you said, you know, you have a happy childhood. Yes, happy childhood. Parents said, yeah, parents absolutely love me. You know, really sort of very vocal about how great her childhood was. And then it wasn't long before it became clear that actually she felt that her parents really loved each other and sometimes she was intruding on them.
That's right.
And I think it was really powerful for the whole audience of 300 to see how, you know, how we all potentially tell ourselves a certain narrative, stories that we continue telling ourselves. And, you know, she obviously maybe is a fan of your work. She's come here, she's come to watch you speak, but hadn't reflected on her own experience. And I wonder, you know, what's going on there?
So what's happened here is that this woman said she had this happy childhood, but within a couple of minutes, and you know, my mantra is why, not why the addiction, but why the pain. And so I always say that there's pain underneath it. And I said to the audience, it never takes any more than 3 minutes to drill down to where the pain is. You just have to ask the right questions. So this,
and I've got to say, about a minute in, I thought maybe this is the first one who Gable won't get to.
If you really want to know what's going on with yourself, if you want to know the answer to anything, ask yourself 5 times. 5 times. Maybe it needs more. Just ask yourself why. Why do I feel like this? Because this and this. And then on the because this and this, why is it because this and this? And then if you get the answer to this, ask again why. And then you go on and on and on, and you will realize you're gonna come to an answer that you didn't think about, but you always knew. Practice it. Whatever answer you want, anything, it applies to anything. Just ask yourself why. Why is that I want it to be like this? Why is it that I react like this? Why did I do this? Why did I say this? It's so easy, so easy. Practice it, dude. You will see it's a miracle. And you will come to the conclusion that you always knew it. But you did. I don't know what happened, but I got disconnected. Let's wait a minute. I should be back though. Let me see if we are back. Test, test, test. Yeah, we should be back here. Sorry guys, I gotta disconnect randomly. German internet. Okay, what did I talk about? Oh yeah, ask yourself why. Just why? The first step, yeah. Man. So self-destructive, dude. You see people that I've seen interviews with drug addicts. It just breaks my heart. They were like so young and already so brittle in the face, like the sadness. Oof. Oh, but she wasn't tolerant. Oh boy, dude. Most likely. Most likely they're gonna take a hit for her, you know, like he's so right, man. The pain is bigger than anything. And then it gets demonized. Pointing with the fingers. Bad people. Shame. It's attachment. Never mind. For sure. You know, I got denied all of this when I was young. I got told I should be a man and stuff. Man up. My father always said, stop being a child. I was 5. Piece of shit, Dad. Yeah, like me. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And what makes them the tantrum happen? It's a child. Before he finishes and he starts to answer, I really much love the question and I'm so curious to see what Gabo is gonna say. But displaying up, acting up, is already them being taught like this. Is already like there was already a problem of teaching them, of being able to act up for no particular reason. So that's at least that's what I see in many children. Where you just You got taught the wrong basics from the get-go. You are just doing whatever you got taught, you know? You're just dealing with the tools you got dealt. So if you're already too deep as a child, and then you get faulted for that, it's a spiral, negative spiral that self-perpetuating, and there is no saving it. What are you gonna do? It's even for the parents, it's horrible situation. But if unknowingly, knowingly, whatever they did it. It's done. Now we wanna go steps back? Good luck. Let's see. Okay, I can sign that. I wish so much I would have this, dude. Man. It makes me so sad. I got smacked for everything. Like smack for everything that they didn't like. Always, every time, every day. And but when was it? Last Christmas? Or the Christmas before? I can't remember. I was at the Christmas dinner with my sister, and they got friends invited over. Their age, like 25-year-old parents. They have children, right? And there was this one guy. He was also 25 years old, something like that. And he had a child, a son. And the son did something, I don't know, very stupid, like very arbitrary. Nothing special, nothing bad, you know. Very simple, childish thing. And the father, you know what he did? He hit him in front of everybody. And then another girl goes to him and says, "Oh, don't do that." And he says, "Don't tell me how to raise my child." I was so angry at him, man. But that is like normal, you know? So he's gonna hit his child forever, like this. And so the cycle continues. And it's in so many households it's like this. It's so sad. It's just so sad. Because I know how I felt all the time. And the worst thing is they punish you and they don't tell you how to do it right, or they don't even have an idea of what they're doing in the first place. It's so messed up, man. I know all these studies. Yeah. Absolutely. I can believe this. suppression, regret. This makes so much sense when he says nobody is born with it. Yeah. I got programmed like this. I got 100% just programmed. I got held back. I got hindered of having a good life. It was taken. It's cortisol. It manifests as a tumor. They don't even know. Most of physicians, they don't even know. I think I'm gonna write a book. I swear. You just start every day a little bit, write it in ChatGPT for a year, and it's gonna be a nice book. Probably. He's coping. Yeah, copium. Mm-mm. For the greater good. Why would you ask such a question, man? It's not fair. Hmm. I don't have none of that, but I also don't trust anybody. It's the end. I don't know what to say. I think I like the first half more of the interview. The questions were much deeper, and then it became more like superficial. They could have ended the interview after 1 hour, to be honest. Still, it was a really good one. But the first 10-15 minutes hit me really hard. Really, really hard. A lot of insight I got from this again. I love this guy, Gabo Mate. Because he just makes so much sense. And he's shedding light on how far we have to still go to understand what's going on in the human mind. And how much of we're not having a single idea of what actually is going on. And I think like it's gonna be good for the future. We're laying the foundation here of starting to talk about emotions and how they come to be and how they influence us and how they make us who we are. Especially the impact in childhood, which is everything. And it's just sad. It's so sad. The more I get to know about all these things, the more I realize how messed up everything is. Especially in my situation. I feel robbed. I think I said it before once. But it's honestly how I feel. It's just anger, full of anger. I feel sorry for everybody who has to go through this. Especially nowadays with all the access you have to all kinds of information and still you have dog shit parents. It's not your fault. It is just not your fault, and it's your problem though. And the world will hate you because they don't understand. Because the world is becoming dog shit anyways. Sad is just sad. Everything. I can't describe it in another way. Is it too late though? For me, am I gonna die of cancer because of this? I don't think so. I'm working on it. It's just unfair. Yep. Anyways, guys, this was the video. Wow, it's so late now. I think we streamed like a bunch today, like 7 hours maybe. So he mentioned this woman called Sharon, and I've seen a bunch of these cases, and one that got back into my mind was this one over here, Andrea. I'm gonna show you this interview. It's only 5 minutes, and you will understand what I mean. It's very heartbreaking, but this is reality. I'm not pointing fingers, look at her, what the drugs have made, blah blah blah. No, this is just, the pain is bigger than whatever you're gonna see, okay? Lemon beer. That sounds good. 5 years, 6 years. Abused by father. What kind of a man is that, dude? There's many. There's many like this. And we as a society, we throw them out. When they need the help most. We say stay away. You don't want to become like them. You're not becoming like them. You're not becoming like anything. They're having a battle with themselves. If you don't have a reason for that, you're gonna be fine. I envy everybody who was taking drugs with me just for fun. It's like nothing. When I had to escape. It pains. Pains me a lot. Okay. I need a break. I think though that's gonna be it. That was too much. Gonna come back tomorrow. We play some more Red Dead. Sick game. Graphics insane. We have everything on ultra, no lags. So good. And we're gonna play more of Red Dead because it's such a big game. And then we're gonna finish The Last of Us on weekend. Not this weekend, but we're gonna play it on weekends, I think. Alrighty, guys. I'm awake since 6 or something. So, time for Tabi Winke Winke. I'll see you tomorrow.